Early next morning, Harry woke with a plan fully formed in his mind, as though his sleeping brain had been working on it all night. He got up, dressed in the pale dawn light, left the dormitory without waking Ron, and went back down to the deserted common room. Here he took a piece of parchment from the table, upon which his divination homework still lay, and wrote the following letter. Dear Sirius, I reckon I just imagined my scar hurting. I was half asleep when I wrote to you last time. There's no point coming back. Everything's fine here. Don't worry about me. My head feels completely normal. Harry. He then climbed out of the portrait hole, up through the silent castle, held up only briefly by Peeves, who tried to overturn a large vase on him halfway along the fourth-floor corridor. Finally arriving at the owlery, which was situated at the top of the west tower. The owlery was a circular stone room, rather cold and draughty, because none of the windows had glass in them. The floor was entirely covered in straw, owl droppings, and the regurgitated skeletons of mice and voles. Hundreds upon hundreds of owls of every breed imaginable were nested here on perches that rose right up to the top of the tower, nearly all of them asleep, although here and there a round amber eye glared at Harry. He spotted Hedwig nestled between a barn owl and a tawny, and hurried over to her, sliding a little on the dropping-strewn floor. It took him a little while to persuade her to wake up, and then to look at him as she kept shuffling around on her perch, showing him her tail. She was evidently still furious about his lack of gratitude the previous night. In the end, it was Harry suggesting she might be too tired, and that perhaps he would ask Ron to borrow Pigwidgeon, that made her stick out her leg and allow him to tie the letter to it. Just find him, all right? Harry said, stroking her back as he carried her on his arm to one of the holes in the wall, before the Dementors do. She nipped his finger, perhaps rather harder than she would ordinarily have done, but hooted softly in a reassuring sort of way all the same. Then she spread her wings and took off into the sunrise. Harry watched her out of sight with a familiar feeling of unease back in his stomach. He had been so sure that Sirius' reply would alleviate his worries rather than increasing them. That was a lie, Harry, said Hermione sharply over breakfast, when he told her and Ron what he had done. You didn't imagine your scar hurting, and you know it. So what, said Harry. He's not going back to Azkaban because of me. Drop it, said Ron sharply to Hermione, as she opened her mouth to argue some more, and for once Hermione heeded him and fell silent. Harry did his best not to worry about Sirius over the next couple of weeks. True, he could not stop himself looking anxiously around every morning when the post owls arrived, nor late at night before he went to sleep, prevent himself seeing horrible visions of Sirius cornered by Dementors down some dark London street. But between times he tried to keep his mind off his godfather. He wished he still had Quidditch to distract him. Nothing works so well on a troubled mind as a good hard training session. On the other hand, their lessons were becoming more difficult and demanding than ever before, particularly defence against the dark arts. To their surprise, Professor Moody had announced that he would be putting the Imperious Curse on each of them in turn, to demonstrate its power and see whether they could resist its effects. But you said it's illegal, Professor, said Hermione uncertainly, as Moody cleared away the desks with a sweep of his wand, leaving a large clear space in the middle of the room. You said to use it against another human was... Dumbledore wants you taught what it feels like, said Moody, his magical eye swivelling onto Hermione and fixing her with an eerie, unblinking stare. If you'd rather learn the hard way when someone's putting it on you so they can control you completely, fine by me. You're excused. Off you go. He pointed one gnarled finger towards the door. Hermione went very pink and muttered something about not meaning that she wanted to leave. Harry and Ron grinned at each other. They knew Hermione would rather eat booba-tuber pus than miss such an important lesson. Moody began to beckon students forward in turn and put the Imperious Curse upon them. Harry watched as one by one his classmates did the most extraordinary things under its influence. Dean Thomas hopped 3 times around the room, singing the national anthem. Lavender Brown imitated a squirrel. Neville performed a series of quite astonishing gymnastics he would certainly not have been capable of in his normal state. Not one of them seemed to be able to fight the curse off, and each of them recovered only when Moody had removed it. Potter, Moody growled. You next. Harry moved forward into the middle of the classroom, into the space that Moody had cleared of desks. Moody raised his wand, pointed it at Harry, and said, Imperio! It was the most wonderful feeling. Harry felt a floating sensation, as every thought and worry in his head was wiped gently away, leaving nothing but a vague, untraceable happiness. He stood there feeling immensely relaxed, only dimly aware of everyone watching him. And then he heard Mad-Eye Moody's voice, echoing in some distant chamber of his empty brain. "Jump onto the desk! Jump onto the desk!" Harry bent his knees obediently, preparing to spring. Jump onto the desk! Why, though? Another voice had awoken in the back of his brain. "Stupid thing to do, really," said the voice. "Jump onto the desk!" "No, I don't think I will, thanks," said the other voice, a little more firmly. "No, I don't really want to." "Jump, now!" The next thing Harry felt was considerable pain. He had both jumped and tried to prevent himself from jumping. The result was that he'd smashed headlong into the desk, knocking it over, and by the feeling in his legs, fractured both his kneecaps. "Now, that's more like it," growled Moody's voice. And suddenly Harry felt the empty, echoing feeling in his head disappear. He remembered exactly what was happening, and the pain in his knees seemed to double. "Look at that, you lot! Potter fought! He fought it, and he damn near beat it. We'll try that again, Potter, and the rest of you pay attention. Watch his eyes. That's where you see it. Very good, Potter. Very good indeed. They'll have trouble controlling you." "The way he talks," Harry muttered, as he hobbled out of the Defence Against the Dark Arts class an hour later. Moody had insisted on putting Harry through his paces 4 times in a row until Harry could throw the curse off entirely. "You'd think we were all going to be attacked any second." "Yeah, I know," said Ron, who was skipping on every alternate step. He had had much more difficulty with the curse than Harry, though Moody assured him the effects would have worn off by lunchtime. "Talk about paranoid." Ron glanced nervously over his shoulder to check that Moody was definitely out of earshot, and went on. "No wonder they were glad to get shot of him at the Ministry. Did you hear him telling Seamus what he did to that witch who shouted boo behind him on April Fool's Day? And when are we supposed to read up on resisting the Imperious Curse with everything else we've got to do?" All the fourth years had noticed a definite increase in the amount of work they were required to do this term. Professor McGonagall explained why when the class gave a particularly loud groan at the amount of Transfiguration homework she had set. "You are now entering a most important phase of your magical education," she told them, her eyes glinting dangerously behind her square spectacles. "Your ordinary wizarding levels are drawing closer." "We don't take owls till 5th year," said Dean Thomas indignantly. "Maybe not, Thomas, but believe me, you need all the preparation you can get. Miss Granger remains the only person in the class who has managed to turn a hedgehog into a satisfactory pincushion. I might remind you that your pincushion, Thomas, still curls up in fright if anyone approaches it with a pin." Hermione, who had turned rather pink again, seemed to be trying not to look too pleased with herself. Harry and Ron were deeply amused when Professor Trelawney told them that they had received top marks for their homework in their next divination class. She read out large portions of their predictions, commending them for their unflinching acceptance of the horrors in store for them. But they were less amused when she asked them to do the same thing for the month after next. Both of them were running out of ideas for catastrophes. Meanwhile, Professor Binns, the ghost who taught history of magic, had them writing weekly essays on the goblin rebellions of the 18th century. Professor Snape was forcing them to research antidotes. They took this seriously, as he had hinted that he might be poisoning one of them before Christmas to see if their antidote worked. Professor Flitwick had asked them to read 3 extra books in preparation for their lesson on summoning charms. Even Hagrid was adding to their workload. The blast-ended Scroots were growing at a remarkable pace, given that nobody had yet discovered what they ate. Hagrid was delighted, and as part of their project suggested that they came down to his hut on alternate evenings to observe the Scroots and make notes on their extraordinary behaviour. "I will not," said Draco Malfoy flatly, when Hagrid had proposed this with the air of Father Christmas pulling an extra-large toy out of his sack. "I see enough of these foul things during lessons, thanks." Hagrid's smile faded from his face. "You'll do what you're told," he growled, "or I'll be taking a leaf out of Professor Moody's book. I hear you made a good ferret, Malfoy." The Gryffindors roared with laughter. Malfoy flushed with anger, but apparently the memory of Moody's punishment was still sufficiently painful to stop him retorting. Harry, Ron and Hermione returned to the castle at the end of the lesson in high spirits. Seeing Hagrid put down Malfoy was particularly satisfying, especially because Malfoy had done his very best to get Hagrid sacked the previous year. When they arrived in the entrance hall, they found themselves unable to proceed owing to the large crowd of students congregated there, all milling around a large sign which had been erected at the foot of a marble staircase. Ron, the tallest of the three, stood on tiptoe to see over the heads in front of them and read the sign aloud to the other two. Tri-Wizard Tournament. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday the 30th of October. Lessons will end half an hour early. Brilliant, said Harry. It's potions last thing on Friday. Snape won't have time to poison us all. Students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast. Only a week away, said Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff, emerging from the crowd, his eyes gleaming. I wonder if Cedric knows. Think I'll go and tell him. Cedric, said Ron blankly, as Ernie hurried off. Diggory, said Harry. He must be entering the tournament. That idiot, Hogwarts champion, said Ron, as they pushed their way through the chattering crowd towards the staircase. He's not an idiot. You just don't like him because he beat Gryffindor at Quidditch, said Hermione. I've heard he's a really good student, and he's a prefect. She spoke as though this settled the matter. You only like him because he's handsome, said Ron scathingly. Excuse me, I don't like people just because they're handsome, said Hermione indignantly. Ron gave a loud false laugh, which sounded oddly like Lockhart. The appearance of the sign in the entrance hall had a marked effect upon the inhabitants of the castle. During the following week, there seemed to be only one topic of conversation, no matter where Harry went: the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Rumours were flying from student to student like highly contagious germs. Who was going to try for Hogwarts champion? What the tournament would involve? How the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang differed from themselves? Harry noticed too that the castle seemed to be undergoing an extra thorough cleaning. Several grimy portraits had been scrubbed, much to the displeasure of their subjects, who sat huddled in their frames, muttering darkly and wincing as they felt their raw pink faces. The suits of armour were suddenly gleaming and moving without squeaking, and Argus Filch, the caretaker, was behaving so ferociously to any student who forgot to wipe their shoes that he terrified a pair of first-year girls into hysterics. Other members of staff seemed oddly tense too. Longbottom, kindly do not reveal that you can't even perform a simple switching spell in front of anyone from Durmstrang, Professor McGonagall barked at the end of one particularly difficult lesson, during which Neville had accidentally transplanted his own ears onto a cactus. When they went down to breakfast in the morning of the 30th of October, they found that the Great Hall had been decorated overnight. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, each of them representing a Hogwarts house, red with a gold lion for Gryffindor, blue with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw, yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver serpent for Slytherin. Behind the teacher's table, the largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms: lion, eagle, badger and snake, united around a large letter H. Harry, Ron and Hermione spotted Fred and George at the Gryffindor table. Once again, and most unusually, they were sitting apart from everyone else and conversing in low voices. Ron led the way over to them. It's a bummer, all right, George was saying gloomily to Fred, but if he won't talk to us in person, we'll have to send him the letter after all, or we'll stuff it into his hand. He can't avoid us forever. Who's avoiding you? Said Ron, sitting down next to them. Wish you would, said Fred, looking irritated at the interruption. What's a bummer? Ron asked George. Having a nosy get like you for a brother, said George. You two got any ideas on the Tri-Wizard Tournament yet? Said Harry. Thoughts any more about trying to enter? I asked McGonagall how the champions are chosen, but she wasn't telling, said George bitterly. She just told me to shut up and get on with transfiguring my raccoon. Wonder what the tasks are going to be, said Ron thoughtfully. You know, I bet we could do them, Harry. We've done dangerous stuff before. Not in front of a panel of judges, you haven't, said Fred. McGonagall says the champions get awarded points according to how well they've done the tasks. Who are the judges? Harry asked. Well, the heads of the participating schools are always on the panel, said Hermione, and everyone looked around at her rather surprised, because all three of them were injured during the tournament of 1792. With a cockatrice the champions were supposed to be catching went on the rampage. She noticed them all looking at her and said, with her usual air of impatience that nobody else had read all the books she had. "It's all in Hogwarts a history, though of course the book's not entirely reliable. A revised history of Hogwarts would be a more accurate title, or a highly biased and selective history of Hogwarts, which glosses over the nastier aspects of the school." "What are you on about?" said Ron, though Harry thought he knew what was coming. "House elves," said Hermione loudly, and proving Harry right. "Not once in over 1,000 years does Hogwarts a history mention that we are all colluding in the oppression of 100 slaves." Harry shook his head and applied himself to his scrambled eggs. His and Ron's lack of enthusiasm had done nothing whatsoever to curb Hermione's determination to pursue justice for house elves. True, both of them had paid 2 sickles for a spew badge, but they had only done it to keep her quiet. Their sickles had been wasted, however. If anything, they seemed to have made Hermione more vociferous. She had been badgering Harry and Ron ever since, firstly to wear the badges, then to persuade others to do the same, and she had also taken to rattling around the Gryffindor common room every evening, cornering people and shaking the collecting tin under their noses. "You do realise that your sheets are changed, your fires lit, your classrooms cleaned, and your food cooked by a group of magical creatures who are unpaid and enslaved," she kept saying fiercely. Some people, like Neville, had paid up just to stop Hermione glowering at them. A few seemed mildly interested in what she had to say, but were reluctant to take a more active role in campaigning. Many regarded the whole thing as a joke. Ron now rolled his eyes at the ceiling, which was flooding them all in autumn sunlight, and Fred became extremely interested in his bacon. Both twins had refused to buy a spew badge. George, however, leant towards Hermione. "Listen, have you ever been down to the kitchens, Hermione?" "No, of course not," said Hermione curtly. "I hardly think students are supposed to." "Well, we have," said George, indicating Fred. "Lots of times, to nick food, and we've met them, and they're happy. They think they've got the best job in the world." "That's because they're uneducated and brainwashed," Hermione began hotly, but her next few words were drowned by the sudden whooshing noise from overhead, which announced the arrival of the post owls. Harry looked up at once and saw Hedwig soaring towards him. Hermione stopped talking abruptly. She and Ron watched Hedwig anxiously as she fluttered down onto Harry's shoulder, folded her wings and held out her leg wearily. Harry pulled off Sirius' reply and offered Hedwig his bacon rinds, which she ate gratefully. Then, checking that Fred and George were safely immersed in further discussions about the Triwizard Tournament, Harry read out Sirius' letter in a whisper to Ron and Hermione. "Nice try, Harry. I'm back in the country and well hidden. I want you to keep me posted on everything that's going on at Hogwarts. Don't use Hedwig. Keep changing owls. And don't worry about me. Just watch out for yourself. Don't forget about what I said about your scar. Sirius." "Why'd you have to keep changing owls?" Ron asked in a low voice. "Hedwig will attract too much attention," said Hermione at once. "She stands out. A snowy owl that keeps returning to wherever he's hiding. I mean, they're not native birds, are they?" Harry rolled up the letter and slipped it inside his robes, wondering whether he felt more or less worried than before. He supposed that Sirius, managing to get back without being caught, was something. He couldn't deny, either, that the idea that Sirius was much nearer was reassuring. At least he wouldn't have to wait so long for a response every time he wrote. "Thanks, Hedwig," he said, stroking her. She hooted sleepily, dipped her beak briefly into his goblet of orange juice, and then took off again, clearly desperate for a good long sleep in the owlery. There was a pleasant feeling of anticipation in the air that day. Nobody was very attentive in lessons, being much more interested in the arrival that evening of the people from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Even potions were more bearable than usual, as it was half an hour shorter. When the bell rang early, Harry, Ron and Hermione hurried up to the Gryffindor Tower, deposited their bags and books as they had been instructed, pulled on their cloaks and rushed back downstairs to the entrance hall. The heads of houses were ordering their students into lines. "Weasley, straighten your hat," Professor McGonagall snapped at Ron. "Miss Patil, take that ridiculous thing out of your hair." Parvati scowled and removed a large ornamental butterfly from the end of her plait. "Follow me, please," said Professor McGonagall. "First years in front, no pushing." They filed down the front steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a cold, clear evening. Dusk was falling, and a pale, transparent-looking moon was already shining over the forbidden forest. Harry, standing between Ron and Hermione in the fourth row from the front, saw Dennis Creevy positively shivering with anticipation among the other first years. "Nearly 6, said Ron, checking his watch and then staring down the drive which led to the front gates. "How do you reckon they're coming? The train?" "I doubt it," said Hermione. "How then?" "Broomsticks," Harry suggested, looking up at the starry sky. "I don't think so. Not from that far away." "A portkey," Ron suggested. "Or they could apparate. Maybe you're allowed to do it under 17, wherever they come from." "You can't apparate inside the Hogwarts grounds. How often do I have to tell you?" said Hermione impatiently. They scanned the darkening grounds excitedly, but nothing was moving. Everything was still, silent, and quite as usual. Harry was starting to feel cold. He wished they'd hurry up. Maybe the foreign students were preparing a dramatic entrance. He remembered what Mr. Weasley had said back on the campsite before the Quidditch World Cup. "Always the same. We can't resist showing off when we get together." And then Dumbledore called out from the back row, where he stood with the other teachers. "Aha! Unless I am very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbaton approaches." "Where?" said many students eagerly, all looking in different directions. "There!" yelled a sixth year, pointing over the forest. Something large, much larger than a broomstick, or indeed 100 broomsticks, was hurtling across the deep blue sky towards the castle, growing larger all the time. "It's a dragon!" shrieked one of the first years, losing her head completely. "Don't be stupid. It's a flying house," said Dennis Creevy. Dennis's guess was closer, as the gigantic black shape skimmed over the roof treetops of the forbidden forest, and the light shining from the castle windows hit it. They saw a gigantic, powder-blue, horse-drawn carriage, the size of a large house, soaring towards them, pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses, all palominos, and each the size of an elephant. The front 3 rows of students drew backwards as the carriage hurtled ever lower, coming in to land at a tremendous speed. Then, with an almighty crash that made Neville jump backwards onto a Slytherin 5th year's foot, the horses' hooves, larger than dinner plates, hit the ground. A second later the carriage landed too, bouncing upon its vast wheels, while the golden horses tossed their enormous heads and rolled large fiery red eyes. Harry just had time to see that the door of the carriage bore a coat of arms, 2 crossed golden wands, each emitting 3 stars, before it opened. A boy in pale blue robes jumped down from the carriage, bent forwards, fumbled for a moment with something on the carriage floor, and unfolded a set of golden steps. He sprang back respectfully. Then Harry saw a shining, high-heeled black shoe emerging from the inside of the carriage, a shoe the size of a child's sled, followed almost immediately by the largest woman he had ever seen in his life. The size of the carriage and of the horses was immediately explained. A few people gasped. Harry had only ever seen one person as large as this woman in his life, and that was Hagrid. He doubted whether there was an inch difference in their heights. Yet somehow, maybe simply because he was used to Hagrid, the woman, now at the foot of the steps and looking around at the waiting, wide-eyed crowd, seemed even more unnaturally large. As she stepped into the light, flooding from the entrance hall, she was revealed to have a handsome, olive-skinned face, large, black, liquid-looking eyes, and a rather beaky nose. Her hair was drawn back in a shining knob at the base of her neck. She was dressed from head to foot in black satin, and many magnificent opals gleamed at her throat on her thick fingers. Dumbledore started to clap. The students, following his lead, broke into applause too, many of them standing on tiptoe, the better to look at the woman. Her face relaxed into a gracious smile, and she walked forwards towards Dumbledore, extending a glittering hand. Dumbledore, though tall himself, had barely to bend to kiss it. "My dear Madame Maxime," he said, "welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," said Madame Maxime in a deep voice, "I hope I find you well." "On excellent form, I thank you," said Dumbledore. "My pupils," said Madame Maxime, waving one of her enormous hands carelessly behind her. Harry, whose attention had been focused completely upon Madame Maxime, now noticed that around a dozen boys and girls, all, by the look of them, in their late teens, had emerged from the carriage and were now standing behind Madame Maxime. They were shivering, which was unsurprising given that their robes seemed to be made of fine silk, and none of them were wearing cloaks. A few of them had wrapped scarves and shawls around their heads. From what Harry could see, their faces, they were standing in Madame Maxime's enormous shadow. They were staring up at Hogwarts with apprehensive looks on their faces. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxime asked. "He should be here any moment," said Dumbledore. "Would you like to wait here and greet him, or would you prefer to step inside and warm up a trifle?" "Warm up, I think," said Madame Maxime. "But the horses—" "Our care of magical creatures teacher will be delighted to take care of them," said Dumbledore, "the moment he has returned from dealing with a slight situation which has arisen with some of his other, charges." "Scroots," Ron muttered to Harry, grinning. "My steeds require forceful handling," said Madame Maxime, looking as though she doubted whether any care of magical creatures teacher at Hogwarts could be up to the job. "They are very strong." "I assure you that Hagrid will be well up to the job," said Dumbledore, smiling. "Very well," said Madame Maxime, bowing slightly. "Will you please inform this Hagrid that the horses drink only single malt whiskey?" "It will be attended to," said Dumbledore, also bowing. "Come," said Madame Maxime imperiously to her students, and the Hogwarts crowd parted to allow her and her students to pass up the stone steps. "How big do you reckon Durmstrang's horses are going to be?" Seamus Finnegan said, leaning around Lavender and Parvati to address Harry and Ron. "Well, if they're any bigger than this lot, even Hagrid won't be able to handle them," said Harry. "That's if he hasn't been attacked by his Scroots. Wonder what's up with them." "Maybe they've escaped," said Ron hopefully. "Oh, don't say that," said Hermione with a shudder. "Imagine that let loose in the grounds." They stood shivering slightly now, waiting for the Durmstrang party to arrive. Most people were gazing hopefully up at the sky. For a few minutes the silence was broken only by Madame Maxime's huge horses snorting and stamping. But then— "Can you hear something?" said Ron suddenly. Harry listened. A loud and oddly eerie noise was drifting towards them from out of the darkness, a muffled rumbling and sucking sound, as though an immense vacuum cleaner was moving along a riverbed. "The lake!" yelled Lee Jordan, pointing down at it. "Look at the lake!" From their position at the top of the lawns overlooking the grounds, they had a clear view of the smooth black surface of the water, except that the surface was suddenly not smooth at all. Some disturbance was taking place deep in the centre. Great bubbles were forming on the surface, waves were now washing over the muddy banks, and then, out in the very middle of the lake, a whirlpool appeared, as if a giant plug had just been pulled out of the lake's floor. What seemed to be a long black pole began to rise slowly out of the heart of the whirlpool, and then Harry saw the rigging. "It's a mast," he said to Ron and Hermione. Slowly, magnificently, the ship rose out of the water, gleaming in the moonlight. It had a strangely skeletal look about it, as though it was a resurrected wreck, and the dim, misty lights shimmering at its portholes looked like ghostly eyes. Finally, with a great sloshing noise, the ship emerged entirely, bobbing on the turbulent water, and began to glide towards the bank. A few moments later, they heard the splash of an anchor being thrown down in the shallows, and the thud of a plank being lowered onto the bank. People were disembarking. They could see their silhouettes passing the lights in the ship's portholes. All of them, Harry noticed, seemed to be built along the lines of Crabbe and Goyle. But then, as they drew nearer, walking up the lawns into the light streaming from the entrance hall, he saw that their bulk was really due to the fact that they were wearing cloaks of some kind of shaggy, matted fur. But the man who was leading them up to the castle was wearing furs of a different sort, sleek and silver like his hair. "Dumbledore," he called heartily as he walked up the slope. "How are you, my dear fellow? How are you?" "Blooming, thank you, Professor Karkaroff," Dumbledore replied. Karkaroff had a fruity, unctuous voice when he stepped into the light pouring from the front doors of the castle that saw that he was tall and thin like Dumbledore, but his white hair was short and his goatee, finishing in a small curl, did not entirely hide his rather weak chin. When he reached Dumbledore, he shook hands with both of his own. "Dear old Hogwarts," he said, looking up at the castle and smiling. His teeth were rather yellow, and Harry noticed that his smile did not extend to his eyes, which remained cold and shrewd. "How good it is to be here! How good! Victor, come along into the warmth. You don't mind, Dumbledore? Victor has a slight head cold." Karkaroff beckoned forwards one of his students, As the boy passed, Harry caught a glimpse of a prominent, curved nose and thick black eyebrows. He didn't need the punch on the arm Ron gave him, or the hiss in his ear to recognise that profile. "Harry, it's Crumb!" "I don't believe it," Ron said in a stunned voice, as the Hogwarts students filed back up the steps behind the party from Durmstrang. "Crumb! Harry! Victor Crumb!" "For heaven's sake, Ron, he's only a Quidditch player," said Hermione. "Only a Quidditch player," Ron said, looking at her as though he couldn't believe his ears. "Hermione, he's one of the best seekers in the world. I had no idea he was still at school." As they recrossed the entrance hall with the rest of the Hogwarts students, heading for the Great Hall, Harry saw Lee Jordan jumping up and down on the soles of his feet to get a better look at the back of Crumb's head. Several sixth-year girls were frantically searching their pockets as they walked. "Oh, I don't believe it. I haven't got a single quill on me. Do you think he'd sign my hat in lipstick?" "Really?" Hermione said loftily as they passed the girls, now squabbling over the lipstick. "I'm getting his autograph if I can," said Ron. "You haven't got a quill, have you, Harry?" "Nope, they're upstairs in my bag," said Harry. They walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Ron took care to sit on the side facing the doorway, because Crumb and his fellow Durmstrang students were still gathered around it, apparently unsure about where they should sit. The students from Beauxbaton had chosen seats at the Ravenclaw table. They were looking around the great hall with glum expressions on their faces. 3 of them were still clutching scarves and shawls around their heads. "It's not that cold," said Hermione irritably, who was watching them. "Why didn't they bring cloaks?" "Over here. Come and sit over here," Ron hissed. "Over here, Hermione. Budge up, make a space." "What?" "Too late," said Ron bitterly. Victor Crumb and his fellow Durmstrang students had settled themselves at the Slytherin table. Harry could see Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle looking very smug about this. As he watched, Malfoy bent forwards to speak to Crumb. "Yeah, that's right, smarm up to him, Malfoy," said Ron scathingly. "I bet Crumb can see right through him, though. Bet he gets people fawning over him all the time. Where do you reckon they're going to sleep? We could offer him a space in our dormitory. Harry, I wouldn't mind giving up my bed. I could kip on a camp bed." Hermione snorted. "They look a lot happier than the Beauxbaton lot," said Harry. The Durmstrang students were pulling off their heavy furs and looking up at the starry black ceiling with expressions of interest. A couple of them were picking up the golden plates and goblets and examining them, apparently impressed. Up at the staff table, Filch, the caretaker, was adding chairs. He was wearing his mouldy old tailcoat in honour of the occasion. Harry was surprised to see that he added 4 chairs, 2 on either side of Dumbledore's. "But there are only 2 extra people," Harry said. "Why's Filch putting out 4 chairs? Who else is coming?" "Eh?" said Ron vaguely. He was still staring vividly and avidly at Crumb. When all the students had entered the hall and settled down at their house tables, the staff entered, filing up to the top table and taking their seats. Last in line were Professor Dumbledore, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime. When their headmistress appeared, the pupils from Beauxbaton leapt to their feet. A few of the Hogwarts students laughed. The Beauxbaton party appeared quite unembarrassed and did not resume their seats until Madame Maxime had sat down on Dumbledore's left-hand side. Dumbledore, however, remained standing, and a silence fell over the great hall. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and most particularly guests," said Dumbledore, beaming around at the foreign students. "I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable." One of the Beauxbaton girls, still clutching a muffler around her head, gave what was unmistakably a derisive laugh. "No one's making you stay," Hermione whispered, bristling at her. "The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast," said Dumbledore. "I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home." He sat down, and Harry saw Karkaroff lean forward at once and engage him in conversation. The dishes in front of them filled with food as usual. The house elves in the kitchen seemed to have pulled out all the stops. There was a greater variety of dishes in front of them than Harry had ever seen, including several that were definitely foreign. "What's that?" said Ron, pointing at a large dish of some sort of shellfish stew that stood beside a large steak and kidney pudding. "Bouillabaisse," said Hermione. "Bless you," said Ron. "It's French," said Hermione. "I had it on holiday, summer before last. It's very nice." "I'll take your word for it," said Ron, helping himself to black pudding. The great hall seemed somehow much more crowded than usual, even though there were barely 20 additional students there. Perhaps it was because their differently coloured uniforms stood out so clearly against the black of the Hogwarts robes. Now that they had removed their furs, the Durmstrang students were revealed to be wearing robes of a deep blood red. Hagrid sidled into the hall through a door behind the staff table 20 minutes after the start of the feast. He slid into his seat at the end and waved to Harry, Ron and Hermione with a very heavily bandaged hand. "Scroot's doing all right, Hagrid?" Harry called. "Thriving," Hagrid called back happily. "Yeah, I'll just bet they are," said Ron quietly. "Looks like they finally found a food they like, doesn't it? Hagrid's fingers." At that moment, a voice said, "Excuse me, are you wanting the bouillabaisse?" It was the girl from Beauxbaton who had laughed during Dumbledore's speech. She had finally removed her muffler. A long sheet of silvery blonde hair fell almost to her waist. She had large, deep blue eyes and very white, even teeth. Ron went purple. He stared up at her, opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out except a faint gurgling noise. "Yeah, have it," said Harry, pushing the dish towards the girl. "You have finished with it?" "Yeah," Ron said breathlessly. "Yeah, it was excellent." The girl picked up the dish and carried it carefully off to the Ravenclaw table. Ron was still goggling at the girl, as though he had never seen one before. Harry started to laugh. The sound seemed to jog Ron back to his senses. "She's a Veela," he said hoarsely to Harry. Of course she isn't," said Hermione tartly. "I don't see anyone else gaping her like an idiot." But she wasn't entirely right about that. As the girl crossed the hall, many boys' heads turned, and some of them seemed to have been temporarily speechless, just like Ron. "I'm telling you, that's not a normal girl," said Ron, leaning sideways so he could keep a clear view of her. "They don't make them like that at Hogwarts." "They make them okay at Hogwarts," said Harry, without thinking. Cho Chang appeared to be sitting only a few places away from the girl with the silvery hair. "When you've both put your eyes back in," said Hermione briskly, "you'll be able to see who's just arrived." She was pointing up at the staff table. The two remaining empty seats had just been filled. Ludo Bagman was now sitting on Professor Karkaroff's other side, while Mr. Crouch, Percy's boss, was next to Madame Maxime. "What are they doing here?" said Harry in surprise. "They organised the Triwizard Tournament, didn't they?" said Hermione. "I suppose they wanted to be here to see it start." When the second course arrived, they noticed a number of unfamiliar puddings, too. Ron examined an odd sort of pale blancmange closely, then moved it carefully a few inches to his right, so that it would be clearly visible from the Ravenclaw table. The girl, who looked like a Veela, appeared to have eaten enough, however, and did not come over to get it. Once the golden plates had been wiped clean, Dumbledore stood up again. A pleasant sort of tension seemed to fill the hall now. Harry felt a slight thrill of excitement, wondering what was coming. Several seats along from them, Fred and George were leaning forwards, staring at Dumbledore with great concentration. "The moment has come," said Dumbledore, smiling around at the sea of upturned faces. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket." "The what?" Harry muttered. Ron shrugged. "Just to clarify the procedure which will be the following this year. But firstly, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartimus Crouch, Head of Department of International Magical Cooperation." There was a smattering of polite applause. "And Mr. Ludo Bagman, Head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." There was a much louder round of applause for Bagman than for Crouch, perhaps because of his fame as a beater, or simply because he looked so much more likeable. He acknowledged it was with a jovial wave of his hand. Bartimus Crouch did not smile or wave when his name was announced. Remembering him in his neat suit at the Quidditch World Cup, Harry thought he looked strange in wizard's robes. His toothbrush moustache and severe parting looked very odd next to Dumbledore's long white hair and beard. "Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament," Dumbledore continued, "and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel which will judge the champions' efforts." At the mention of the word champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Perhaps Dumbledore had noticed their sudden stillness, for he smiled as he said, "The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch." Filch, who had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore, carrying a great wooden chest, encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old. A murmur of excited interest rose from the watching students. Dennis Creevey actually stood on his chair to see it properly, but being so tiny, his head hardly rose above anyone else's. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, said Dumbledore, as Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways. Their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and, of course, their ability to cope with danger. At this last word, the hall was filled with a silence so absolute that nobody seemed to be breathing. As you know, 3 champions compete in the tournament, Dumbledore went on calmly, 1 from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore now took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore closed the casket and placed the goblet carefully on top of it, where it would be clearly visible to everyone in the hall. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as a champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross the line. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. An age line, Fred Weasley said, his eyes glinting as they all made their way across the hall to the doors into the entrance hall. Well, that should be fooled by an aging potion, shouldn't it? And once your name's in that goblet, you're laughing. It can't tell whether you're 17 or not. But I don't think anyone under 17 will stand a chance, said Hermione. We just haven't learnt enough. Speak for yourself, said George shortly. You'll try and get in, won't you, Harry? Harry thought briefly of Dumbledore's insistence that nobody under 17 should submit their name. But then the wonderful picture of himself winning the Triwizard Cup filled his mind again. He wondered how angry Dumbledore would be if someone younger than 17 did find a way to get over the age line. Where is he? Said Ron, who wasn't listening to a word of this conversation, but looking through to the crowd to see what had become of Crumb. Dumbledore didn't say where the Durmstrang people are sleeping, did he? But this query was answered almost instantly. They were level with the Slytherin table now, and Karkaroff had just bustled up to his students. Back to the ship, then, he was saying. Victor, how are you feeling? Did you eat enough? Should I send for some mulled wine from the kitchens? Harry saw Crumb shake his head as he pulled his furs back on. Professor, I would like some wine, and one of the other Durmstrang boys hopefully. I wasn't offering it to you, Polyakov, snapped Karkaroff, his warmly paternal air vanishing in an instant. I notice you have dribbled food all down the front of your robes again, disgusting boy. Karkaroff turned and led his students towards the doors, reaching them at exactly the same moment as Harry, Ron and Hermione. Harry stopped to let him walk through first. Thank you, said Karkaroff carelessly, glancing at him, and then Karkaroff froze. He turned his head back to Harry and stared at him as though he couldn't believe his eyes. Behind their headmaster, the students from Durmstrang came to a halt too. Karkaroff's eyes moved slowly up Harry's face and fixed upon his scar. The Durmstrang students were staring curiously at Harry too. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw comprehension dawn on a few of their faces. The boy, with food all down his front, nudged the girl next to him and pointed openly at Harry's forehead. "Yeah, that's Harry Potter," said a growling voice from behind them. Professor Karkaroff spun around, and Mad-Eye Moody was standing there, leaning heavily on his staff, his magical eye glaring unblinkingly at the Durmstrang headmaster. The colour drained from Karkaroff's face as Harry watched. A terrible look of mingled fury and fear came over his face. "You," he said, staring at Moody, as though unsure he was really seeing him. "Me," said Moody grimly, "and unless you've got anything to say to Potter, Karkaroff, you might want to move. You're blocking the doorway." It was true. Half the students in the hall were now waiting behind them, looking over each other's shoulders to see what was causing the hold-up. Without another word, Professor Karkaroff swept his students away with him. Moody watched him out of sight, his magical eye fixed upon his back, a look of intense dislike upon his mutilated face. As the next day was Saturday, more students would normally have breakfasted late. Harry, Ron and Hermione, however, were not alone in rising much earlier than they usually did at weekends. When they went down into the entrance hall, they saw about 20 people milling around it, some of them eating toast, all examining the goblet of fire. It had been placed in the centre of the hall on the stool that normally bore the sorting hat. A thin golden line had been traced on the floor, forming a circle 10 feet around it in every direction. "Anyone put their name in yet?" Ron asked a third-year girl eagerly. "All the Durmstrang lot," she replied, "but I haven't seen anyone from Hogwarts yet." "Bet some of them put it in last night, after we'd gone to bed," said Harry. "I would have done it if it'd been me. Wouldn't have wanted anyone watching. What if the goblet just gobbed you right back out again?" Someone laughed behind Harry. Turning, he saw Fred, George and Lee Jordan hurrying down the staircase, all three of them looking extremely excited. "Done it," Fred said in a triumphant whisper to Harry, Ron and Hermione. "Just taking it." "What?" said Ron. "The aging potion, dumb brains," said Fred. "1 drop each," said George, rubbing his hands together with glee. "We only need to be a few months older." "We're going to split the 1,000 galleons between the three of us if one of us wins," said Lee, grinning broadly. "I'm not sure this is going to work, you know," said Hermione warningly. "I'm sure Dumbledore will have thought of this." Fred, George and Lee ignored her. "Ready?" Fred said to the other two, quivering with excitement. "Come on then, I'll go first." Harry watched, fascinated, as Fred pulled a slip of parchment out of his pocket, bearing the words "Fred Weasley, Hogwarts." Fred walked right up to the edge of the line and stood there, rocking on his toes like a diver preparing for a 50-foot drop. Then, with the eyes of every person in the entrance hall upon him, he took a great breath and stepped over the line. For a split second, Harry thought it had worked. George certainly thought so, for he let out a yell of triumph and leapt after Fred. But next moment, there was a loud sizzling sound, and both twins were hurled out of the golden circle as though they'd been thrown by an invisible shot putter. They landed painfully 10 feet away on the cold stone floor, and to add insult to injury, there was a loud popping noise, and both of them sprouted identical long white beards. The entrance hall rang with laughter. Even Fred and George joined in, once they had got to their feet and taken a good look at each other's beards. "I did warn you," said a deep, amused voice, and everyone turned to see Professor Dumbledore coming out of the great hall. He surveyed Fred and George, his eyes twinkling. "I suggest you both go to Madame Pomfrey. She is already tending to Miss Fawcett of Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff, both of whom decided to age themselves up a little too. Though I must say, neither of their beards is anything like as fine as yours." Fred and George set off for the hospital wing, accompanied by Lee, who was howling with laughter, and Harry, Ron and Hermione, also chortling, went into breakfast. The decorations in the Great Hall had changed this morning. As it was Halloween, a cloud of live bats was fluttering around the enchanted ceiling, while hundreds of carved pumpkins leered from every corner. Harry led the way over to Dean and Seamus, who were discussing those Hogwarts students of 17 or over who might be entering. "There's a rumour going round. Warrington got up early and put his name in," Dean told Harry. That big bloke from Slytherin, who looks like a sloth." Harry, who had played Quidditch against Warrington, shook his head in disgust. "We can't have a Slytherin champion." "And all the Hufflepuffs are talking about Diggory," said Seamus contemptuously, "but I wouldn't have thought he'd have wanted to risk his good looks." "Listen," said Hermione suddenly. People were cheering out in the entrance hall. They all swivelled around in their seats and saw Angelina Johnson coming into the hall, grinning in an embarrassed sort of way. A tall black girl who played chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Angelina came over to them, sat down and said, "Well, I've done it. Just putting my name in." "You're kidding," said Ron, looking impressed. "Are you 17 then?" asked Harry. "Course she is." "Can't see a beard, can you?" said Ron. "I had my birthday last week," said Angelina. "Well, I'm glad someone from Gryffindor's entering," said Hermione. "I really hope you get it, Angelina." "Thanks, Hermione," said Angelina, smiling at her. "Yeah, better you than pretty boy Diggory," said Seamus, causing several Hufflepuffs passing their table to scowl heavily at him. What are we going to do today, then?" Ron asked Harry and Hermione, when they had finished breakfast and were leaving the great hall. "We haven't been down to visit Hagrid yet," said Harry. "OK," said Ron. "Just as long as he doesn't ask us to donate a few fingers to the Scroots." A look of great excitement suddenly dawned on Hermione's face. "I've just realised. I haven't asked Hagrid to join the Spew yet," she said brightly. "Wait for me, will you, while I nip upstairs and get the badges." "What's she like?" said Ron, exasperated, as Hermione ran up the marble staircase. "Hey, Ron," said Harry suddenly. "It's your friend." The students from Beauxbaton were coming through the front doors from the grounds, among them the Vila girl. Those gathered around the Goblet of Fire stood back to let them pass, watching eagerly. Madame Maxine entered the hall behind her students and organised them into a line. One by one, the Beauxbaton students stepped across the age line and dropped their slips of parchment into the blue-white flames. As each name entered the fire, it turned briefly red and emitted sparks. "What do you reckon happened to the ones that aren't chosen?" Ron muttered to Harry, as the Vila girl dropped her parchment into the Goblet of Fire. "Reckon they'll go back to school, or hang around to watch the tournament?" "Dunno," said Harry. "Hang around, I suppose. Madame Maxine's staying to judge, isn't she?" When all the Beauxbaton students had submitted their names, Madame Maxine led them back out of the hall and into the grounds again. "Where are they sleeping then?" said Ron, moving towards the front doors and staring after them. A loud rattling noise behind them announced Hermione's reappearance with the box of Spew badges. "Oh, good. Hurry up," said Ron, as he jumped down the stone steps, keeping his eyes on the back of the Vila girl, who was now halfway across the lawn with Madame Maxime. As they neared Hagrid's cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the mystery of the Beauxbaton sleeping quarters was solved. The gigantic powder-like carriage in which they had arrived had been parked 200 yards from Hagrid's front door, and the students were climbing back inside it. The elephantine flying horses that had pulled the carriage were now grazing in a makeshift paddock alongside it. Harry knocked on Hagrid's door, and Fang's booming barks answered immediately. "'Bout time," said Hagrid, when he'd flung open the door and seen who was knocking. "Thought you lot forgotten where I live." "We've been really busy, Hermione started to say, but then she stopped dead, looking up at Hagrid, apparently lost for words. Hagrid was wearing his best and very horrible hairy brown suit, plus a checked yellow and orange tie. This wasn't the worst of it, though. He had evidently tried to tame his hair, using large quantities of what appeared to be axle grease. It was now slicked down into two bunches. Perhaps he had tried a ponytail like Bill's, but found he had too much hair. The look didn't really suit Hagrid at all. For a moment Hermione goggled at him and then obviously decided not to comment. She said, where are the Scroots?" "Out by the pumpkin patch," said Hagrid happily. "They're getting massive. Must be nearly 3 feet long now. Only trouble is, they've started killing each other." "Oh no, really?" said Hermione, shooting a repressive look at Ron, who, staring at Hagrid's odd hairstyle, had just opened his mouth to say something about it. "Yeah," said Hagrid sadly. "It's okay, though. I've got 'em in separate boxes now. Still got about 20. "Well, that's lucky," said Ron. Hagrid missed the sarcasm. Hagrid's cabin comprised a single room, in one corner which was a gigantic bed covered in patchwork quilt. A similarly enormous wooden table and chairs stood in front of the fire, beneath the quantity of cured hams and dead birds hanging from the ceiling. They sat down at the table while Hagrid started to make tea. and were soon immersed in yet more discussion of the Triwizard Tournament. Hagrid seemed quite as excited about it as they were. "You wait," he said, grinning. "You just wait. You're going to see some stuff you've never seen before. First tack, eh? But I'm not supposed to say." "Go on, Hagrid," Harry, Ron and Hermione urged him, but he just shook his head, grinning. "I don't want to spoil it for you," said Hagrid, "but it's going to be spectacular, I tell you that. Them champions are going to have their work cut out. Never thought I'd live to see the Triwizard Tournament played again." They ended up having lunch with Hagrid, though they didn't eat much. Hagrid had made what he said was beef casserole, but after Hermione unearthed a large talon in hers, she, Harry and Ron rather lost their appetites. They enjoyed themselves trying to make Hagrid tell them what the tasks in the tournament were going to be, however, speculating which of the entrants were likely to be selected as champions, and wondering whether Fred and George were beardless yet. A light rain had started to fall by mid-afternoon. It was very cosy sitting by the fire, listening to the gentle patter of the drops on the window, watching Hagrid darning his socks and arguing with Hermione about house elves, for he flatly refused to join Spew when she showed him her badges. "You'll be doing him an unkindness, Hermione," he said gravely, threading a massive bone needle with thick yellow yarn. "It's in their nature to look after humans. That's what they like, see? You'd be making them unhappy to take their work away and insulting them if you try to pay them." "But Harry set Dobby free, and he was over the moon about it," said Hermione. "And we heard he's asking for wages now." "Yeah, well, you get weirdos in every breed. I'm not saying there isn't the odd elf who take freedom, but they'll never persuade most of them to do it. No, nothing doing, Hermione." Hermione looked very cross indeed, and stuffed her box of badges back into her cloak pocket. By 5:30 it was growing dark, and Ron, Harry and Hermione decided it was time to get back to the castle for the Halloween feast, and more importantly the announcement of the school champions. "I'll come with you," said Hagrid, putting away his darning. "Just give us a sec." Hagrid got up, went across to the chest of drawers beside his bed and began searching for something inside it. They didn't pay too much attention until a truly horrible smell reached their nostrils. Coughing, Ron said, "Hagrid, what's that?" "Eh?" said Hagrid, turning around with a large bottle in his hand. "Don't you like it?" "Is that aftershave?" said Hermione in a slightly choked voice. Eau de Cologne," Hagrid muttered. He was blushing. "Maybe it's a bit much," he said gruffly. "I'll go take it off. Hang on." He stumped out of the cabin, and they saw him washing himself vigorously in the water barrel outside the window. "Eau de Cologne," said Hermione in amazement. "Hagrid!" "And what's with the hair and the suit?" said Harry in an undertone. "Look," said Ron suddenly, pointing out of the window. Hagrid had just straightened up and turned around. If he had been blushing before, it was nothing to what he was doing now. Getting to their feet very cautiously, so that Hagrid wouldn't spot them, Harry, Ron and Hermione peered through the window and saw that Madame Maxime and the Beauxbatons students had just emerged from their carriage, clearly about to set off for the feast too. They couldn't hear what Hagrid was saying, but he was talking to Madame Maxime with a rapt, misty-eyed expression. Harry had only ever seen him wear once before, when he had been looking at the baby dragon, Norbert. "He's going up to the castle with her," said Hermione indignantly. "I thought he was waiting for us." Without so much as a backward glance at his cabin, Hagrid was trudging off up the grounds with Madame Maxime, the Beauxbatons students following in their wake, jogging to keep up with their enormous strides. "He fancies her," said Ron incredulously. "Well, if they end up having children, they'll be setting a world record. Bet any baby of theirs would weigh a ton." They let themselves out of the cabin and shut the door behind them. It was surprisingly dark outside. Drawing their cloaks more closely around themselves, they set off up the sloping lawns. "Ooh, it's them, look," Hermione whispered. The Durmstrang party were walking up towards the castle from the lake. Victor Crumb was walking side by side with Karkaroff, and the other Durmstrang students were straggling along behind them. Ron watched Crumb excitedly, but Crumb did not look around as he reached the front doors, a little ahead of Hermione, Ron and Harry, and proceeded through them. When they entered the candlelit great hall, it was almost full. The goblet of fire had been moved. It was now standing in front of Dumbledore's empty chair at the teacher's table. Fred and George, clean-shaven again, seemed to have taken their disappointment fairly well. "Hope it's Angelina," said Fred, as Harry, Ron and Hermione sat down. "So do I," said Hermione breathlessly. "Well, we'll soon know." The Halloween feast seemed to take much longer than usual. Perhaps because it was their second feast in 2 days. Harry didn't seem to fancy the extravagantly prepared food as much as he would normally have done. Like everyone else in the hall, judging by the constantly craning necks, the impatient expressions on every face, the fidgeting and the standing up to see whether Dumbledore had finished eating yet, Harry simply wanted the plates to clear and to hear who had been selected as champions. At long last, the golden plates returned to their original spotless state. There was a sharp upswing in the level of noise within the hall, which died away almost instantly as Dumbledore got to his feet. On either side of him, Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime looked as tense and expectant as anyone. Ludo Bagman was beaming and winking at various students. Mr. Crouch, however, looked quite uninterested, almost bored.
"Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision," said Dumbledore. "I estimate that it requires 1 more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them, please, to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber."
He indicated the door behind the staff table,
"where they will be receiving their first instructions."
He took out his wand and gave a great sweeping wave of it, as at once all the candles except those inside the carved pumpkins were extinguished, plunging them all into a state of semi-darkness. The goblet of fire now shone more brightly than anything in the whole hall, the sparkling bright, bluey whiteness of the flames almost painful on the eyes. Everyone watched, waiting. A few people kept checking their watches. "Any second," Lee Jordan whispered, 2 seats away from Harry. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red again. Sparks began to fly from it. Next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air. A charred piece of parchment fluttered out of it. The whole room gasped. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment and held it at arm's length so that he could read it by the light of the flames, which had turned back to the blue-white.
"The champion in Durmstrang," he read in a strong, clear voice, "will be Victor Krum."
"No surprises there," yelled Ron, as a storm of applause and cheering swept the hall. Harry saw Victor Krum rise from the Slytherin table and slouch up towards Dumbledore. He turned right, walked along the staff table and disappeared through the door into the next chamber.
"Bravo, Victor!"
boomed Karkaroff, so loudly that everyone could hear him, even over all of the applause.
"Knew you had it in you."
The clapping and chatting died down. Now everyone's attention was focused again on the goblet, which seconds later turned red once more. A second piece of parchment shot out of it, propelled by the flames.
"The champion for Beauxbaton," said Dumbledore, "is Fleur Delacour."
"It's her, Ron," Harry shouted, as the girl who so resembled Avila got gracefully to her feet, shook back her sheet of silvery blonde hair, and swept up between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. "Oh, look, they're all disappointed," Hermione said over the noise, nodding towards the remainder of the Beauxbaton party. Disappointed was a bit of an understatement, Harry thought. 2 of the girls who had not been selected had dissolved into tears and were sobbing into their heads on their arms. When Fleur Delacour, too, had vanished into the side chamber, silence fell again. But this time it was a silence so stiff with excitement you could almost taste it. The Hogwarts champion next. And the goblet of fire turned red once more. Sparks showered out of it. The tongue of flame shot high into the air, and from its tip Dumbledore pulled the 3rd piece of parchment.
"The Hogwarts champion," he called, "is Cedric Diggory."
"No," said Ron loudly, but nobody heard him, except Harry. The uproar from the next table was too great. Every single Hufflepuff had jumped to his or her feet, screaming and stamping, as Cedric made his way past them, grinning broadly, and headed off towards the chamber behind the teacher's table. Indeed, the applause for Cedric went on so long that it was some time before Dumbledore could make himself heard again.
"Excellent," Dumbledore called happily, as at last the tumult died down. "Well, we now have our 3 champions. I'm sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbaton and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real—"
But Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking, and it was apparent to everybody what had distracted him. The fire in the goblet had just turned red again. Sparks were flying out of it. A long flame shot suddenly into the air, and borne upon it was another piece of parchment.
Automatically, it seemed, Dumbledore reached out a long hand and seized the parchment. He held it out and stared at the name written upon it. There was a long pause, during which Dumbledore stared at the slip in his hands, and everyone in the room stared at Dumbledore. And then Dumbledore cleared his throat and read out, "Harry Potter."
Harry sat there, aware that every head in the great hall had turned to look at him. He was stunned. He felt numb. He was surely dreaming. He had not heard correctly. There was no applause. A buzzing as though of angry bees was starting to fill the hall. Some students were standing up to get a better look at Harry as he sat frozen in his seat. Up at the top table, Professor McGonagall had got to her feet and swept past Ludo Bagman and Professor Karkaroff to whisper urgently to Professor Dumbledore, who bent his ear towards her, frowning slightly. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. Beyond them, he saw the long Gryffindor table all watching him open-mouthed. I didn't put my name in," Harry said blankly. "You know I didn't." Both of them stared just as blankly back. At the top table, Professor Dumbledore had straightened up, nodding to Professor McGonagall.
"Harry Potter," he called again. "Harry, up here, if you please."
"Go on," Hermione whispered, giving Harry a slight push. Harry got to his feet, trod on the hem of his robes and stumbled slightly. He set off up the gap between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. It felt like an immensely long walk. The top table didn't seem to be getting any nearer at all, and he could feel hundreds and hundreds of eyes upon him, as though each was a searchlight. The buzzing grew louder and louder. After what seemed like an hour, he was right in front of Dumbledore, feeling the stares of all the teachers upon him.
"Well, through the door, Harry," said Dumbledore.
He wasn't smiling. Harry moved off along the teacher's table. Hagrid was sat right at the end. He did not wink at Harry or wave or give any of his usual signs of greeting. He looked completely astonished and stared at Harry as he passed, like everyone else. Harry went through the door out of the great hall and found himself in a smaller room, lined with paintings of witches and wizards. A handsome fire was roaring in the fireplace opposite him. The faces in the portraits turned to look at him as he entered. He saw a wizened witch flit out of the frame of her picture and into the one next to it, who contained a wizard with a walrus moustache. The wizened witch started whispering in his ear. Victor Crumb, Cedric Diggory, and Fleur Delacour were grouped around the fire. They looked strangely impressive, silhouetted against the flames. Crumb, hunched up and brooding, was leaning against the mantelpiece, slightly apart from the other two. Cedric was standing with his hands behind his back, staring into the fire. Fleur Delacour looked around when Harry walked in and threw back her sheet of long silvery hair. What is it?" she said. "Do they want us back in the hall?" She thought he had come to deliver a message. Harry didn't know how to explain what had just happened. He just stood there, looking at the three champions. It struck him how very tall all of them were. There was a sound of scurrying feet behind him, and Ludo Bagman entered the room. He took Harry by the arm and led him forwards. "Extraordinary," he muttered, squeezing Harry's arm. "Absolutely extraordinary. Gentlemen, lady," he added, approaching the fireside and addressing the other three, "may I introduce, incredible though it may seem, the fourth Tri-Wizard Champion." Victor Crumb straightened up. His surly face darkened as he surveyed Harry. Cedric looked nonplussed. He looked from Bagman to Harry and back again, as though sure he must have misheard what Bagman had said. Fleur Delacour, however, tossed her hair, smiling, and said, "Oh, very funny joke, Mr. Bagman." "Joke?" Bagman repeated, bewildered. No, not at all. Harry's name just came out of the Goblet of Fire." Crumb's thick eyebrows contracted slightly. Cedric was still looking politely bewildered. Fleur frowned. "But evidently there has been a mistake," she said contemptuously to Bagman. "It cannot compete. It's too young." "Well, it is amazing," said Bagman, rubbing his smooth chin and smiling down at Harry. "But as you know, the age restriction was only imposed this year as an extra safety measure, and as his name's come out of the goblet, I don't think there can be any ducking out of this at this stage. It's down in the rules. You're obliged. Harry will just have to do the best he—" The door behind him opened again, and a large group of people came in. Professor Dumbledore, followed closely by Mr. Crouch, Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. Harry heard the buzzing of the hundreds of students on the other side of the wall before Professor McGonagall closed the door.
Madame Maxime, said Fleur at once, striding over to her headmistress, they are saying that this little boy is to compete also.
Somewhere under Harry's numb disbelief, he felt a ripple of anger. Little boy? Madame Maxime had drawn herself up to her full and considerable height. The top of her handsome head brushed the candle-filled chandelier, and her gigantic black satin bosom swelled.
What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore? She said imperiously. I'd rather like to know that myself, Dumbledore, said Professor Karkaroff.
He was wearing a steely smile, and his blue eyes were like chips of ice.
2 Hogwarts champions. I don't remember anyone telling me the whole school is allowed 2 champions, or have I not read the rules carefully enough?
He gave a short and nasty laugh.
C'est impossible,
said Madame Maxime, whose enormous hand with its many superb opals was resting upon Fleur's shoulder.
Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions. It is most unjust. We are under the impression that your age line would keep out your younger contestants, Dumbledore, said Karkaroff, his steely smile still in place, though his eyes were colder than ever. Otherwise, we would, of course, have brought along a wider selection of candidates from our own schools.
It's no fault but Potter's, Karkaroff, said Snape softly. His black eyes were alight with malice. Don't go blaming Dumbledore for Potter's determination to break rules. He has been crossing lines ever since he arrived here.
Thank you, Severus,
said Dumbledore firmly, and Snape went quiet, though his eyes still glinted malevolently through his curtain of greasy black hair. Professor Dumbledore was now looking down at Harry, who looked right back at him, trying to discern the expression of the eyes behind the half-moon spectacles.
Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire, Harry?
Dumbledore asked calmly. No, said Harry. He was very aware of everybody watching him closely. Snape made a soft noise of impatient disbelief in the shadows.
Did you ask an older student to put it into the Goblet of Fire for you?
Said Professor Dumbledore, ignoring Snape.
No,
said Harry vehemently.
Ah,
but of course he is lying, cried Madame Maxime. Snape was now shaking his head, his lip curling.
He could not have crossed the age line,
said Professor McGonagall sharply. I'm sure we've all agreed on that.
Dumbledore must have made a mistake with the line, said Madame Maxime, shrugging.
It is possible, of course, said Dumbledore politely.
Dumbledore, you know perfectly well you did not make a mistake, said Professor McGonagall angrily. Really, what nonsense! Harry could not have crossed the lane himself, and as Professor Dumbledore believes that he did not persuade an older student to do it for him, I'm sure that should be good enough for everybody else.
She shot a very angry look at Professor Snape.
Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman,
said Karkaroff, his voice unctuous once more. You are our objective judges. Sure you would agree that this is most irregular. Bagman wiped his round, boyish face with his handkerchief and looked at Mr. Crouch, who was standing outside the circle of the firelight, his face half hidden in shadow. He looked slightly eerie, the half-darkness making him look much older, giving him an almost skull-like appearance. When he spoke, however, it was his usual curt voice. We must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names came out of the Goblet of Fire are bound to compete in the tournament. Well, Barty knows the rule book back to front, said Bagman, beaming and turning back to Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, as though the matter was now closed. I insist upon resubmitting the names of the rest of my students, said Karkaroff. He had dropped his unctuous tone and his smile now. His face wore a very ugly look indeed. You will set up the Goblet of Fire once more, and we will continue adding names until each school has 2 champions. It's only fair, Dumbledore. But Karkaroff, it doesn't work like that, said Bagman. The Goblet of Fire's just gone out. It won't reignite until the start of the next tournament. In which Durmstrang will most certainly not be competing, exploded Karkaroff. After all our meetings and negotiations and compromises, I little expected something of this nature to occur. I have half a mind to leave now. Empty threat, Karkaroff, growled a voice from near the door. You can't leave your champion now. He's got to compete. They're all going to compete.
binding magical contract like Dumbledore said. Convenient, eh? Moody had just entered the room. He limped towards the fire, and with every right step he took, there was a loud clunk. Convenient? Said Karkaroff. I'm afraid I don't understand you, Moody. Harry could tell he was trying to sound disdainful, and as though what Moody was saying was barely worth his notice, but his hands gave him away. They had balled themselves into fists. Don't you? Said Moody quietly. It's very simple, Karkaroff. Someone put Potter's name in that goblet, knowing he'd have to compete if it came out. Evidently someone who wished to give Hogwarts 2 bites at the apple, said Madame Maxime. I quite agree, Madame Maxime, said Karkaroff, bowing to her. I shall be lodging complaints with the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. If anyone's got reason to complain, it's Potter, growled Moody. But, funny thing, I don't hear him saying a word. Why would he complain? Burst out Fleur Delacour, stamping her foot. He has the chance to compete, has he? We have all been hoping to be chosen for weeks and weeks. The honour of our schools. 1,000 galleons in prize moneys is a chance many would die for. Maybe someone's hoping Potter is going to die for it, said Moody, with the merest trace of a growl. An extremely tense silence followed these words. Ludo Bagman, who was looking very anxious indeed, bounced nervously up and down on his feet and said, Moody, old man, what a thing to say. We all know Professor Moody considers the morning wasted if he hasn't discovered 6 plots to murder him before lunchtime, said Karkaroff loudly. Apparently he is now teaching his students to fear assassination too. An odd quality in a defence against the dark arts teacher, Dumbledore, but no doubt you had your reasons. Imagining things, am I? Growled Moody. Seeing things, eh? It was a skilled witch or wizard who put the boy's name in that goblet. Ah, what wizard is there of that? What evidence is there of that? Said Madame Maxime, throwing up her huge hands. Because they hoodwinked a very powerful magical object, said Moody. It would have needed an exceptionally strong confundus charm to bamboozle that goblet into forgetting that only 3 schools compete in the tournament. I'm guessing they submitted Potter's name under a 4th school to make sure he was the only one in his category. You seem to have given this a great deal of thought, Moody, said Karkaroff coldly. And a very ingenious theory it is, though of course I heard you recently got it into your head that one of your birthday presents contained a cunningly disguised basilisk egg, and smashed it to pieces before realizing it was a carriage clock, so you'll understand if we don't take you entirely seriously. Huh, there are those who'll turn innocent occasions to their advantage, Moody retorted in a menacing voice. It's my job to think the way dark wizards do, Karkaroff, as you ought to remember. Alastor, said Dumbledore warningly. Harry wondered for a moment whom he was speaking to, but then realised Mad-Eye could hardly be Moody's real first name. Moody fell silent, though still surveying Karkaroff with satisfaction. Karkaroff's face was burning. How this situation arose, we do not know, said Dumbledore, speaking to everyone gathered in the room. It seems to me, however, that we have no choice but to accept it. Both Cedric and Harry have been chosen to compete in the tournament. This, therefore, they will do. But Dumbledore, my dear Madame Maxime, if you have an alternative, I would be delighted to hear it. Dumbledore waited, but Madame Maxime did not speak. She merely glared. She wasn't the only one either. Snape looked furious, Karkaroff livid. Bagman, however, looked rather excited. Well, shall we crack on then? He said, rubbing his hands together and smiling around the room. Got to give our champions their instructions, haven't we? Barty, will want to do the honours? Mr. Crouch seemed to come out of the deep reverie. Yes, he said. Instructions, yes. The first task. He moved forwards into the firelight. Close to, Harry thought he looked ill. There were dark shadows beneath his eyes and a thin, papery look about his wrinkled skin that had not been there at the Quidditch World Cup. The first task is designed to test your daring, he told Harry, Cedric, Fleur and Crumb. So we are not going to be telling you what it is. Courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard. Very important. The first task will take place on November the 24th, in front of the other students and the panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from the teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. The champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over. Owing to the demanding and time-consuming nature of the tournament, the champions are exempted from end-of-year tests. Mr. Crouch turned to look at Dumbledore. I think that's all. Is it, Albus?
I think so,
said Dumbledore, who was looking at Mr. Crouch with mild concern.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to stay at Hogwarts tonight, Barty?
No, Dumbledore. I must get back to the Ministry, said Mr. Crouch. It is very busy, very difficult time at the moment. I've left young Weatherby in charge, very enthusiastic, a little over-enthusiastic if truth be told.
You'll come here and have a drink before you go, at least, said Dumbledore.
Come on, Barty, I'm staying, said Bagman brightly. It's all happening at Hogwarts now, you know. Much more exciting here than at the office.
I think not, Ludo, said Crouch, with a touch of his old impatience. Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, a nightcap, said Dumbledore.
But Madame Maxime had already put her arm around Fleur's shoulders and was leading her swiftly out of the room. Harry could hear them both talking very fast in French as they went off into the great hall. Karkaroff beckoned to Crumb, and they too exited, though in silence.
Harry, Cedric, I suggest you go to bed, said Dumbledore, smiling at both of them. I am sure Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are waiting to celebrate with you, and it would be a shame to deprive them of this excellent excuse to make a great deal of mess and noise.
Harry glanced at Cedric, who nodded, and they left together. The great hall was deserted now. The candles had burnt low, giving the jagged smiles of the pumpkins an eerie, flickering quality. So, said Cedric with a slight smile, we're playing against each other again. I suppose, said Harry. He really couldn't think of anything to say. The inside of his head seemed to be in complete disarray, as though his brain had been ransacked. So, tell me, said Cedric, as they reached the entrance hall, which was now lit only by torches in the absence of the goblet of fire. How did you get your name in? I didn't, said Harry, staring up at him. I didn't put it in. I was telling the truth. Ah, okay, said Cedric. Harry could tell Cedric didn't believe him. Well, see you then. Instead of going up the marble staircase, Cedric headed for a door to its right. Harry stood listening to him going down the stone steps beyond it, then slowly started to climb the marble ones. Was anyone except Ron and Hermione going to believe him, or would they all think he'd put himself in for the tournament? Yet how could anyone think that, when he was facing competitors who'd had 3 years more magical education than he had, when he was now facing tasks which not only sounded very dangerous, but which were to be performed in front of hundreds of people? Yes, he'd thought about it, he'd fantasized about it, but it had been a joke, really, an idle sort of dream. He'd never really seriously considered entering. But someone else had considered it. Someone else had wanted him in the tournament, and had made sure he was entered. Why? To give him a treat? He didn't think so, somehow. To see him make a fool of himself? Well, they were likely to get their wish. But to get him killed? Was Moody just being his usual paranoid self? Couldn't someone have put Harry's name in the goblet as a trick, a practical joke? Did anyone really want him dead? Harry was able to answer that at once. Yes, someone wanted him dead. Someone had wanted him dead ever since he'd been a year old. Lord Voldemort. But how could Voldemort have ensured that Harry's name got into the Goblet of Fire? Voldemort was supposed to be far away in some distant country, in hiding, alone, feeble and powerless. Yet in that dream he had had, just before he had woken with his scar hurting, Voldemort had not been alone. He had been talking to Wormtail, plotting Harry's murder. Harry got a shock to find himself facing the fat lady already. He had barely noticed where his feet were carrying him. It was also a surprise to see that she was not alone in her frame. The wizened witch who had flitted into her neighbour's painting when he had joined the champions downstairs was now sitting smugly beside the fat lady. She must have dashed through every picture lining 7 staircases to reach before him. Both she and the fat lady were looking down at him with the keenest interest. Well, 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 said the fat lady. Violet's just told me everything. Who's just been chosen as a school champion, then? Balderdash, said Harry dully. It most certainly isn't, said the pale witch indignantly. No, Vi, it's the password, said the fat lady soothingly.
and she swung it forwards on her hinges to let Harry into the common room. The blast of noise that met Harry's ears when the portrait opened almost knocked him backwards. Next thing he knew, he was being wrenched inside the common room by about a dozen pairs of hands, and was facing the whole of Gryffindor House, all of whom were screaming, applauding and whistling. "You'd have told us you'd entered," bellowed Fred. He looked half annoyed, half deeply impressed. How did you do it? Without getting a beard? Brilliant," roared George. "I didn't," Harry said. "I didn't know how." But Angelina had now swooped down upon him. "Oh, if it couldn't be me, at least it's a Gryffindor." "You'll be able to pay back Diggory for that Quidditch match, Harry," shrieked Katie Bell, another of the Gryffindor chasers. "We've got food, Harry. Come and have some." "I'm not hungry. I had enough at the feast." But nobody wanted to hear that he wasn't hungry. Nobody wanted to hear that he hadn't put his name into the goblet. Not one single person seemed to have noticed that he wasn't at all in the mood to celebrate. Lee Jordan had unearthed a Gryffindor banner from somewhere, and he insisted on draping it around Harry like a cloak. Harry couldn't get away. Whenever he tried to sidle over to the staircase up to the dormitories, the crowd around him closed ranks, forcing another butter beer on him, stuffing crisps and peanuts into his hands. Everyone wanted to know how he had done it, how he had tricked Dumbledore's age line and managed to get his name into the goblet. "I didn't," he said over and over again. "I don't know how it happened." But for all the notice anyone took, he might just as well have not answered at all. "I'm tired," he bellowed finally, after nearly half an hour. "No, seriously, George, I'm going to bed." He wanted more than anything to find Ron and Hermione, to find a bit of sanity, but neither of them seemed to be in the common room. Insisting that he needed to sleep, and almost flattening the little Creevy brothers as they attempted to waylay him at the foot of the stairs, Harry managed to shake everyone off and climbed up to the dormitory as fast as he could. To his great relief, he found Ron was lying on his bed in the otherwise empty dormitory, still fully dressed. He looked up when Harry slammed the door behind him. "Where have you been?" Harry said. "Oh, hello," said Ron. He was grinning, but it looked very odd, strange sort of grin. Harry suddenly became aware that he was still wearing the Scarlet Gryffindor banner that Lee had tied around him. He hastened to take it off, but it was knotted very tightly. Ron lay on the bed without moving, watching Harry struggle to remove it. "So," he said, when Harry had finally removed the banner and thrown it into the corner. "Congratulations." "What do you mean, congratulations?" said Harry, staring at Ron. There was definitely something wrong with the way Ron was smiling. It was more like a grimace. "Well, no one else got across the age line," said Ron. "Not even Fred and George. What did you use, the invisibility cloak?" "The invisibility cloak wouldn't have got me over that line," said Harry slowly. "Oh, right," said Ron. "I thought you might have told me if it was the cloak, because it would have covered both of us, wouldn't it? But you found another way, did you?" "Listen," said Harry. "I didn't put my name in that goblet. Someone else must have done it." Ron raised his eyebrows. "What would they do that for?" "I dunno," said Harry. He felt it would sound very melodramatic to say, "to kill me." Ron's eyebrows rose so high that they were in danger of disappearing into his hair. "It's okay, you know. You can tell me the truth," he said. "If you don't want everyone else to know, fine, but I don't know why you're bothering to lie. You didn't get into trouble for it, did you? The friend of the fat lady's, that Violet, she's already told us all. Dumbledore's letting you enter. 1,000 galleons prize money, eh? And you don't have to do end-of-the-year tests either." "I didn't put my name in that goblet," said Harry, starting to feel angry. "Yeah, okay," said Ron, in exactly the same sceptical tone as Cedric. "Only, you said this morning you'd have done it last night, and no one would have seen you. I'm not stupid, you know." You're doing a really good impression of it," Harry snapped. "Yeah," said Ron, and there was no trace of grin, forced or otherwise, on his face now. "You want to get to bed, Harry? I expect you'll need to be up early tomorrow for a photo call or something." He wrenched the hanging shut around his four-poster, leaving Harry standing there by the door, staring at the dark red velvet curtains, now hiding one of the few people he had been sure would believe him. When Harry woke up on Sunday morning, it took him a moment to remember why he felt so miserable and worried. Then the memory of the previous night rolled over him. He sat up and ripped back the curtains of his own four-poster, intending to talk to Ron, to force Ron to believe him, only to find that Ron's bed was empty. He had obviously gone down to breakfast. Harry dressed and went down the spiral staircase into the common room. The moment he appeared, the people who had already finished breakfast broke into applause again. The prospect of going down into the great hall and facing the rest of the Gryffindors, all treating him like some sort of hero, was not inviting. It was that, however, or stay here and allow himself to be cornered by the Creevy brothers, who were both beckoning frantically for him to join them. He walked resolutely over to the portrait hole, pushed it open, climbed out of it, and found himself face to face with Hermione. "Hello," she said, holding up a stack of toast, which she was carrying in a napkin. "I brought you this. Want to go for a walk?" "Good idea," said Harry gratefully. They went downstairs, crossed the entrance hall quickly, without looking in at the great hall, and were soon striding across the lawn towards the lake, where the Durmstrang ship was moored, reflected blackly in the water. It was a chilly morning, and they kept moving, munching their toast, as Harry told Hermione exactly what had happened after he had left the Gryffindor table the night before. To his immense relief, Hermione accepted his story without question. "Well, of course, I knew you hadn't entered yourself," she said, when he'd finished telling her about the scene in the chamber off the hall. "The look on your face when Dumbledore read out your name. But the question is, who did put it in? Because Moody's right, Harry. I don't think any student could have done it. They'd never be able to fool the Goblet, or get over Dumbledore's—" "Have you seen Ron?" Harry interrupted. Hermione hesitated. Yes, he was at breakfast," she said. "Does he still think I entered myself?" "Well, no, I don't think so. Not really," said Hermione awkwardly. "What's that supposed to mean, not really?" "Oh, Harry, isn't it obvious?" Hermione said despairingly. "He's jealous." "Jealous?" Harry said incredulously. "Jealous of what? He wants to make a prat of himself in front of the whole school, does he?" "Look," said Hermione patiently. "It's always you who gets all the attention. You know it is. I know it's not your fault," she added quickly, seeing Harry open his mouth furiously. "I know you don't ask for it, but, well, you know, Ron's got all those brothers to compete against at home, and you're his best friend, and you're really famous. He's always shunted to one side whenever people see you, and he puts up with it, and he never mentions it, but I suppose this is just one time too many." "Great," said Harry bitterly. "Really great. Tell him from me I'll swap any time he wants. Tell him from me he's welcome to it. People gawping at my forehead everywhere I go." "I'm not telling him anything," Hermione said shortly. "Tell him yourself. It's the only way to sort this out." "I'm not running around after him, trying to make him grow up," Harry said, so loudly that several owls in a nearby tree took flight in alarm. "Maybe he'll believe I'm not enjoying myself once I've got my neck broken, or—" "That's not funny," said Hermione quietly. "That's not funny at all." She looked extremely anxious. "Harry, I've been thinking. You know what we've got to do, don't you? Straight away, the moment we get back to the castle. Yeah, give Ron a good kick up the— Wow, right to Sirius. You've got to tell him what's happened. He's asked you to keep him posted on everything that's going on at Hogwarts. It's almost like he expected something like this to happen. I brought some parchment and a quill out with me." "Come off it," said Harry, looking around to check that they couldn't be overheard, but the grounds were quite deserted. "He came back to the country just because my scar twinged. He'll probably come bursting right into the castle if I tell him someone's entered me for the Triwizard Tournament." "He'd want you to tell him," said Hermione sternly. "He's going to find out anyway." "How?" "Harry, this isn't going to be kept quiet," said Hermione very seriously. "This tournament's famous, and you're famous. I'll be really surprised if there isn't anything in the Daily Prophet about you competing. You're already in half the books about you-know-who. You know, and Sirius would rather hear it from you. I know he would." Okay, I'll write to him," said Harry, throwing his last piece of toast into the lake. They both stood and watched it floating there for a moment, before a large tentacle rose out of the water and scooped it beneath the surface. Then they returned to the castle. "Whose owl am I going to use?" Harry said, as they climbed the stairs. "He told me not to use Hedwig again." "Ask Ron if you can borrow—" "I'm not asking Ron anything," Harry said flatly. "Well, borrow one of the school owls then. Anyone can use them," said Hermione. They went up to the owlery. Hermione gave Harry a piece of parchment, a quill and a bottle of ink, and then strolled around the long lines of perches, looking at all the different owls, while Harry sat down against a wall and wrote his letter. "Dear Sirius, you told me to keep you posted on what's happening at Hogwarts, so here goes. I don't know if you've heard, but the Triwizard Tournament's happening this year, and on Saturday night I got picked as a 4th champion.
I don't know who put my name in the Goblet of Fire, because I didn't. The other Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory, from Hufflepuff." He paused at this moment, thinking. He had an urge to say something about the large weight of anxiety that seemed to have settled inside his chest since last night, but he couldn't think how to translate this into words. So he simply dipped his quill back into the ink bottle and wrote, "Hope you're okay, and Buckbeak. Harry." "Finished?" he told Hermione, getting to his feet and brushing straw off his robes. At this, Hedwig came fluttering down onto his shoulder and held out her leg. "I can't use you," Harry told her, looking around for the school owls. "I've got to use one of these." Hedwig gave a very loud hoot and took off so suddenly that her talons cut into his shoulder. She kept her back to Harry all the time he was tying his letter to the leg of a large barn owl. When the barn owl had flown off, Harry reached out to stroke Hedwig, but she clicked her beak furiously and soared up into the rafters out of reach. "First Ron, then you," said Harry angrily. "This isn't my fault." If Harry had thought that matters would improve once everyone got used to the idea of him being a champion, the following day showed him how mistaken he was. He could no longer avoid the rest of the school once he was back at lessons, and it was clear that the rest of the school, just like the Gryffindors, thought Harry had entered himself for the tournament. Unlike the Gryffindors, however, they did not seem impressed. The Hufflepuffs, who were usually on excellent terms with the Gryffindors, had turned remarkably cold towards the whole lot of them. One herbology lesson was enough to demonstrate this. It was plain that the Hufflepuffs felt that Harry had stolen their champion's glory, a feeling exacerbated, perhaps, by the fact that Hufflepuff House very rarely got any glory, and that Cedric was one of the few who had ever given them any, having beaten Gryffindor once at Quidditch. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley, with whom Harry normally got on very well, did not talk to him, even though they were repotting bouncing bulbs at the same tray, though they did laugh rather unpleasantly when one of the bouncing bulbs wriggled free from Harry's grip and smacked him hard in the face. Ron wasn't talking to Harry either. Hermione sat between them, making very forced conversation, but though both answered her normally, they avoided making eye contact with each other. Harry thought even Professor Sprout seemed distant with him, but then she was head of Hufflepuff House. He would have been looking forward to seeing Hagrid under normal circumstances, but care of magical creatures meant seeing the Slytherins too, the first time he could come face to face with them since becoming champion. Predictably, Malfoy arrived at Hagrid's cabin with his familiar sneer firmly in place. "Ah, look, boys, it's the champion," he said to Crabbe and Goyle, the moment he got within earshot of Harry. "Got your autograph books? Better get a signature now, because I doubt he's going to be around much longer. Half the Triwizard champions have died. How long do you reckon you're going to last, Potter? 10 minutes into the first task, my bet." Crabbe and Goyle guffawed sycophantically, but Malfoy had to stop there, because Hagrid emerged from the back of the cabin, holding a teetering tower of crates, each containing a very large, blast-ended Scroot. To the class's horror, Hagrid proceeded to explain that the reason the Scroots had been killing each other was an excess of pent-up energy, and that the solution would be for each of the class to fix a leash on a Scroot and take it for a short walk. The only good thing about this plan was that it distracted Malfoy completely. "Take this thing for a walk," he repeated in disgust, staring into one of the boxes. "And where exactly are we supposed to fix the leash? Around the sting, the blasting end, or the sucker?" "Round the middle," said Hagrid, demonstrating. Yeah, right. You're right. You want to put it on your dragon high gloves, just as an extra precaution, like Harry. You come here and help me with this big one." Hagrid's real intention, however, was to talk to Harry away from the rest of the class. He waited until everyone else had set off with their Scroots, then turned to Harry and said very seriously, "So, you're competing, Harry, in the tournament, school champion." "One of the champions," Harry corrected him. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes looked very anxious under his wild eyebrows. "No idea who put your name in for it, Harry?" "You believe I didn't do it, then?" said Harry, concealing with difficulty the rush of gratitude he felt at Hagrid's words. "Course I do," Hagrid grunted. "You say it wasn't you, and I believe you, and Dumbledore believes you and all." "Wish I knew who did do it," said Harry bitterly. The pair of them looked out over the lawn. The class was widely scattered now, and all in great difficulty. The Scroots were now over 3 feet long and extremely powerful. No longer shellless and colourless, they had developed a kind of thick, greyish, shiny armour. They looked like a cross between giant scorpions and elongated crabs, but still without recognisable heads or eyes. They had become immensely strong and very hard to control. "Look like they're having fun, don't they?" Hagrid said happily. Harry assumed he was talking about the Scroots, because his classmates certainly weren't. Every now and then, with an alarming bang, one of the Scroots' ends would explode, causing it to shoot forward several yards, and more than one person was being dragged along their stomach, trying desperately to get back on their feet. "I don't know, Harry," Hagrid sighed suddenly, looking back down at him with a worried expression on his face. "School champion! Everything seems to happen to you, doesn't it?" Harry didn't answer. Yes, everything did seem to happen to him. That was more or less what Hermione had said as they walked around the lake, and that was the reason, according to her, that Ron was no longer talking to him. The next few days were some of Harry's worst at Hogwarts, the closest he had ever come to feeling like this, and being during these months in his second year, when a large part of the school had suspected him of attacking his fellow students. But Ron had been on his side then. He thought he could have coped with the rest of the school's behaviour if he could have just Ron back as a friend. But he wasn't going to try and persuade Ron to talk to him if Ron didn't want to. Nevertheless, it was lonely, with dislike pouring in on him from all sides. He could understand the Hufflepuff's attitudes, even if he didn't like it. They had their own champion to support. He expected nothing less than vicious insults from the Slytherins. He was highly unpopular there, and always had been, as he had helped Gryffindor beat them so often, both at Quidditch and in the Inter-House Championship. But he had hoped the Ravenclaws might have found it in their hearts to support him as much as Cedric. He was wrong, however. Most Ravenclaws seemed to think that he had been desperate to earn himself a bit more fame by tricking the Goblet into accepting his name. Then there was the fact that Cedric looked the part of a champion so much more than he did. Exceptionally handsome, with his straight nose, dark hair and grey eyes. It was hard to say who was receiving more admiration these days, Cedric or Victor Crumb. Harry actually saw the same six-year girls who had been so keen to get Crumb's autograph, begging Cedric to sign their school bags one lunchtime. Meanwhile, there was no reply from Sirius. Hedwig was refusing to come anywhere near him. Professor Trelawney was predicting his death with even more certainty than usual, and he did so badly at summoning charms in Professor Flitwick's class that he was given extra homework, the only person to get any apart from Neville. "It's really not that difficult, Harry," Hermione tried to reassure him as they left Flitwick's class. She had been making objects zoom across the room to her all lesson, as though she was some sort of weird magnet for board dusters, waste paper baskets and lunarscopes. "You just weren't concentrating properly." "Wonder why that was," said Harry darkly, as Cedric Diggory walked past, surrounded by a large group of simpering girls, all of whom looked at Harry as though he was a particularly large blast-ended Scroot. "Still, never mind, eh? Double potions to look forward to this afternoon." Double potions was always a horrible experience, but these days it was nothing short of torture. Being shut in a dungeon for an hour and a half with Snape and the Slytherins, all of whom seemed determined to punish Harry as much as possible for daring to become a school champion, was about the most unpleasant thing Harry could imagine. He had already struggled through one Friday's worth, with Hermione sitting next to him, intoning "Ignore them, ignore them, ignore them" under her breath, and he couldn't see why today should be any better. When he and Hermione arrived outside Snape's dungeon after lunch, they found the Slytherins waiting outside, each and every one of them wearing a large badge on the front of his or her robes. For one wild moment, Harry thought they were spew badges. Then he saw that they all bore the same message, in luminous red letters that burnt brightly in the dimly lit underground passage. "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." "Like them, Potter?" said Malfoy loudly, as Harry approached. "And this isn't all they do. Look." He pressed his badge into his chest, and the message upon it vanished, to be replaced by another one, which glowed green. "Potter stinks." The Slytherins howled with laughter. Each of them pressed their badges too, until the message "Potter stinks" was shining brightly all around Harry. He felt that heat rise in his face and neck. "Oh, very funny," Hermione said sarcastically to Pansy Parkinson, and her range and gang of Slytherin girls, who were laughing harder than anyone. "Really witty."
Ron was standing against the wall with Dean and Seamus. He wasn't laughing, but he wasn't sticking up for Harry either. "Want one, Granger?" said Malfoy, holding out a badge to Hermione. "I've got loads, but don't touch my hand now. I've just washed it. You see, don't want mud blood sliming it up." Some of the anger Harry had been feeling for days and days seemed to burst through a dam in his chest. He had reached for his wand before he'd thought what he was doing. People all around them scrambled out of the way, backing down the corridor. "Harry!" Hermione said warningly. "Go on then, Potter," Malfoy said quietly, drawing out his own wand. "Moody's not here to look after you now. Do it, if you've got the guts." For a split second they looked at each other's eyes. Then at exactly the same time both acted. "Furnunculus!" Harry yelled. "Denseyo!" screamed Malfoy. Jets of light shot from both wands, hit each other in mid-air and ricocheted off at angles. Harry's hit Goyle in the face and Malfoy's hit Hermione. Goyle bellowed and put his hands to his nose, where great ugly boils were springing up. Hermione, whimpering in panic, was clutching her mouth. "Hermione!" Ron had hurried towards her to see what was wrong with her. Harry turned and saw Ron dragging Hermione's hand away from her face. It wasn't a pretty sight. Hermione's front teeth, already larger than average, were now growing at an alarming rate. She was looking more and more like a beaver as her teeth elongated, past her bottom lip towards her chin. Panic-stricken, she felt them, and let out a terrified cry. "And what is all this noise about?" said a soft, deadly voice. Snape had arrived. The Slytherins clamoured to give their explanations. Snape pointed a long yellow finger at Malfoy and said, "Explain." "Potter attacked me, sir." "We attacked each other at the same time," Harry shouted. "And he hit Goyle, look!" Snape examined Goyle, whose face now resembled something that would have been at home in a book on poisonous fungi. "Hospital wing, Goyle," Snape said calmly. "Malfoy got Hermione," Ron said. "Look." He forced Hermione to show Snape her teeth. She was doing her best to hide them with her hands, though this was difficult as they had now grown down past her collar. Pansy Parkinson and the other Slytherin girls were doubled up with silent giggles, pointing at Hermione from behind Snape's back. Snape looked coldly at Hermione and then said, "I see no difference." Hermione let out a whimper. Her eyes filled with tears. She turned on her heel and ran all the way up the corridor and out of sight. It was lucky, perhaps, that both Harry and Ron started shouting at Snape at the same time. Lucky their voices echoed so much in the stone corridor, for in the confused din it was impossible for him to hear exactly what they were calling him. He got the gist, however. "Let's see," he said in his silkiest voice. 50 points from Gryffindor, and a detention each for Potter and Weasley. Now get inside, or it'll be a week's worth of detentions." Harry's ears were ringing. The injustice of it made him want to curse Snape into 1,000 slimy pieces. He passed Snape, walked with Ron to the back of the dungeon and slammed his bag down onto the table. Ron was shaking with anger too. For a moment, it felt as though everything was back to normal between them, but then Ron turned and sat down with Dean and Seamus instead, leaving Harry alone at his table. On the other side of the dungeon, Malfoy turned his back to Snape and pressed his badge, smirking. Potter stinks flashed once more across the room. Harry sat there staring at Snape as the lesson began, picturing horrific things happening to him. If only he knew how to do the Cruciatus curse, he'd have Snape flat on his back like a spider, jerking and twitching. "Antidotes," said Snape, looking around at them all, his cold black eyes glittering unpleasantly. "You should all have prepared your recipes now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then we will be selecting someone on whom to test them." Snape's eyes met Harry's, and Harry knew what was coming. Snape was going to poison him. Harry imagined picking up his cauldron and sprinting to the front of the class and bringing it down on Snape's greasy head. And then a knock on the dungeon door burst in on Harry's thoughts. It was Colin Creevey. He edged into the room, beaming at Harry, and walked up to Snape's desk at the front of the room. "Yes," said Snape curtly. "Please, sir, I'm supposed to take Harry Potter upstairs." Snape stared down his hooked nose at Colin, whose smile faded from his eager face. "Potter has another hour of potions to complete," said Snape coldly. "He will come upstairs when this class is finished." Colin went pink. Sir, Mr. Bagman wants him,"
he said nervously. "All the champions have got to go. I think they want to take photographs." Harry would have given anything he owned to have stopped Colin saying the last few words. He chanced half a glance at Ron, but Ron was staring determinedly at the ceiling. Very well, Snape snapped. "Potter, leave your things here. I want you back down here later to test your antidote." "Please, sir, he's got to take his things with him," squeaked Colin. "All the champions." "Very well," said Snape. "Potter, take your bag and get out of my sight." Harry swung his bag over his shoulder, got up and headed for the door. As he walked through the slivering desks, Potter stinks flashed at him from every direction. "It's amazing, isn't it, Sir Harry?" said Colin, staring up to speak at the moment Harry had closed the dungeon door behind him. "Isn't it, though? You being champion?" "Yeah, really amazing," said Harry heavily, as they set off towards the steps into the entrance hall. "What do they want photos for, Colin?" "The Daily Prophet, I think." "Great," said Harry dully. "Exactly what I need, more publicity." "Good luck," said Colin, when they had reached the right room. Harry knocked the door and entered. He was in a fairly small classroom. Most of the desks had been pushed away to the back of the room, leaving a large space in the middle. 3 of them, however, had been placed end to end in front of the blackboard and covered with a long length of velvet. 5 chairs had been set in behind the velvet-covered desks, and Ludo Bagman was sitting in one of them, talking to a witch Harry had never seen before, who was wearing magenta robes. Victor Crumb was standing moodily in a corner as usual, and not talking to anybody. Cedric and Fleur were in conversation. Fleur looked a good deal happier than Harry had seen her so far. She kept throwing back her head so that her long silvery hair caught the light. A paunchy man, holding a large black camera which was smoking slightly, was watching Fleur out of the corner of his eye. Bagman suddenly spotted Harry, got up quickly and bounded forwards. "Ah, there he is, champion number 4. In you come, Harry. In you come. Nothing to worry about, it's just the wand weighing ceremony. The rest of the judges will be here in a moment." "Wand weighing?" Harry repeated nervously. "We have to check that your wands are fully functional. No problems, you know, as your most important tools in the task ahead," said Bagman. "The expert's upstairs now with Dumbledore, and there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter," he added, gesturing towards the witch in magenta robes. "She's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Daily Prophet." "Maybe not that small, Ludo," said Rita Skeeter, her eyes on Harry. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jewelled spectacles. The thick fingers clutching the crocodile skin handbag ended in 2-inch nails, painted crimson. "I wonder if I could have a little word with Harry before we start," she said to Bagman, but still gazing fixedly at Harry. "The youngest champion, you know, to add a bit of colour." "Certainly," said Bagman. "That is, if Harry has no objection." Said Harry. "Lovely," said Rita Skeeter, and in a second her scarlet taloned fingers had Harry's upper arm in a surprisingly strong grip, and she was steering him out of the room again and opening a nearby door. "We don't want to be in there with all that noise," she said. "Let's see. Ah, yes, this is a nice and cosy place." It was a broom cupboard. Harry stared at her. "Come along, dear. That's right, lovely," said Rita Skeeter again, perching herself precariously upon an upturned bucket, pushing Harry down onto a cardboard box and closing the door, throwing them into darkness. "Let's see now." She unsnapped her crocodile skin handbag and pulled out a handful of candles, which she lit with a wave of her wand and magicked into mid-air so that they could see what they were doing. "You won't mind, Harry, if I use a quick quotes quill? It leaves me free to talk to you normally." What?" said Harry. Rita Skeeter's smile widened. Harry counted 3 gold teeth. She reached again into her crocodile bag and drew out a long acid green quill and a roll of parchment, which she stretched out between them on a crate of Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. She put the tip of the green quill into her mouth, sucked it for a moment with apparent relish, and then placed it upright on the parchment, where it stood balanced on its point, quivering slightly. "Testing. My name is Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet reporter." Harry looked down quickly at the quill. The moment Rita Skeeter had spoken, the green quill had started to scribble, skidding across the parchment. "Attractive blonde Rita Skeeter, 43, whose savage quill has punctured many inflated reputations." Lovely, said Rita Skeeter yet again, and she ripped the top piece of parchment off, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into her handbag. Now she leant towards Harry and said, So, Harry, what made you decide to enter the Triwizard Tournament? Said Harry again, but he was distracted by the quill. Even though he wasn't speaking, it was dashing across the parchment, and in its wake he could make out a fresh sentence. An ugly scar, souvenir of a tragic past, disfigures the otherwise charming face of Harry Potter, whose eyes— Ignore the quill, Harry, said Rita Skeeter firmly. Reluctantly, Harry looked up at her instead. Now, why did you decide to enter the tournament, Harry? I didn't, said Harry. I don't know how my name got into the Goblet of Fire. I didn't put it in there. Rita Skeeter raised one heavily penciled eyebrow. Come now, Harry. There's no need to be scared of getting into trouble. We all know you shouldn't really have entered at all, but don't worry about that. Our readers love a rebel. But I didn't enter, Harry repeated. I don't know who— How do you feel about the tasks ahead? Said Rita Skeeter. Excited? Nervous? I haven't really thought. Yeah, nervous, I suppose, said Harry. His insides squirmed uncomfortably as he spoke. Champions have died in the past, haven't they? Said Rita Skeeter briskly. Have you thought about that at all? Well, they say it's going to be a lot safer this year, said Harry. The quill whizzed across the parchment between them, back and forwards, as though it was skating. Of course, you've looked death in the face before, haven't you? Said Rita Skeeter, watching him closely. How would you say that's affected you? Said Harry yet again. Do you think that the trauma in your past might have made you keen to prove yourself, to live up to your name? Do you think that perhaps you were tempted to enter the Triwizard Tournament because— I didn't enter, said Harry, starting to feel irritated. Can you remember your parents at all? Said Rita Skeeter, talking over him. No, said Harry. How do you think they'd feel if they knew you were competing in the Triwizard Tournament? Proud? Worried? Angry? Harry was feeling really annoyed now. How on earth was he to know how his parents would feel if they were alive? He could feel Rita Skeeter watching him very intently, frowning. He avoided her gaze and looked down at the words the quill had just written. Tears fill those startlingly green eyes as our conversation turns to the parents he can barely remember. I have not got tears in my eyes, said Harry loudly. Before Rita Skeeter could say a word, the door of the broom cupboard was pulled open. Harry looked around. Blinking in the bright light, Albus Dumbledore stood there, looking down at both of them, squashed into the cupboard. Dumbledore, cried Rita Skeeter with every appearance of delight. But Harry noticed that her quill and the parchment had suddenly vanished from the box of magical mess remover, and Rita's clawed fingers were hastily snapping shut the clasp of her crocodile skin bag. How are you? She said, standing up and holding out one of her large, mannish hands to Dumbledore. I hope you saw my piece over the summer about the International Confederation of Wizards Conference. Enchantingly nasty, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. I particularly enjoyed your description of me as an obsolete dingbat. Rita Skeeter didn't look remotely abashed. I was just making the point that some of your ideas were a little old-fashioned, Dumbledore, and that many wizards in the street— I will be delighted to hear the reasoning behind the rudeness, Rita, said Dumbledore, with a courteous bow and a smile, but I'm afraid we have to discuss the matter later. The weighing of the wands is about to start, and it cannot take place if one of our champions is hidden in a broom cupboard. Very glad to get away from Rita Skeeter, Harry hurried back into the room. The other champions were now sitting in chairs near the door, and he sat down quickly next to Cedric, looking up at the velvet-covered table, where 4 of the 5 judges were now sitting. Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Mr. Crouch and Ludo Bagman. Rita Skeeter settled herself down in a corner. Harry saw her slip the parchment out of her bag again, spread it out on her knee, suck the end of the quick quill, and place it once more in the parchment. May I introduce Mr. Ollivander, said Dumbledore, taking his place at the judges' table and talking to the champions. He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament. Harry looked around. With a jolt of surprise, saw an old wizard with large pale eyes standing quietly by the window. Harry had met Mr. Ollivander before. He was the wand maker from whom Harry had bought his own wand over 3 years ago in Diagon Alley. Mademoiselle Delacour "Could we have you forward first, please?" said Mr. Ollivander, stepping into the empty space in the middle of the room. Fleur Delacour swept over to Mr. Ollivander and handed over her wand. He said. He twirled the wand between his long fingers like a baton, and it emitted a number of pink and gold sparks. Then he held it close to his eyes and examined it carefully. "Yes," he said quietly, 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, and containing, dear me, an heir from the Edivaville," said Fleur, "one of my grandmothers." So Fleur was part Vila, thought Harry, making a mental note to tell Ron. Then he remembered that Ron wasn't speaking to him. "Yes," said Mr. Ollivander. "Yes, I've never used Vila hair myself. Of course, I find it makes for a rather temperamental wand. However, to each his own, and if this suits you—" Mr. Ollivander ran his fingers along the wand, apparently checking for scratches or bumps, and then he muttered, "Orchideas!" and a bunch of flowers burst from the wand tip. Very well, very well. It's in fine working order," said Mr. Ollivander, scooping up the flowers and handing them to Fleur with her wand. "Mr. Diggory, you next." Fleur glided back to her seat, smiling at Cedric as he passed her. "Ah, now this is one of mine, isn't it?" said Mr. Ollivander, with much more enthusiasm, as Cedric handed over his wand. "Yes, I remember it well, containing a single hair from the tail of a particularly fine male unicorn. Must have been 17 hands. Nearly gored me with his horn after I plucked his tail. 12.25 inches, ash, pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition. You treat it regularly?" "Polished it last night," said Cedric, grinning. Harry looked down at his own wand. He could see finger marks all over it. He gathered a fistful of robe from his knee and tried to rub it clean surreptitiously. Several gold sparks shot out of the end of it. Fleur Delacour gave him a very patronising look, and he desisted. Mr. Ollivander sent a stream of silver smoke rings across the room from the tip of Cedric's wand, pronounced himself satisfied, and then said, "Mr. Crumb, if you please." Victor Crumb got up and slouched, round-shouldered and duck-footed, towards Mr. Ollivander. He thrust his wand out and stood scowling with his hands in his pockets of his robes. Said Mr. Ollivander. "This is a Grigorovitch creation, unless I'm much mistaken. A fine wand-maker, though the styling is never quite what However," he lifted the wand and examined it minutely, turning it over and over before his eyes. "Yes, hornbeam and dragon heartstring," he shot at Crumb, who nodded. "Rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid, 10.25 inches. Alice!" The hornbeam wand let out a blast like a gun, and a number of small twittering birds flew out of the end and through the open window into the watery sunlight. "Good," said Mr. Ollivander, handing Crumb back his wand, "which leaves Mr. Potter." Harry got to his feet and walked past Crumb to Mr. Ollivander. He handed over his wand. "Ah, yes," said Mr. Ollivander, his pale eyes suddenly gleaming. Yes, how well I remember." Harry could remember too. He could remember it as though it had happened yesterday. 4 summers ago, on his 11th birthday, he had entered Mr. Ollivander's shop with Hagrid to buy a wand. Mr. Ollivander had taken his measurements and then started handing him wands to try. Harry had waved what felt like every wand in the shop until at last he had found the one that suited him. This one, which was made of holly, 11 inches long, and contained a single feather from the tail of a phoenix. Mr. Ollivander had been very surprised that Harry had been so compatible with this wand. "Curious," he had said, "curious." And not until Harry had asked what was curious had Mr. Ollivander explained that the phoenix feather in Harry's wand had come from the same bird which had supplied the core of Lord Voldemort's. Harry had never shared this piece of information with anybody. He was very fond of his wand, and as far as he was concerned, his relation to Voldemort's wand was something it couldn't help, rather as he couldn't help being related to Aunt Petunia. However, he really hoped that Mr. Ollivander wasn't about to tell the room about it. He had a funny feeling Rita Skeeter's quick quotes quill might just explode with excitement if he did. Mr. Ollivander spent much longer examining Harry's wand than anyone else's. Eventually, however, he made a fountain of wine shoot out of it and handed it back to Harry, announcing that it was still in perfect condition. "Thank you all," said Dumbledore, standing up at the judges' table. You may go back to your lessons now, or perhaps it would be quicker just to go down to dinner, as they are about to end."
Feeling that at last something had gone right today, Harry got up to leave, but the man with the black camera jumped up and cleared his throat. "Photos, Dumbledore, photos!" cried Bagman excitedly. "All the judges and champions." "What do you think, Rita?" Yes. Let's do those first," said Rita Skeeter, whose eyes were upon Harry again, "and then perhaps some individual photos." The photographs took a long time. Madame Maxime cast everyone else into a shadow wherever she stood, and the photographer couldn't stand far enough back to get her into the frame. Eventually she had to sit while everyone else stood around her. Karkaroff kept twirling his goatee around his finger to give it an extra curl. Crumb, who Harry would have thought had been used to the sort of thing, skulked half hidden at the back of the group. The photographer seemed keenest to get Fleur at the front, but Rita Skeeter kept hurrying forward and dragging Harry into greater prominence. Then she insisted on separate photos of all the champions. At last they were free to go. Harry went down to dinner. Hermione wasn't there. He supposed she was still in the hospital wing having her teeth fixed. He ate alone at the end of the table, and then returned to the Gryffindor Tower, thinking of all the extra work on summoning charms that he had to do. Up in the dormitory he came across Ron. "You've had an owl," said Ron brusquely, the moment he walked in. He was pointing at Harry's pillow. "The school barn owl was waiting for him there." "Oh, right," said Harry. "And we've got to do our detentions tomorrow night. Snape's dungeon," said Ron. He then walked straight out of the room, not looking at Harry. For a moment Harry considered going after him. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to talk to him or hit him. Both seemed quite appealing, but the lure of Sirius' answer was too strong. Harry strode over to the barn owl, took the letter off its leg, and unrolled it. "Harry, I can't say anything I would like to in a letter. It's too risky in case the owl is intercepted. We need to talk face to face. Can you ensure that you are alone by the fire in Gryffindor Tower at 1 o'clock in the morning on the 22nd of November? I know better than anyone that you can look after yourself, and while you're around Dumbledore and Moody, I don't think anyone will be able to hurt you. However, someone seems to be having a good try. Entering you in the tournament would have been very risky, especially right under Dumbledore's nose. Be on the watch, Harry. I still want to hear about everything unusual. Let me know about the 22nd of November as quickly as you can. Sirius." The prospect of talking face to face with Sirius was all that sustained Harry over the next fortnight, the only bright spot on a horizon that had never looked darker. The shock of finding himself school champion had worn off slightly now, and the fear of what was facing him was starting to sink in. The first task was drawing steadily nearer. He felt as though it was crouching ahead of him, like some horrific monster, baring its teeth. He had never suffered nerves like these. They were way beyond anything he had felt before a Quidditch match, not even his last one against Slytherin, which had decided who would win the Quidditch Cup. Harry was finding it hard to think about the future at all. He felt as if his whole life had been leading up to, and would finish with, the first task. Admittedly, he didn't see how Sirius was going to make him feel any better about having to perform an unknown piece of difficult and dangerous magic in front of hundreds of people, but the mere sight of a friendly face would be something at that moment. Harry wrote back to Sirius saying that he would be beside the common room fire at the time Sirius had suggested, and he and Hermione spent a long time going over plans for forcing any stragglers out of the common room on the night in question. If the worst came to the worst, they were going to drop a bag of dung bombs, but they hoped they wouldn't have to resort to that. Filch would skin them alive. In the meantime, life became even worse for Harry within the confines of the castle. For Rita Skeeter had published her piece about the Triwizard Tournament, and it had turned out to be not so much a report on the tournament as a highly coloured life story of Harry. Much of the front page had been given over to a picture of Harry. The article, continuing on pages 2, 6 and 7, had been all about Harry. The names of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang champions, misspelled, had been squashed into the last line of the article, and Cedric hadn't been mentioned at all. The article had appeared 10 days ago, and Harry still got a sick, burning feeling of shame in his stomach every time he thought about it. Rita Skeeter had reported him saying an awful lot of things that he couldn't remember ever saying in his life, let alone in that broom cupboard.
I suppose I get strength from my parents. I know they'd be very proud of me if they could see me now. Yes, sometimes at night I still cry about them. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I know nothing will hurt me during the tournament because they're watching over me. But Rita Skeeter had gone even further than transforming his airs into long, sickly sentences. She had interviewed other people about him too. Harry has at last found love at Hogwarts. His close friend Colin Creevey says that Harry is rarely seen out of the company of one Hermione Granger, a stunningly pretty, muggle-born girl who, like Harry, is one of the top students in the school. From the moment the article appeared, Harry had to endure people, Slytherins mainly, quoting it at him as he passed them and making sneering comments. What a hanky potty. I want a hanky Potter in case you start crying in Transfiguration. Since when have you been one of the top students in the school, Potter? Or is this a school you and Longbottom have set up together? Hey, Harry! Yeah, that's right. Harry found himself shouting as he wheeled around in the corridor, having just about enough. I've just been crying my eyes out over my dead mum, and I'm just off to do a bit more. No, it was just, you dropped your quill. It was Cho. Harry felt the colour rising in his face. Oh, right, sorry, he muttered, taking the quill back. Good luck for Tuesday, she said. I really hope you do well. Which left Harry feeling extremely stupid. Hermione had come in for her fair share of unpleasantness too, but she hadn't yet started yelling at innocent bystanders. In fact, Harry was full of admiration for the way she was handling the situation. Stunningly pretty. Her? Pansy Parkinson had shrieked the first time she'd come to face to face with Hermione after Rita's article had appeared. What was she judging against? A chipmunk? Ignore it, Hermione said in a dignified voice, holding her head in the air and stalking past the sniggering Slytherin girls as though she couldn't hear them. Just ignore it, Harry. But Harry couldn't ignore it. Ron hadn't spoken to him at all since he had told him about Snape's detentions. Harry had half hoped they would make things up during the 2 hours they were forced to pickle rats' brains in Snape's dungeon. But that had been the day Rita's article had appeared, which seemed to have confirmed Ron's belief that Harry was really enjoying all the attention. Hermione was furious with the pair of them. She went from one to the other, trying to force them to talk to each other. But Harry was adamant. He would talk to Ron again only if Ron admitted that Harry hadn't put his name into the Goblet of Fire and apologised for calling him a liar. I didn't start this, Harry said stubbornly. It's his problem. You miss him, Hermione said impatiently, and I know he misses you. Miss him, said Harry. I don't miss him. But this was a downright lie. Harry liked Hermione very much, but she wasn't the same as Ron. There was much less laughter and a lot more hanging around in the library when Hermione was your best friend. Harry still hadn't mastered summoning charms. He seemed to have developed something of a block about them, and Hermione insisted that learning the theory would help. They consequently spent a lot of time poring over books during their lunchtimes. Victor Crumb was in the library an awful lot too, and Harry wondered what he was up to. Was he studying, or was he looking for things to help him through the first task? Hermione often complained about Crumb being there. Not that he ever bothered them, but because groups of giggling girls often turned up to spy on him from behind bookshelves, and Hermione found the noise distracting. He's not even good-looking, she muttered angrily, glaring at Crumb's sharp profile. They only look at him because he's famous. They wouldn't look twice at him if he wouldn't do that wonky feint thing. Ronsky feint, said Harry, through gritted teeth. Quite apart from liking to get Quidditch terms correct, it caused him another pang to imagine Ron's expression if he could have heard Hermione talking about wonky feints. It is a strange thing, but when you are dreading something, and would give anything to slow down time, it has a disobliging habit of speeding up. The days until the first task seemed to slip by as though someone had fixed the clocks to work at double speed. Harry's feeling of barely controlled panic was with him wherever he went, and as ever present as the snide comments about the Daily Prophet article. On the Saturday before the first task, all students in the third year and above were permitted to visit the village of Hogsmeade. Hermione told Harry that it would do him good to get away from the castle for a bit, and Harry didn't need much persuasion. What about Ron, though? He said. Don't you want to go with him? Oh, well, Hermione went slightly pink. I thought we might meet up with him in the Three Broomsticks. No, said Harry flatly. "Oh, Harry, this is so stupid. I'll come, but I'm not meeting Ron, and I'm wearing my invisibility cloak." "Oh, all right then," Hermione snapped. "But I hate talking to you in that cloak. I never know if I'm looking at you or not." So Harry put on his invisibility cloak in the dormitory, went back downstairs, and together he and Hermione set off for Hogsmeade. Harry felt wonderfully free under the cloak. He watched other students walking past them as they entered the village, most of them sporting Support Cedric Diggory badges. But no horrible remarks came his way for a change, and nobody was quoting that stupid article. "People keep looking at me now," said Hermione grumpily, as they came out of Honeyduke's sweet shop later, eating large cream-filled chocolates. "They think I'm talking to myself." "Don't move your lips so much then. Come on, please just take off your cloak for a bit. No one's going to bother you here." "Oh yeah," said Harry. "Look behind you." Rita Skeeter and her photographer friend had just emerged from the Free Broomsticks pub. Talking in low voices, they passed right by Hermione without looking at her. Harry backed into the wall of Honeydukes to stop Rita Skeeter hitting him with her crocodile skin handbag. When they were gone, Harry said, "She's staying in the village. I bet she's coming to watch the first task." As he said it, his stomach flooded with a wave of molten panic. He didn't mention this. He and Hermione hadn't discussed what was coming in the first task much. He had the feeling she didn't want to talk about it. "She's gone," said Hermione, looking right through Harry towards the end of the high street. "Why don't we go and have a butterbeer in the Free Broomsticks? It's a bit cold, isn't it? You don't have to talk to Ron," she added irritably, correctly interpreting his silence. The Free Broomsticks was packed, mainly with Hogwarts students enjoying their free afternoon, but also with a variety of magical people Harry rarely saw anywhere else. Harry supposed that as Hogsmeade was the only all-wizard village in Britain, it was a bit of a haven for creatures like hags who were not as adept as wizards at disguising themselves. It was very hard to move through crowds in the invisibility cloak in case you accidentally trod on someone, which tended to lead to awkward questions. Harry edged slowly towards a spare table in the corner with Hermione, while Hermione went to buy drinks. On his way through the pub, Harry spotted Ron, who was sitting with Fred, George and Lee Jordan. Resisting the urge to give Ron a good hard poke in the back of the head, he finally reached the table and sat down at it. Hermione joined him a moment later and slipped him a butterbeer under his cloak. "I look such an idiot, sitting here on my own," she muttered. "Lucky I brought something to do." And she pulled out a notebook in which she had been keeping a record of SPEW members. Harry saw his and Ron's names at the top, and the very short list. It seemed a very long time ago that they had sat making up those predictions together, and Hermione had turned up and appointed them secretary and treasurer. "You know, maybe I should try and get some of the villagers involved in SPEW, Hermione said thoughtfully, looking around the pub. "Yeah, right," said Harry. He took a swig of butterbeer under his cloak. "Hermione, when are you going to give up on this SPEW stuff?" "When house elves have decent wages and working conditions," she hissed back. "You know, I'm starting to think it's time for more direct action. I wonder how you get into the school kitchens." "No idea. Ask Fred and George," said Harry. Hermione lapsed into thoughtful silence, while Harry drank his butterbeer, watching the people in the pub, all of them looking cheerful and relaxed. Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott were swapping chocolate frog cards at a nearby table, both of them sporting Support Cedric Diggory badges on their cloaks. Right over by the door he saw Cho and a large group of her Ravenclaw friends. She wasn't wearing a Cedric badge, though. This cheered Harry up very slightly. What wouldn't he have given to be one of those people, sitting around laughing and talking, with nothing to worry about but homework? He imagined how it would have felt to be here if his name hadn't come out of the Goblet of Fire. He wouldn't be wearing the invisibility cloak, for one thing. Ron would be sitting with him. The three of them would probably be happily imagining what deadly dangerous task the school champions would be facing on Tuesday. He'd have been really looking forward to it, watching them do whatever it was, cheering on Cedric with everyone else, safe in a seat at the back of the stands. He wondered how the other champions were feeling. Every time he had seen Cedric lately, he had been surrounded by admirers and looking nervous but excited. Harry glimpsed Fleur Delacour from time to time in the corridors. She looked exactly as she always did, haughty and unruffled, and Crumb just sat in the library poring over books. Harry thought of Sirius, and the tight, tense knot in his chest seemed to ease slightly.
He would be speaking to him in just over 12 hours. For tonight was the night they were meeting at the common room fire, assuming nothing went wrong, as everything else had done lately. "Look, it's Hagrid," said Hermione. The back of Hagrid's enormous shaggy head, he had mercifully abandoned his bunches, emerged from the crowd. Harry wondered why he hadn't spotted him at once, as Hagrid was so large, but standing up carefully he saw that Hagrid had been leaning low, talking to Professor Moody. Hagrid had his usual enormous tankard in front of him, but Moody was drinking from his hip flask. Madame Rosmerta, the pretty landlady, didn't seem to think much of this. She was looking askance at Moody as she collected glasses from tables around them. Perhaps she thought it was an insult to her mulled mead, but Harry knew better. Moody had told them all during their last defence against the dark arts lesson that he preferred to prepare his own food and drink at all times, as it was so easy for dark wizards to poison an unattended cup. As Harry watched, he saw Hagrid and Moody get up to leave. He waved, then remembered that Hagrid couldn't see him. Moody, however, paused, his magical eye on the corner where Harry was standing. He tapped Hagrid on the small of the back, being unable to reach his shoulder, muttered something to him, and then the pair of them made their way back across the pub towards Harry and Hermione's table. "All right, Hermione," said Hagrid loudly. "Hello," said Hermione, smiling back. Moody limped around the table and bent down. Harry thought he was reading the Spew notebook until he muttered, "Nice cloak, Potter." Harry stared at him in amazement. The large chunk missing from Moody's nose was particularly obvious at a few inches' distance. Moody grinned. Can you? "Yeah, it can see through invisibility cloaks," Moody said quietly, "and it's come in useful at times, I can tell you." Hagrid was beaming down at Harry too. Harry knew Hagrid couldn't see him, but Moody had obviously told Hagrid he was there. Hagrid now bent down on the pretext of reading the Spew notebook as well, and said in a whisper so low that only Harry could bear it, "Harry, meet me tonight at midnight at me cabin. Wear that cloak." Straightening up, Hagrid said loudly, "Nice to see you, Hermione," winked and departed. Moody followed him. Why does he want me to meet him tonight? At midnight, Harry said, very surprised. "Does he?" said Hermione, looking startled. "I wonder what he's up to. I don't know whether you should go, Harry." She looked nervously around and hissed, It might make you late for Sirius." It was true that going down to Hagrid's at midnight would mean cutting his meeting with Sirius very fine indeed. Hermione suggested sending Hedwig down to Hagrid's to tell him he couldn't go, always assuming she would consent and take the note, of course. Harry, however, thought it better just to be quick at whatever Hagrid wanted from him. He was very curious to know what this might be. Hagrid had never asked Harry to visit him so late at night. At 11:30 that evening, Harry, who had pretended to go up to bed early, pulled the invisibility cloak back over himself and crept back downstairs through the common room. Quite a few people were still in there. The Creevy brothers had managed to get hold of a stack of Support Cedric Diggory badges and were trying to bewitch them to make them say Support Harry Potter instead. So far, however, all they had managed to do was get the badges stuck on Potter Stinks. Harry crept past them to the portrait hole and waited for a minute or so, keeping an eye on his watch. Then Hermione opened the fat lady for him from outside as they had planned. He slipped past her with a whispered "thanks" and set off through the castle. The grounds were very dark. Harry walked down the lawn towards the lights shining in Hagrid's cabin. The inside of the enormous Beauxbatons carriage was also lit up. Harry could hear Madame Maxime talking inside it as he knocked on Hagrid's front door. "You there, Harry?" Hagrid whispered, opening the door and looking around. "Yeah," said Harry, slipping inside the cabin and pulling the cloak down off his head. "What's up?" "Got something to show you," said Hagrid. There was an air of enormous excitement about Hagrid. He was wearing a flower that resembled an oversized artichoke in his buttonhole. It looked as though he had abandoned the use of axle grease, but he had certainly attempted to comb his hair. Harry could see the comb's broken teeth tangled in it. "What are you showing me?" Harry said warily, wondering if the Scroots had laid eggs or Hagrid had managed to buy another giant three-headed dog off a stranger in a pub. "Come with me." "Keep quiet and keep yourself covered with that cloak," said Hagrid. "We won't take Fang. He won't like it." "Listen, Hagrid, I can't stay long. I've got to go back up to the castle for 1 o'clock. But Hagrid wasn't listening.
He was opening the cabin door and striding off into the night. Harry hurried to follow and found to his great surprise that Hagrid was leading him to the Beauxbaton carriage. "Hagrid, what?" "Shh," said Hagrid, and he knocked 3 times on the door, bearing the crossed golden wands. Madame Maxime opened it. She was wearing a silk shawl wrapped around her massive shoulders. She smiled when she saw Hagrid. "Ah, Hagrid, it is time?" "Bonsoir," said Hagrid, beaming at her and holding out a hand to help her down the golden steps. Madame Maxime closed the door behind her. Hagrid offered her his arm, and they set off around the edge of the paddock containing Madame Maxime's giant winged horses, and Harry, totally bewildered, running to keep up with them. Had Hagrid wanted to show him Madame Maxime? He could see her any old time he wanted. She wasn't exactly hard to miss. But it seemed that Madame Maxime was in for the same treat as Harry, because after a while she said playfully, "Where is it that you are taking me, Hagrid?" "You'll enjoy this," said Hagrid gruffly. "Worth seeing, trust me. Only, don't go telling anyone I showed you, right? You're not supposed to know." "Of course not," said Madame Maxime, fluttering her long black eyelashes. And still they walked, Harry getting more and more irritable as he jogged along in their wake, checking his watch every now and then. Hagrid had some harebrained scheme in hand which might make him miss Sirius. If they didn't get there soon, he was going to turn around, go back up to the castle and leave Hagrid to enjoy his moonlit stroll with Madame Maxime. But then, when they had walked so far around the perimeter of the forest that the castle and the lake were out of sight, Harry heard something. Men were shouting up ahead. Then came a deafening, ear-splitting roar. Hagrid led Madame Maxime around a clump of trees and came to a halt. Harry hurried up alongside them. For a split second he thought he was seeing bonfires and men darting around them, and then his mouth fell open. Dragons. 4 fully grown, enormous, vicious-looking dragons were rearing on their hind legs inside an enclosure fenced with thick planks of wood, roaring and snorting. Torrents of fire were shooting into the dark sky from their open fanged mouths, 50 feet above the ground, on their outstretched necks. There was a silvery blue one with long pointed horns, snapping and snarling at the wizards on the ground. A smooth scaled green one, which was writhing and stamping with all its might. A red one with an odd fringe of fine gold spikes around its face, which was shooting mushroom-shaped fire clouds into the air, and a gigantic black one, more lizard-like than the others, which was nearest to them. At least 30 wizards, 7 or 8 to each dragon, were attempting to control them, pulling on their chains connected to heavy leather straps around their necks and legs. Mesmerized, Harry looked up. High above them, he saw the eyes of the black dragon, with vertical pupils like a cat's, bulging with either fear or rage. He couldn't tell which. It was making a horrible noise, a yowling, screeching scream. "Keep back there, Hagrid," yelled a wizard near the fence, straining on the chain he was holding. "They can shoot fire at a range of 20 feet, you know. I've seen this horntail do 40. "Isn't it beautiful?" said Hagrid softly. "It's no good," yelled another wizard. "Stunning spells on the count of 3. Harry saw each of the dragon keepers pull out his wand. "Stupefy!" they shouted in unison, and the stunning spells shot into the darkness like fiery rockets, bursting in showers of stars on the dragon's scaly hides. Harry watched the dragon nearest to them teeter dangerously on its back legs, its jaws stretched wide in a suddenly silent howl. Its nostrils were suddenly devoid of flame, though still smoking. Then, very slowly, it fell. Several tons of sinewy, scaly black dragon hit the ground with a thud that Harry could have sworn had made the trees behind him quake. The dragon keepers lowered their wands and walked forwards to their fallen charges, each of which was the size of a small hill. They hurried to tighten the chains and fasten them securely to iron pegs, which they forced deep into the ground with their wands. "Want a closer look?" Harry asked Madame Maxime excitedly. The pair of them moved right up to the fence, and Harry followed. The wizard who had warned Harry not to come any closer turned, and Harry realised who it was. Charlie Weasley. "All right, Hagrid," he panted, coming over to talk. "They should be okay now. We put them out with a sleeping draught on the way here. Thought it might be better for them to wake up in the dark and then in the quiet, but like you saw, they weren't happy. Not happy at all." "What breeds you got there, Charlie?" said Hagrid, gazing at the closest dragon. The black one was something close to reverence. Its eyes were still just open. Harry could see a strip of gleaming yellow beneath its wrinkled black eyelid. "This is a Hungarian horntail," said Charlie. "There's a common Welsh green over there, the smaller one, a Swedish short snout, and that blue-grey, a Chinese fireball, that's the red." Charlie looked around. Madame Maxime was strolling away around the edge of the enclosure, gazing at the stunned dragons. "I didn't know you were bringing a friend, Hagrid," Charlie said, frowning. "The champions aren't supposed to know what's coming. She's bound to tell her student, isn't she?" "Just thought she'd like to see 'em," shrugged Hagrid, still gazing enraptured at the dragons. "Really romantic date, Hagrid," said Charlie, shaking his head. "4," said Hagrid. "So it's one for each of the champions, is it? What they got? Fight 'em?" "Just get past them, I think," said Charlie. "We'll be on hand if it gets nasty, extinguishing spells at the ready. They wanted nesting mothers. I don't know why, but I'll tell you this. I don't envy the one who gets the horntail. Vicious thing. Its back end's as dangerous as its front looks." Charlie pointed towards the horntail's tail, and Harry saw long bronze-coloured spikes protruding along it in every few inches. 5 of Charlie's fellow keepers staggered up to the horntail at that moment, carrying a clutch of huge granite grey eggs between them and a blanket. They placed them carefully at the horntail's side. Hagrid let out a moan of longing. "I've got them counted, Hagrid," said Charlie sternly. Then he said, "How's Harry?" "Fine," said Hagrid. He was still gazing at the eggs. "Just hope he's still fine after he's faced this lot," said Charlie grimly, looking out over the dragon's enclosure. "I didn't dare tell Mum what he's got to do for the first task. She's already having kittens about him." Charlie imitated his mother's anxious voice. "How could they let him enter that tournament? He's much too young. I thought they were all safe. I thought there was going to be an age limit. She was in floods after that Daily Prophet article about him. He still cries about his parents. Oh, bless him, I never knew." Harry had had enough. Trusting to the fact that Hagrid wouldn't miss him, with the attractions of 4 dragons and Madame Maxime to occupy him, he turned silently and began to walk away, back to the castle. He didn't know whether he was glad he'd seen what was coming or not. Perhaps this way was better. The first shock was over now. Maybe if he'd seen the dragons for the first time on Tuesday, he would have passed out cold in front of the whole school. But maybe he would anyway. He was going to be armed with his wand, which just now felt like nothing more than a narrow strip of wood, against a 50-foot-high, scaly, spike-ridden, fire-breathing dragon, and he had to get past it, with everyone watching. How? Harry sped up, skirting the edge of the forest. He had just under 15 minutes to get back to the fireside and talk to Sirius, and he couldn't remember ever wanting to talk to someone more than he did right now, when, without warning, he ran into something very solid. Harry fell backwards, his glasses askew, clutching the cloak around him. A voice nearby said, "Ouch! Who's there?" Harry hastily checked that the cloak was covering him and lay very still. Staring up at the dark outline of the wizard he had hit, he recognised the goatee. It was Karkaroff. "Who's there?" said Karkaroff again, very suspiciously, looking around in the darkness. Harry remained still and silent. After a minute or so, Karkaroff seemed to decide that he had hit some sort of animal. He was looking around at waist height as though expecting to see a dog. Then he crept back under the cover of the trees and started to edge forwards towards the place where the dragons were. Very slowly and very carefully, Harry got to his feet and set off again, as fast as he could without making too much noise, hurrying through the darkness back towards Hogwarts. He had no doubt whatsoever that what Karkaroff was up to. He had sneaked off his ship to try and find out what the first task was going to be. He might even have spotted Hagrid and Madame Maxime heading off around the forest together. They were hardly difficult to spot at a distance, and now all Karkaroff had to do was follow the sound of voices, and he, like Madame Maxime, would know what was in store for the champions. By the looks of it, the only champion who would be facing the unknown on Tuesday was Cedric. Harry reached the castle, slipped in front of the front doors and began to climb the marble stairs. He was very out of breath, but he didn't dare slow down. He had less than 5 minutes to get up to the fire. "Boulder Dash!" he gasped at the fat lady, who was snoozing in her frame in front of the portrait hole. "If you say so," she muttered sleepily without opening her eyes, and the picture swung forwards to admit him. Harry climbed inside. The common room was deserted, and judging by the fact that it smelled quite normal, Hermione had not needed to set off any dung bombs to ensure that he and Sirius got privacy. Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak and threw himself into an armchair in front of the fire. The room was in semi-darkness. The flames were the only source of light. Nearby on a table, the support Cedric Diggory badges the Creevies had been trying to improve were glinting in the firelight. They now read, "Potter really stinks." Harry looked back into the flames and jumped. Sirius' head was sitting in the fire. If Harry hadn't seen Mr. Diggory do exactly this back in with the Weasleys' kitchen, it would have scared him out of his wits. Instead, his face breaking into the first smile he had worn for days, he scrambled out of his chair, crouched down by the hearth, and said, "Sirius, how are you doing?" Sirius looked different from Harry's memory of him. When they had said goodbye, Sirius' face had been gaunt and sunken, surrounded by a quantity of long, black, matted hair. But the hair was short and clean now. Sirius' face was fuller, and he looked younger, much more like the only photograph Harry had of him, which had been taken at the Potter's wedding. "Never mind me. How are you?" said Sirius seriously. For a second, Harry tried to say fine, but he couldn't do it. Before he could stop himself, he was talking more than he'd talked in days about how no one believed he hadn't entered the tournament of his own free will, how Rita Skeeter had lied about him in the Daily Prophet, how he couldn't walk down a corridor without being sneered at, and about Ron not believing him, Ron's jealousy. And now Hagrid's just shown me what's coming in the first task, and it's dragons, Sirius, and I'm a goner, he finished desperately. Sirius looked at him, eyes full of concern, eyes which had not yet lost the look that Azkaban had given them, that deadened, haunted look. He had let Harry talk himself into silence without interruption, but now he said, "Dragons we can deal with, Harry, but we'll get to that in a minute. I haven't got long here. I've broken into a wizarding house to use the fire, but they could be back at any time. There are things I need to warn you about." "What?" said Harry, feeling his spirits slip a further few notches. Surely there could be nothing worse than dragons coming. "Karkaroff," said Sirius. "Harry, he was a Death Eater. You know what Death Eaters are, don't you?" "Yes. What?" "He was caught. He was in Azkaban with me, but he got released. I'd bet everything that's why Dumbledore wanted an aura at Hogwarts this year, to keep an eye on him. Moody caught Karkaroff, put him in Azkaban in the first place." "Karkaroff got released," Harry said slowly. His brain seemed to be struggling to absorb yet another piece of shocking information. Why did they release him?" "He did a deal with the Ministry of Magic," said Sirius bitterly. "He said he'd seen the error of his ways, and then he named names. He put a load of other people into Azkaban in his place. He's not very popular in there, I can tell you, and since he got out, from what I can tell, he's been teaching the dark arts to every student who passes through the school of his. So watch out for the Durmstrang champion as well." "Okay," said Harry slowly, "but are you saying Karkaroff put my name in the goblet? Because if he did, he's a really good actor. He seemed furious about it. He wanted to stop me competing." "We know he's a good actor," said Sirius, "because he convinced the Ministry of Magic to set him free, didn't he? Now I've been keeping an eye on the Daily Prophet, Harry." "You and the rest of the world," said Harry bitterly. "And reading between the lines of that Skeeter woman's article last month, Moody was attacked the night before he started at Hogwarts. Yes, I know he says it was another false alarm," Sirius said hastily, seeing Harry about to speak, "but I don't think so. Somehow I think someone tried to stop him getting to Hogwarts. I think someone knew their job would be a lot more difficult with him around, and no one's going to look into it too closely. Mad Eye's heard intruders a bit too often, but that doesn't mean he can't still spot the real thing. Moody was the best aura the Ministry ever had." "So, what are you saying?" said Harry slowly. "Karkaroff's trying to kill me? But why?" Sirius hesitated. "I've been hearing some very strange things," he said slowly. "The Death Eaters seem to be a bit more active than usual lately. They showed themselves at the Quidditch World Cup, didn't they? Someone set off the Dark Mark, and then... Did you hear about that Ministry of Magic witch who's gone missing?" "Bertha Jorkins," said Harry. "Exactly. She disappeared in Albania, and that's definitely where Voldemort was rumoured to be last. And she would have known the Triwizard Tournament was coming up, wouldn't she?" "Yeah, but It's not very likely she'd have walked straight into Voldemort, is it? Said Harry. Listen, I knew Bertha Jorkins, said Sirius grimly. She was at Hogwarts when I was, a few years above your dad and me. She was an idiot. Very nosy, but no brains, none at all. It's not a good combination, Harry. I'd say she'd be very easy to lure into a trap. So Voldemort could have found out about the tournament, said Harry. Is that what you mean? You think Karkaroff might be here on his orders? I don't know, said Sirius slowly. I just don't know. Karkaroff doesn't strike me as the type who'd go back to Voldemort unless he knew Voldemort was powerful enough to protect him. But whoever put your name in that goblet did it for a reason, and I can't help thinking the tournament would be a very good way to attack you and make it look like an accident. Looks like a really good plan from where I'm standing, said Harry bleakly. They'll just have to stand back and let the dragons do their stuff. Right, these dragons, said Sirius, speaking very quickly now. There's a way, Harry. Don't be tempted to try a stunning spell. Dragons are strong and too powerfully magic to be knocked out by a single stunner. You need about half a dozen wizards at a time to overcome a dragon. Yeah, I know, I just saw, said Harry. But you can do it alone, said Sirius. There is a way, and a simple spell's all you need. Just... But Harry held up a hand to silence him, his heart suddenly pounding as though it would burst. He could hear footsteps coming down the spiral staircase behind him. Go, he hissed at Sirius. Go, there's someone coming. Harry scrambled to his feet, hiding the fire. If someone saw Sirius' face within the walls of Hogwarts, they would raise an almighty uproar. The Ministry would get dragged in. Harry, would be questioned about Sirius' whereabouts. Harry heard a tiny pop in the fire behind him and knew Sirius had gone. He watched the bottom of the spiral staircase, who had decided to go for a stroll at 1 o'clock in the morning and stop Sirius telling him how to get past a dragon. It was Ron. Dressed in his maroon paisley pyjamas, Ron stopped dead facing Harry across the room and looked around. Who were you talking to? He said. What's that got to do with you? Harry snarled. What are you doing down here at this time of night? I just wondered where you were. Ron broke off, shrugging. Nothing. I'm going back to bed. Just thought you'd come nosing around, did you? Harry shouted. He knew that Ron had no idea what he'd walked in on, knew he hadn't done it on purpose, but he didn't care. At this moment he hated everything about Ron, right down to the several inches of bare ankles showing beneath his pyjama trousers. Sorry about that, said Ron, his face reddening with anger. Should have realised you didn't want to be disturbed. I'll let you get on with practising for your next interview in peace. Harry seized one of the Potter really stinks badges off the table and chucked it as hard as he could across the room. It hit Ron on the forehead and bounced off. There you go, Harry said. Something you to wear on Tuesday. You might even have a scar now if you're lucky. That's what you want, isn't it? He strode across the room towards the stairs. He half expected Ron to stop him. He would even have liked Ron to throw a punch at him. But Ron just stood there in his two small pyjamas, and Harry, having stormed upstairs, lay awake in bed fuming for a long time afterwards, and didn't hear him come up to bed. Harry got up on Sunday morning and dressed so inattentively that it was a while before he realised he was trying to pull his hat onto his foot instead of his sock. When he'd finally got all his clothes on the right parts of his body, he hurried off to find Hermione, locating her at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, where she was eating breakfast with Ginny. Feeling so queasy to eat, Harry waited until Hermione had swallowed her last spoonful of porridge and then dragged her out into the grounds for another walk. There he told her all about the dragons and about everything Sirius had said, while they took another long walk around the lake. Alarmed as she was by Sirius' warnings about Karkaroff, Hermione still thought that the dragons were the more pressing problem. Let's just try and keep you alive until Tuesday evening, she said desperately, and then we can worry about Karkaroff. They walked 3 times around the lake, trying all the way to think of a simple spell that would subdue a dragon. Nothing whatsoever occurred to them, so they retired to the library instead. Here Harry pulled down every book he could find on dragons, and both of them set to work searching through the large pile. Talon clipping by charms, treating scale rot. This is no good. This is for nutters like Hagrid who want to keep them healthy. Dragons are extremely difficult to slay, owing to the ancient magic that imbues their thick hides, which none but the most powerful spells can penetrate. But Sirius said a simple one would do it. Let's try some simple spell books then, said Harry, throwing aside men who love dragons too much. He returned to the table with a pile of spell books, set them down and began to flick through each in turn, Hermione whispering non-stop at his elbow. Well, there are switching spells, but what's the point of switching it? Unless you swapped its fangs for wine gums or something, that would make it less dangerous. The trouble is, like the book said, not much is going to get through a dragon's hide. I'd say transfigure it, but something that big, you really haven't got a hope. I doubt even Professor McGonagall, unless you're supposed to put the spell on yourself. Maybe to give yourself extra powers, but they're not simple spells. I mean, we haven't done any of those in class. I only know about them because I've been doing owl practice papers. Hermione, Harry said, through gritted teeth, will you shut up for a bit, please? I'm trying to concentrate. But all that happened when Hermione fell silent was that Harry's brain filled with a sort of blank buzzing, which didn't seem to allow room for concentration. He stared hopelessly down the index of basic hexes for the busy and vexed, instant scalping. But dragons had no hair. Pepper breath. That would probably increase a dragon's firepower. Horn tongue. Just what he needed to give it extra weapons. Oh no. He's back again. Why can't he read on his stupid ship, said Hermione irritably, as Victor Crumb slouched in, cast a surly look over at the pair of them and settled himself in a distant corner with a pile of books. Come on, Harry. We'll go back to the common room. His fan club will be here in a minute, twittering away. And sure enough, as they left the library, a gang of girls tiptoed past them in the library, one of them wearing a Bulgaria scarf tied around her waist. Harry barely slept that night. When he awoke on Monday morning, he seriously considered, for the first time ever, just running away from Hogwarts. But as he looked around the great hall at breakfast time and thought about what leaving the castle would mean, he knew he couldn't do it. It was the only place he'd ever been happy. Well, he supposed he must have been happy with his parents too, but he couldn't remember that. Somehow the knowledge that he would rather be here and facing a dragon than back in Privet Drive with Dudley was good to know. It made him feel slightly calmer. He finished his bacon with difficulty. His throat wasn't working too well, and as he and Hermione got up, he saw Cedric Diggory leaving the Hufflepuff table. Cedric still didn't know about the dragons, the only champion who didn't. If Harry was right in thinking that Maxime and Karkaroff would have told Fleur and Crumb. Hermione, I'll see you in the greenhouses, Harry said, coming to his decision as he watched Cedric leaving the hall. Go on, I'll catch you up. Harry, you'll be late. The bell's about to ring. I'll catch you up, okay? By the time Harry reached the bottom of the marble staircase, Cedric was at the top. He was with a load of six-year friends. Harry didn't want to talk to Cedric in front of them. They were among those who had been quoting Rita Skeeter's article at him every time he went near them. He followed Cedric at a distance and saw that he was heading towards the charms corridor. This gave Harry an idea. Pausing at a distance from them, he pulled out his wand and took careful aim. Diffindo! Cedric's bag split. Parchment, quills and books spilled out of it onto the floor. Several bottles of ink smashed. Don't bother, said Cedric in an exasperated voice as his friends bent down to help him. Tell Flitwick I'm coming. Go on. This was exactly what Harry had been hoping for. He slipped his wand back into his robes, waited until Cedric's friends had disappeared into their classroom, and hurried up the corridor, which was now empty of everyone but himself and Cedric. Hi, said Cedric, picking up a copy of A Guide to Advanced Transfiguration that was now splattered with ink. My bag just split. Brand new and all. Cedric, said Harry, the first task is dragons. What? Said Cedric, looking up. Dragons, said Harry, speaking quickly in case Professor Flitwick came out to see where Cedric had got to. They've got 4, 1 for each of us, and we've got to get past them. Cedric stared at him. Harry saw some of the panic he'd been feeling since Saturday night flickering in Cedric's grey eyes. Are you sure? Cedric said in a hushed voice. Dead sure, said Harry. I've seen them. But how did you find out? We're not supposed to know. Never mind, said Harry quickly. He knew Hagrid would be in trouble if he told the truth. But I'm not the only one who knows. Fleur and Crumb will know by now. Maxime and Karkaroff both saw the dragons too. Cedric straightened up, his arms full of inky quills, parchment and books, his ripped bag dangling off one shoulder. He stared at Harry, and there was a puzzled, almost suspicious look in his eyes. Why are you telling me? He asked. Harry looked at him in disbelief. He was sure Cedric wouldn't have asked that if he had seen the dragons himself.
Harry wouldn't have let his worst enemy face those monsters unprepared. Well, perhaps Malfoy or Snape. It's just fair, isn't it? He said to Cedric. We all know now. We're all on an even footing, aren't we? Cedric was still looking at him in a slightly suspicious way when Harry heard a familiar clunking noise behind him. He turned around and saw Mad-Eye Moody emerging from a nearby classroom. Come with me, Potter, he growled. Diggory, off you go. Harry stared apprehensively at Moody. Had he overheard them? Professor, I'm supposed to be in herbology? Never mind that, Potter. In my office, please. Harry followed him, wondering what was going to happen to him now. What if Moody wanted to know how he'd found out about the dragons? Would Moody go to Dumbledore and tell on Hagrid? Or just turn Harry into a ferret? Well, it might be easier to get past a dragon if he was a ferret. Harry thought dully he'd be a smaller, much less easy to see form from a height of 50 feet. He followed Moody into his office. Moody closed the door behind them and turned to look at Harry, his magical eye fixed upon him, as well as the normal one. That was a very decent thing you just did, Potter, Moody said quietly. Harry didn't know what to say. This wasn't the reaction he had expected at all. Sit down, said Moody, and Harry sat, looking around. He had visited this office under 2 of its previous occupants. In Professor Lockhart's day, the walls had been plastered with beaming, winking pictures of Professor Lockhart himself. When Lupin had lived there, you were more likely to come across a specimen of some fascinating new dark creature he had procured for them to study in class. Now, however, the office was full of a number of exceptionally odd objects that Harry supposed Moody had used in the days when he had been in Aura. On his desk stood what looked like a large, cracked glass spinning top. Harry recognised it at once as a sneakerscope, because he owned one himself, though it was much smaller than Moody's. In the corner on a small table stood an object that looked something like an extra squiggly golden television aerial. It was humming slightly. What appeared to be a mirror hung opposite Harry on the wall, but it was not reflecting the room. Shadowy figures were moving around inside it, none of them clearly in focus. Like my dark detectors, do you? Said Moody, who was watching Harry closely. What's that? Harry asked, pointing at the squiggly golden aerial. Secrecy sensor. Vibrates when it detects concealment and lies. No use here, of course. Too much interference. Students in every direction, lying about why they haven't done their homework. Been humming ever since I got here. Had to disable my sneakerscope because it wouldn't stop whistling. It's extra sensitive. Picks up stuff about a mile around. Of course, it could be picking up more than kids' stuff, he added in a growl. And what's the mirror for? Oh, that's my faux glass. See them out there, skulking around? I'm not really in trouble until I see the whites of their eyes. That's when I open my trunk. He let out a short, harsh laugh and pointed to the large trunk under the window. It had 7 keyholes in a row. Harry wondered what was in there, until Moody's next question brought him sharply back to earth. So, found out about the dragons, have you? Harry hesitated. He'd been afraid of this, but he hadn't told Cedric, and he certainly wasn't going to tell Moody that Hagrid had broken the rules. It's all right, said Moody, sitting down and stretching out his wooden leg with a groan. Cheating's a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and always has been. I didn't cheat, said Harry sharply. It was a sort of accident that I found out. Moody grinned. I wasn't accusing you, laddie. I've been telling Dumbledore from the start. He can be as high-minded as he likes, but you can bet old Karkaroff and Maxime won't be. They'll have told their champions everything they can. They want to win. They want to beat Dumbledore. They'd like to prove he's only human. Moody gave a harsh laugh, and his magical eye swiveled around so fast it made Harry feel queasy to watch it. So, got any ideas how you're going to get past the dragon yet? Said Moody. No, said Harry. Well, I'm not going to tell you, said Moody gruffly. I don't show favouritism, me. I'm just going to give you some good general advice. And the first bit is, play to your strengths. I haven't got any, said Harry, before he could stop himself. Excuse me, growled Moody. You've got strengths. If I say you've got them. Think now. What are you best at? Harry tried to concentrate. What was he best at? Well, that was easy, really. Quidditch, he said dully. And a fat lot of help. That's right, said Moody, staring at him very hard, his magical eye barely moving at all. You're a damn good flyer, from what I've heard. Yeah, but... Harry stared at him.
I'm not allowed a broom. I've only got my wand." "My second piece of general advice," said Moody loudly, interrupting him, "is to use a nice simple spell which will enable you to get what you need." Harry looked at him blankly. What did he need? "Come on, boy," whispered Moody. "Put them together. It's not that difficult." And it clicked. He was best at flying. He needed to pass the dragon in the air. For that he needed his firebolt. And for his firebolt, he needed... "Hermione," Harry whispered, when he'd sped into Greenhouse 10 minutes later, uttering a hurried apology to Professor Sprout as he passed her. "Hermione, I need you to help me." "What do you think I've been trying to do, Harry?" she whispered back, her eyes round with anxiety over the top of the quivering Flutterby bush she was pruning. "Hermione, I need to learn how to do a summoning charm properly by tomorrow afternoon." And so they practiced. They didn't have lunch, but headed for a free classroom, where Harry tried with all his might to make various objects fly across the room towards him. He was still having problems. The books and quills kept losing heart halfway across the room and dropping like stones to the floor. "Concentrate, Harry. Concentrate." "What do you think I'm trying to do?" said Harry angrily. "A filthy great dragon keeps popping into my head for some reason. Okay, try again." He wanted to skip divination to keep practicing, but Hermione refused point blank to skive off arithmancy, and there was no point staying without her. He therefore had to endure over an hour of Professor Trelawney, who spent half the lesson telling everyone that the position in Mars in relation to Saturn at that moment meant that people born in July were in great danger of sudden violent deaths. "Well, that's good," said Harry loudly, his temper getting the better of him. "Just as long as it's not drawn out, I don't want to suffer." Ron looked for a moment as though he was going to laugh. He certainly caught Harry's eye for the first time in days, but Harry was still feeling so resentful towards Ron to care. He spent the rest of the lesson trying to attract small objects towards him under the table with his wand. He managed to make a fly zoom straight into his hand, though he wasn't entirely sure that that was owing to his prowess of summoning charms. Perhaps the fly was just stupid. He forced down some dinner after divination, then returned to the empty classroom with Hermione, using the invisibility cloak to avoid the teachers. They kept practicing until past midnight. They would have stayed longer, but Peeves turned up and pretended to think that Harry wanted things thrown at him, started chucking chairs across the room. Harry and Hermione left in a hurry before the noise attracted Filch, and went back to the Gryffindor common room, which was now mercifully empty. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Harry stood near the fireplace, surrounded by heaps of objects, books, quills, several upturned chairs, an old set of gobstones and Neville's toad. Trevor. Only in the last hour had Harry really got the hang of the summoning charm. "That's better, Harry. That's loads better," Hermione said, looking exhausted, but very pleased. "Well, now we know what to do next time I can't manage a spell," Harry said, throwing a rune dictionary back to Hermione, so he could try again. "Threaten me with a dragon. Right." He raised his wand once more. "Accio Dictionary." The heavy book soared out of Hermione's hand, flew across the room, and Harry caught it. "Harry, I really think you've got it," said Hermione delightedly. "Just as long as it works tomorrow," Harry said. "The firebolt's going to be much further away than the stuff in here. It's going to be in the castle, and I'm going to be out here in the grounds." "That doesn't matter," said Hermione firmly. "Just as long as you're concentrating really, really hard on it. It'll come, Harry. We'd better get some sleep. You're going to need it." Harry had been focusing so hard on learning the summoning charm that evening that some of his blind panic had left him. It returned in full measure, however, on the following morning. The atmosphere in the school was one of great tension and excitement. Lessons were to stop at midday, giving all the students time to get down to the dragon's enclosure, though of course they didn't yet know what they would find there. Harry felt oddly separate from everyone around him, whether they were wishing him good luck or hissing, "We'll have a box of tissues ready, Potter," as he passed. It was a state of nervousness so advanced that he wondered whether he mightn't just lose his head when they tried to lead him out to his dragon and start trying to curse everyone in sight. Time was behaving in a more peculiar fashion than ever, rushing past in great dollops, so that one moment he seemed to be sitting down in his first lesson, History of Magic, and the next walking into lunch. And then, where had the morning gone? The last of the dragon-free hours. Professor McGonagall was hurrying over to him in the Great Hall. Lots of people were watching. Potter, the champions have to come down into the grounds now. You have to get ready for your first task." "Okay," said Harry, standing up, his fork falling onto his plate with a clatter. "Good luck, Harry," Hermione whispered. "You'll be fine." "Yeah," said Harry, in a voice that was most unlike his own. He left the great hall with Professor McGonagall. She didn't seem herself, either. In fact, she looked nearly as anxious as Hermione. As she walked him down the stone steps and out into the cold November afternoon, she put her hand on his shoulder. "Now don't panic," she said. "Just keep a cool head. We've got wizards on hand to control the situation if it gets out of hand. The main thing is to just do your best, and nobody will think any the worse of you. Are you all right?" "Yes," Harry heard himself say. Yes, I'm fine." She was leading him towards the place where the dragons were, around the edge of the forest, but when they approached the clump of trees behind which the enclosure would be clearly visible, Harry saw that a tent had been erected, its entrance facing them, screening the dragons from view. "You're to go in here with the other champions," said Professor McGonagall, in a rather shaky sort of voice, "and wait for your turn, Potter. Mr. Bagman is in there. He'll be telling you the procedure. Good luck." "Thanks," said Harry, in a flat, distant voice. She left him at the entrance to the tent. Harry went inside. Fleur Delacour was sitting in a corner on a low wooden stool. She didn't look nearly as composed as usual, but rather pale and clammy. Victor Crumb looked even surlier than usual, which Harry supposed was his way of showing nerves. Cedric was pacing up and down. When Harry entered, he gave him a small smile, which Harry returned, feeling the muscles in his face working rather hard, as though he had forgotten how to do it. "Harry!" "Good-o," said Bagman happily, looking around at him. Come in, make yourself at home." Bagman looked somehow like a slightly overblown cartoon figure, standing amid all the pale-faced champions. He was wearing his old wasp robes again. "Well, now we're all here, time to fill you in," said Bagman brightly. "When the audience is assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag." He held up a small sack of purple silk and shook it at them, "from which you will each select a small model of the thing you're about to face. There are different varieties, you see, and I have to tell you something else too. Ah yes, your task is to collect the golden egg." Harry glanced around. Cedric had nodded once, to show that he understood Bagman's words, and then started pacing around the tent again. He looked slightly green. Fleur Delacour and Crumb hadn't reacted at all. Perhaps they thought they might be sick if they opened their mouths. That was certainly how Harry felt. But they, at least, had volunteered for this. And in no time at all, hundreds upon hundreds of pairs of feet could be heard passing the tent, their owners talking excitedly, laughing, joking. Harry felt as separate from the crowd as they were different species. And then it felt about a second later to Harry, Bagman was opening the neck of the purple silk sack. "Ladies first," he said, offering it to Fleur Delacour. She put a shaking hand inside the bag and drew out a tiny, perfect model of a dragon. A Welsh green. It had the number 2 around its neck, and Harry knew by the fact that Fleur showed no sign of surprise, but rather a determined resignation, that he had been right. Madame Maxine had told her what was coming. The same held true for Crumb. He pulled out the scarlet Chinese fireball. It had a number 3 around its neck. He didn't even blink, just stared at the ground. Cedric put his hand into the bag, and out came the bluish-grey Swedish short snout, the number 1 tied around its neck. Knowing what was left, Harry put his hand into the silk bag and pulled out the Hungarian horntail, and the number 4. It stretched its wings as he looked down at it and bared its minuscule fangs. "Well, there you are," said Bagman. "You have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons. Do you see? Now, I'm going to leave you in a moment, because I'm commentating. Mr. Diggory, you're first. Just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle, all right? Now, Harry, could I have a quick word outside?" Yes," said Harry blankly, and he got up and went out of the tent with Bagman, who walked him a short way away into the trees, and then turned to him with a fatherly expression on his face. "Feeling all right, Harry? Anything I can get you?" "What?" said Harry. No, nothing." "Got a plan?" said Bagman, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Because I don't mind sharing a few pointers, if you'd like them. Bagman continued, lowering his voice still further. You're the underdog here, Harry. Anything I can do to help?" "No," said Harry, so quickly he knew he had sounded rude. No, I've decided what I'm going to do, thanks." "Nobody would know, Harry," said Bagman, winking at him. "No, I'm fine," said Harry, wondering why he kept telling people this, and wondering whether he had ever been less fine. "I've got a plan worked out. A whistle had blown somewhere. "Good Lord, I've got to run," said Bagman in alarm, and he hurried off. Harry walked back to the tent and saw Cedric emerging from it, greener than ever. Harry tried to wish him luck as he walked past, but all that came out of his mouth was a sort of hoarse grunt. Harry went back inside to Fleur and Crumb. Seconds later they heard the roar of the crowd, which meant Cedric had entered the enclosure, and was now face to face with the living counterpart of his model. It was worse than Harry could ever have imagined, sitting there and listening. The crowd screamed, yelled, gasped like a single many-headed entity, as Cedric did whatever he was doing to get past the Swedish short snout. Crumb was still staring at the ground. Fleur had now taken to retracing Cedric's steps, round and round the tent, and Bagman's commentary made everything much, much worse. Horrible pictures formed in Harry's mind as he heard, "Ooh, narrow miss there, very narrow. Oh, he's taking risks, this one. Clever move. Pity it didn't work." And then, after about 15 minutes, Harry heard the deafening roar that could mean only one thing. Cedric had got past his dragon and seized the golden egg. "Very good indeed," Bagman was shouting, "and now the marks from the judges." But he didn't shout out the marks. Harry supposed the judges were holding them up and showing them to the crowd. "One down, 3 to go," Bagman yelled as the whistle blew again. "Miss Delacour, if you please." Fleur was trembling from head to foot. Harry felt more warmly towards her than he had done so far. As she left the tent with her head held high and her hand clutching her wand, he and Crumb were left alone, at opposite sides of the tent, avoiding each other's gaze. The same process started again. "Oh, I'm not sure that was wise," they could hear Bagman shouting gleefully. "Oh, nearly! Oh, careful now, good Lord! I thought she'd had it then." 10 minutes later, Harry heard the crowd erupt into applause once more. Fleur must have been successful too. A pause while Fleur's marks were being shown. More clapping. Then for the third time, the whistle. "And here comes Mr. Crumb," cried Bagman, and Crumb slouched out, leaving Harry quite alone. He felt much more aware of his body than usual, very aware of the way his heart was pumping fast, his fingers tingling with fear. Yet at the same time he seemed to be outside himself, seeing the walls of the tent and hearing the crowd, as though from far away. "Very daring," Bagman was yelling, and Harry heard the Chinese fireball emit a horrible roaring shriek while the crowd drew its collective breath. "That's some nerve he's showing, and yes, he's got the egg!" Applause shattered the wintry air like breaking glass. Crumb had finished. It would be Harry's turn at any moment. He stood up, noticing dimly that his legs seemed to be made of marshmallow. He waited, and then he heard the whistle blow. He walked out through the entrance of the tent, the panic rising into a crescendo inside him, and now he was walking past the trees, through a great gap in the enclosure fence. He saw everything in front of them, as though it was a very highly coloured dream. There were hundreds and hundreds of faces staring down at him from stands, which had been magic there since he'd last stood on the spot. And there was the horntail, at the other end of the enclosure, crouched low over her clutch of eggs, her wings half furled, her evil yellow eyes upon him, a monstrous scaly black lizard, thrashing her spiked tail, leaving yard-long gouge marks in the hard ground. The crowd was making a great deal of noise, but whether friendly or not, Harry didn't know or care. It was time to do what he had to do, to focus his mind entirely and absolutely upon the thing that was his only chance. He raised his wand. "Accio! Firebolt!" he shouted. He waited, every fibre of him hoping, praying. If it hadn't worked, if it wasn't coming. He seemed to be looking at everything around him through some sort of shimmering, transparent barrier, like a heat haze, which made the enclosure and the hundreds of faces around him swim strangely. And then he heard it, speeding through the air behind him. He turned and saw his firebolt, hurtling towards him around the edge of the woods, soaring into the enclosure and stopping dead in mid-air beside him, waiting for him to mount. The crowd was making even more noise. Bagman was shouting something, but Harry's eyes were not working properly anymore. Listening wasn't important. He swung his leg over the broom and kicked off from the ground, and a second later something miraculous happened. As he soared upwards, as the wind rushed through his hair, as the crowd's faces became more flesh-coloured pinpricks below, and the horntail shrank to the size of a dog, he realised that he'd left not only the ground behind, but also his fear. He was back where he belonged. This was just another Quidditch match. That was all. Just another Quidditch match, and that horntail was just another ugly opposing team. He looked down at the clutch of eggs and spotted the gold one, gleaming against its cement-coloured fellows, residing safely between the dragon's front legs. Okay, Harry told himself. Diversionary tactics. Let's go. He dived. The horntail's head followed him. He knew that it was what it was going to do, and pulled out of the dive just in time. A jet of fire had been released exactly where he would have been had he not swerved away. But Harry didn't care. That was no more than dodging a bludger. Great Scott! He can fly! Yelled Bagman, as the crowd shrieked and gasped. Are you watching this, Mr. Crumb? Harry soared higher in a circle. The horntail was still following his progress, its head revolving on its long neck. If it kept this up, it would be nicely dizzy. But better not push it too long, or it would be breathing fire again. Harry plummeted just as the horntail opened its mouth, but this time he was less lucky. He missed the flames, but the tail came whipping up to meet him instead, and as he swerved to the left, one of the long spikes grazed his shoulder, ripping his robes. He could feel it stinging. He could hear screaming and groans from the crowd, but the cut didn't seem to be too deep. Now he zoomed around the back of the horntail, and a possibility occurred to him. The horntail didn't seem to want to take off. She was too protective of her eggs. Though she writhed and twisted, furling and unfurling her wings, and keeping those fearsome yellow eyes on Harry, she was afraid to move too far from them. But he had to persuade her to do it, and he'd never get near them. The trick was to do it carefully, gradually. He began to fly, first this way, and then the other, not near enough to make her breathe fire to stave him off, but still posing a sufficient threat to ensure she kept her eyes on him. Her head swayed this way and that, watching him out of those vertical pupils, her fangs bared. He flew higher. The horntail's head rose with him, her neck now stretched to its fullest extent, still swaying like a snake before its charmer. Harry rose a few more feet, and she let out a roar of exasperation. He was like a fly to her, a fly she was longing to swat, her tail thrashing again, but he was too high to reach now. She shot fire into the air, which he dodged. Her jaws opened wide. Come on, Harry hissed, swerving tantalizingly above her. Come on, and get me! Up you get now! And then she reared, spreading her great black leathery wings at last, as wide as those of a small aeroplane, and Harry dived. Before the dragon knew what he had done, or where he had disappeared to, he was speeding towards the ground as fast as he could go, towards the eggs now unprotected by her clawed front legs. He had taken his hands off the firebolt. He had seized the golden egg, and with a huge spurt of speed he was off. He was soaring out of the stands, the heavy egg safely under his uninjured arm, and it was as though somebody had just turned the volume back up. For the first time he became properly aware of the noise of the crowd, which was screaming and applauding as loudly as the Irish supporters at the World Cup. "Look at that!" Bagman was yelling. "Will you look at that? Our youngest champion is quickest to get his egg. Well, this is going to shorten the odds on Mr. Potter." Harry saw the dragon keepers rushing forwards to subdue the horntail, and over at the entrance to the enclosure, Professor McGonagall, Professor Moody, and Hagrid hurrying to meet him, all of them waving him towards them, their smiles evident even from this distance. He flew back over the stands, the noise of the crowd pounding his eardrums, and came in smoothly to land, his heart lighter than it had been in weeks. He had got through the first task. He had survived. "That was excellent, Potter," cried Professor McGonagall as he got off the firebolt, which from her was extravagant praise. He noticed her hand shook as she pointed at his shoulder. "You'll need to see Madame Pomfrey before the judges give out your score. Over there. She's had to mop up Diggory already." "Yeah, you did it, Harry," said Hagrid hoarsely. "You did it, and against the Horntail and all. And you know Charlie said that was the worst one." "Thanks, Hagrid," said Harry loudly, so that Hagrid wouldn't blunder on and reveal that he had shown Harry the dragons beforehand. Professor Moody looked very pleased too. His magical eye was dancing in its socket. "Nice and easy. Does the trick, Potter," he growled. "Right then, Potter. The first aid tent, please," said Professor McGonagall. Harry walked out of the enclosure, still panting, and saw Madame Pomfrey standing at the mouth of a second tent, looking worried. "Dragons," she said in a disgusted tone, pulling Harry inside. The tent was divided into cubicles. He could make out Cedric's shadow through the canvas, but Cedric didn't seem to be badly injured. He was sitting up at least. Madame Pomfrey examined Harry's shoulder, talking furiously all the while. "Last year Dementors, this year dragons. What are they going to bring into the school next? You're very lucky. This is quite shallow. It'll need cleaning before I heal it up, though." She cleaned the cut with a dab of some purple liquid, which smoked and stung, but then poked his shoulder with her wand, and he felt it heal instantly. "Now, just sit quietly for a minute. Sit, and then you can go and get your score." She bustled out of the tent, and he heard her go next door and say, "How does it feel now, Diggory?" Harry didn't want to sit still. He was still too full of adrenaline. He got to his feet, wanting to see what was going on outside. But before he'd reached the mouth of the tent, two people had come darting inside. Hermione, followed closely by Ron. "Harry, you were brilliant," Hermione said squeakily. There were fingernail marks on her face where she'd been clutching it in fear. "You were amazing. You really were." But Harry was looking at Ron, who was very white and staring at Harry as though he was a ghost. "Harry," he said very seriously, "whoever put your name in that goblet, I reckon they're trying to do you in." It was as though the last few weeks had never happened, as though Harry was meeting Ron for the first time, right after he'd been made champion. "Caught on, have you?" said Harry coldly. "Took you long enough." Hermione stood nervously between them, looking from one to the other. Ron opened his mouth uncertainly. Harry knew Ron was about to apologise, and suddenly he found he didn't need to hear it. "It's okay," he said, before Ron could get the words out. "Forget it." "No," said Ron. I shouldn't have..." "Forget it," Harry said. Ron grinned nervously at him, and Harry grinned back. Hermione burst into tears. "There's nothing to cry about," Harry told her, bewildered. "You two are so stupid," she shouted, stamping her foot on the ground, tears splashing down her front. Then, before either of them could stop her, she had given both of them a hug and dashed away, now positively howling. "Barking," said Ron, shaking his head. "Harry, come on. They'll be putting up your scores." Picking up the golden egg in his firebolt, feeling more elated than he could have believed possible an hour ago, Harry ducked out of the tent, Ron by his side, talking fast. "You were the best, you know. No competition. Cedric did this weird thing where he transfigured a rock on the ground, turned it into a dog. He was trying to make the dragon go for the dog instead of him. Well, it was a pretty cool bit of transfiguration, and it sort of worked, because he did get the egg, but he got burnt as well. The dragon changed its mind halfway through and decided it would rather have him than the Labrador. He only just got away. And that Fleur girl tried this sort of charm. I think she was trying to put it into a trance. Well, that kind of worked too. It went all sleepy, but then it snored and this great jet of flame shot out and her skirt caught fire. She put it out with a bit of water out of her wand. And Crumb, you won't believe this, but he didn't even think of flying. He was probably the best after you, though. Hit it with some sort of spell right in the eye. Only thing is, it went trampling around in agony and squashed half the real eggs. They took marks off for that. He wasn't supposed to do any damage to them." Ron drew breath as he and Harry reached the edge of the enclosure. Now that the Horntail had been taken away, Harry could see where the 5 judges were sitting, right at the other end in raised seats draped in gold. "It's marks out of 10 from each one," Ron said, and Harry, squinting up at the field, saw the first judge, Madame Maxime, raise her wand in the air. What looked like a long silver ribbon shot out of it, which twisted itself into a large figure 8. "Not bad," said Ron, as the crowd applauded. "I suppose she took marks off for your shoulder." Mr. Crouch came next. He shot a number 9 into the air. "Looking good," Ron yelled, thumping Harry on the back. Next, Dumbledore. He too put up a 9. The crowd were cheering harder than ever. Ludo Bagman. 10! 10, said Harry in disbelief. "But I got hurt." What's he playing at? Harry, don't complain, Ron yelled excitedly. And now Karkaroff raised his wand. He paused for a moment, and then a number shot out of his wand too. 4. What? Ron bellowed furiously. 4? You lousy biased scumbag! You gave Crumb 10! But Harry didn't care. He wouldn't have cared if Karkaroff had given him 0. Ron's indignation on his behalf was worth about 100 points to him. He didn't tell Ron this, of course, but his heart felt lighter than air as he turned to leave the enclosure. And it wasn't just Ron. Those weren't only Gryffindors cheering in the crowd. When it had come to it, when they'd seen what he was facing, most of the school had been on his side, as well as Cedric's. He didn't care about the Slytherins. He could stand whatever they threw at him now. You're tied in first place, Harry, you and Crumb, said Charlie Weasley, hurrying to meet them as they set off back towards the school. Listen, I've got to run. I've got to go and send Mum an owl. I swore I'd tell her what happened, but that was unbelievable. Oh yeah, and they told me to tell you, you've got to hang around for a few more minutes. Bagman wants a word, back in the Champions tent. Ron said he would wait, so Harry re-entered the tent, which somehow looked quite different now, friendly and welcoming. He thought back to how he'd felt dodging the horntail and compared it to the long wait before he'd walked out to face it. There was no comparison. The wait had been immeasurably worse. Fleur, Cedric and Crumb all came in together. One side of Cedric's face was covered in a thick orange paste, which was presumably mending his burn. He grinned at Harry when he saw him. Good one, Harry. And you, said Harry, grinning back. Well done, all of you, said Ludo Bagman, bouncing into the tent and looking as pleased as though he personally had just got past a dragon. Now, just a quick few words. You've got a nice long break before the second task, which will take place at 9:30 on the morning of February the 24th. But we're giving you something to think about in the meantime. If you look down at those golden eggs you're all holding, you will see that they open. See the hinges there? You need to solve the clue inside the egg, because it will tell you what the second task is, and enable you to prepare for it. All clear? Sure? Well, off you go then. Harry left the tent, rejoined Ron, and they started to walk back around the edge of the forest, talking hard. Harry wanted to hear what the other champions had done in more detail. Then, as they rounded the clump of trees behind which Harry had first heard the dragon's roar, a witch slept out from behind them. It was Rita Skeeter. She was wearing acid green robes today. The quick quotes quill in her hand blended perfectly against them. Congratulations, Harry, she said, beaming at him. I wonder if you could give me a quick word. How you felt facing that dragon. How you feel now about the fairness of the scoring. Yeah, you can have a word, said Harry savagely. Goodbye. And he set off back to the castle with Ron. Harry, Ron and Hermione went up to the owlery that evening to find Pigwidgeon so that Harry could send Sirius a letter, telling him that he had managed to get past his dragon unscathed. On the way, Harry filled Ron in on everything Sirius had told him about Karkaroff. Though shocked at first to hear that Karkaroff had been a Death Eater, by the time they entered the owlery, Ron was saying that they ought to have suspected it all along. Fits, doesn't it? He said. Remember what Malfoy said on the train about his dad being friends with Karkaroff? Now we know where they knew each other. They were probably running around in masks together at the World Cup. I'll tell you one thing, though, Harry. If it was Karkaroff who put your name in the goblet, he's going to be feeling really stupid now, isn't he? Didn't work, did it? You only got a scratch. Come here, I'll do it. Pigwidgeon was so overexcited at the idea of a delivery. He was flying round and round Harry's head, hooting incessantly. Ron snatched Pigwidgeon out of the air and held him still while Harry attached the letter to his leg. There's no way any of the other tasks are going to be that dangerous. How could they be? Ron went on, as he carried Pigwidgeon to the window. You know what? I reckon you could win this tournament, Harry. I'm serious. Harry knew that Ron was only saying this to make up for his behaviour of the last few weeks, but he appreciated it all the same. Hermione, however, leant against the owlery wall, folded her arms and frowned at Ron. Harry's got a long way to go before he finishes this tournament, she said seriously. If that was the first task, I hate to think what's coming next. Right, little ray of sunshine, aren't you? Said Ron. You and Professor Trelawney should get together sometime. He threw Pigwidgeon out of the window. Pigwidgeon plummeted 12 feet before managing to pull himself back up again. The letter attached to his leg was much longer and heavier than usual. Harry hadn't been able to resist giving Sirius a blow-by-blow account of exactly how he had swerved, circled and dodged the horntail.
They watched Pigwidgeon disappear into the darkness, and then Ron said, "Well, we'd better get downstairs for your surprise party, Harry. Fred and George should have nicked enough food from the kitchens by now." Sure enough, when they entered the Gryffindor common room, it exploded with cheers and yells again. There were mountains of cakes and flagons of pumpkin juice and butterbeer on every surface. Lee Jordan had let off some Dr. Filibuster's fabulous no-heat, wet start fireworks, so that the air was thick with stars and sparks. And Dean Thomas, who was very good at drawing, had put up some impressive new banners, most of which depicted Harry zooming around the Horntail's head on his firebolt, though a couple showed Cedric with his head on fire. Harry helped himself to food. He'd almost forgotten what it was like to feel properly hungry, and sat down with Ron and Hermione. He couldn't believe how happy he felt. He had Ron back on his side, he'd got through the first task, and he wouldn't have to face the second one for 3 months. "Blimey, this is heavy," said Lee Jordan, picking up the golden egg which Harry had left on a table, and weighing it in his hands. "Open it, Harry, go on, let's just see what's inside it." "He's supposed to work out the clue on his own," Hermione said swiftly. "It's in the tournament rules." "I was supposed to work out how to get past the dragon on my own too," Harry muttered, so only Hermione could hear him, and she grinned rather guiltily. "Yeah, go on, Harry, open it," several people echoed. Lee passed Harry the egg, and Harry dug his fingernails into the groove that ran all the way around it and prized it open. It was hollow and completely empty. But the moment Harry opened it, the most horrible noise, a loud and screechy wailing, filled the room. The nearest thing to it Harry had ever heard was the ghost orchestra at Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party, who had all been playing the musical Saw. "Shut it!" Fred bellowed, his hands over his ears. "What was that?" said Seamus Finnegan, staring at the egg as Harry slammed it shut again. "Sounded like a banshee. Maybe you've got to get past one of those next, Harry." "It was someone being tortured," said Neville, who had gone very white and spilled sausage rolls over the floor. "You're going to have to fight the Cruciatus curse." "Don't be a prat, Neville. That's illegal," said George. "They wouldn't use the Cruciatus curse on the champions. I thought it sounded a bit like Percy singing. Maybe you've got to attack him while he's in the shower, Harry." "What a jam tart, Hermione," said Fred. "Want a jam tart, Hermione," said Fred. Hermione looked doubtfully at the plate he was offering her. Fred grinned. "It's all right," he said. "Haven't done anything to them. It's the custard creams you've got to watch." Neville, who had just bitten into a custard cream, choked and spat it out. Fred laughed. "Just my little joke, Neville." Hermione took a jam tart. Then she said, "Did you get all this from the kitchens, Fred?" "Yep," said Fred, grinning at her. He put on a high-pitched squeak and imitated a house elf. "Anything we can get you, sir? Anything at all?" "They're dead helpful. Get me a roast ox if I said I was peckish." "How do you get in there?" Hermione said, in an innocently casual sort of voice. "Easy," said Fred. "Concealed door behind a painting of a bowl of fruit. Just tickle the pear and it giggles and—" He stopped and looked suspiciously at her. "Why?" "Nothing," said Hermione quickly. "Going to try and lead the house elves out on strike now, are you?" said George. "Going to give up all the leaflet stuff and try and stir them up into a rebellion?" Several people chortled. Hermione didn't answer. "Don't you go upsetting them and telling them they've got to take cloves and salary," said Fred warningly. "You'll put them off their cooking." Just then Neville caused a slight diversion by turning into a large canary. "Oh, sorry, Neville," Fred shouted over all the laughter. "I forgot, it was the custard creams we hexed." Within a minute, however, Neville had molted, and once his feathers had fallen off, he reappeared looking entirely normal. He even joined in laughing. "Canary creams," Fred shouted to the excitable crowd. "George and I invented them. 7 sickles each. Bargain." It was nearly 1 a.m. when Harry finally went up to the dormitory with Ron, Neville, Seamus and Dean. Before he pulled the curtains of his 4-poster shut, Harry set his tiny model of the Hungarian horntail on the table next to his bed, where it yawned, curled up and closed its eyes. Really, Harry thought, as he pulled the hangings on his 4-poster closed, Hagrid had a point. They were all right, really, dragons. The start of December brought wind and sleet to Hogwarts. Drafty through the castle always was, and drafty though the castle always was in winter, Harry was glad of its fires and thick walls every time he passed the Durmstrang ship on the lake, which was pitching in the high winds, its black sails billowing against the dark skies. He thought the Beauxbatons caravan was likely to be pretty chilly too. Hagrid, he noticed, was keeping Madame Maxine's horses well provided with the preferred drink of single malt whisky. The fumes wafting from the trough in the corner of their paddock was enough to make the entire care of magical creatures class light-headed. This was unhelpful, as they were still sending the horrible Scroots and needed their wits about them. "I'm not sure whether they hibernate or not," Hagrid told the shivering class in the windy pumpkin patch next lesson. "Thought we'd just try and see if they fancied a kip. We'll just set them down in these boxes." There were now only 10 Scroots left. Apparently their desire to kill each other had not been exercised out of them. Each of them was now approaching 6 feet in length. They had their thick grey armour, their powerful scuttling legs, their fire-blasting ends, their stings and their suckers combined to make the Scroots the most repulsive things Harry had ever seen. The class looked dispiritedly at the enormous boxes Hagrid had brought out, all lined with pillows and fluffy blankets. "We'll just lead 'em in here," Hagrid said, "and put the lids on, and, well, we'll see what happens." But the Scroots, it transpired, did not hibernate, and did not appreciate being forced into pillow-lined boxes and nailed in. Hagrid was soon yelling, "Don't panic now! Don't panic!" while the Scroots rampaged around the pumpkin patch, now strewn with the smouldering wreckage of the boxes. Most of the class, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle in the lead, had fled into Hagrid's cabin through the back door and barricaded themselves in. Harry, Ron and Hermione, however, were among those who remained outside, trying to help Hagrid. Together they managed to restrain and tie up 9 of the Scroots, though at the cost of numerous burns and cuts. Finally, only 1 Scroot was left. Don't frighten him, though," Hagrid shouted, as Ron and Harry used their wands to shoot jets of fiery sparks at the Scroot, which was advancing menacingly on them, its sting arched, quivering over its back. "Just try and slip the rope around his neck, around his sting, so he won't hurt any of the others." "Yeah, we wouldn't want that," Ron shouted angrily, as he and Harry backed into the wall of Hagrid's cabin, still holding the Scroot off with their sparks. Well, this does look like fun." Rita Skeeter was leaning on Hagrid's garden fence, looking in at the mayhem. She was wearing a thick magenta cloak with a furry purple collar today, and her crocodile skin handbag was over her arm. Hagrid launched himself forward on top of the Scroot that was cornering Harry and Ron and flattened it. A blast of fire shot out of its end, withering the pumpkin plants nearby. "Who are you?" Hagrid asked Rita Skeeter, as he slipped a loop around the Scroot's sting and tightened it. "Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet reporter," Rita replied, beaming at him. Her gold teeth glinted. "Thought Dumbledore said you weren't allowed inside the school anymore," said Hagrid, frowning slightly as he got off the slightly squashed Scroot and started tugging it over to its fellows. Rita acted as though she hadn't heard what Hagrid had said. "What are these fascinating creatures called?" she asked, beaming still more widely. "Blast-ended Scroots," grunted Hagrid. "Really?" said Rita, apparently full of lively interest. "I've never heard of them before. Where did they come from?" Harry noticed a dull red flush rising up out of Hagrid's wild black beard, and his heart sank. Where had Hagrid got the Scroots from? Hermione, who seemed to be thinking along the same lines, said quickly, "They're very interesting, aren't they? Aren't they, Harry?" "What? Oh yeah. Ouch! Interesting," said Harry as she stepped on his foot. "Ah, you're here, Harry," said Rita Skeeter as she looked around. "So, you like care of magical creatures, do you? One of your favourite lessons?" "Yes," said Harry stoutly. Hagrid beamed at him. "Lovely," said Rita. "Really lovely. Been teaching long?" she added to Hagrid. Harry noticed her eyes travel over Dean, who had a nasty cut across one cheek, Lavender, whose robes were badly singed, Seamus, who was nursing several burnt fingers, and then to the cabin windows, where most of the class stood, their noses pressed against the glass, waiting to see if the coast was clear. This is only my 2nd year," said Hagrid. "Lovely. I don't suppose you'd like to give me an interview, would you? Share some of your experience of magical creatures. The Prophet does a zoological column every Wednesday. As I'm sure you know, we could feature these, bang-ended Scoots." "Blast-ended Scroots," Hagrid said eagerly. Yeah, why not?" Harry had a very bad feeling about this, but there was no way of communicating it to Hagrid without Rita Skeeter seeing, so he had to stand and watch in silence as Hagrid and Rita Skeeter made arrangements to meet in the Three Broomsticks for a good long interview later that week. Then the bell rang up at the castle, signalling the end of the lesson. "Well, goodbye, Harry," Rita Skeeter called merrily to him as he set off with Ron and Hermione. "Until Friday night, then, Hagrid." "She'll twist everything he says," Harry said under his breath. "Just as long as he didn't import those scroots illegally or anything," said Hermione desperately. They looked at each other. It was exactly the sort of thing Hagrid might do. "Hagrid's been in loads of trouble before, and Dumbledore's never sacked him," said Ron consolingly. "Worst that can happen is Hagrid'll have to get rid of the scroots. Sorry, did I say worst? I mean best." Harry and Hermione laughed, and feeling slightly more cheerful went off to lunch. Harry thoroughly enjoyed double divination that afternoon. They were still doing their star charts and predictions, but now that he and Ron were friends once more, the whole thing seemed very funny again. Professor Trelawney, who had been so pleased with the pair of them when they had been predicting their own horrific deaths, quickly became irritated as they sniggered through her explanation of the various ways in which Pluto could disrupt everyday life. "I would think," she said in a mystical whisper that did not conceal her obvious annoyance, "that some of us," she stared very meaningfully at Harry, "might be a little less frivolous had they seen what I have seen during my crystal gazing last night. As I sat here absorbed in my needlework, the urge to consult the orb overpowered me. I arose, I settled myself before it, and I gazed into its crystalline depths. And what do you think I saw gazing back at me?" "An ugly old bat in outside specs," Ron muttered under his breath. Harry fought hard to keep his face straight. "Death, my dears!" Parvati and Lavender both put their hands over their mouths, looking horrified. "Yes," said Professor Trelawney, nodding impressively. "It comes ever closer, it circles overhead like a vulture, ever lower over the castle." She stared pointedly at Harry, who yawned very widely and obviously. "It'd be a bit more impressive if she hadn't done it about 80 times before," Harry said, as they finally regained the fresh air of the staircase beneath Professor Trelawney's room. "But if I dropped dead every time she told me I'm going to, I'd be a medical miracle." "You'd be a sort of extra concentrated ghost," said Ron, chortling, as they passed the Bloody Baron going in the opposite direction, his wide eyes staring sinisterly. "At least we didn't get homework. I hope Hermione gets loads off Professor Vector. I love not working when she is." But Hermione wasn't at dinner, and nor was she in the library when they went to look for her afterwards. The only person in there was Victor Crumb. Ron hovered behind the bookshelves for a while, watching Crumb debating in whispers with Harry whether he should ask for an autograph. But when Ron realised that 6 or 7 girls were lurking in the next row of books, debating exactly the same thing, he had lost his enthusiasm for the idea. "Wonder where she's got to," Ron said, as he and Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower. "Dunno. Boulder Dash?" But the fat lady had barely begun to swing forwards when the sound of racing feet behind them announced Hermione's arrival. "Harry," she panted, skidding to a halt beside him. The fat lady stared down at her, eyebrows raised. "Harry, you've got to come. You've got to come. The most amazing thing's happened. Please." She seized Harry's arm and started to try and drag him back along the corridor. "What's the matter?" Harry said. "I'll show you when we get there. Oh, come on, quick." Harry looked around at Ron. He looked back at Harry, intrigued. "Okay," Harry said, starting off back down the corridor with Hermione, Ron hurrying to keep up. "Oh, don't mind me," the fat lady called irritably after them. "Don't apologise for bothering me. I'll just hang here wide open until you get back, shall I?" "Yeah, thanks," Ron shouted over his shoulder. "Hermione, where are we going?" Harry asked, after she had led them down through 6 floors and started down the marble staircase into the entrance hall. You'll see in a minute," said Hermione excitedly. She turned left at the bottom of the staircase and hurried towards the door through which Cedric Diggory had gone the night after the Goblet of Fire had regurgitated his and Harry's names. Harry had never been through here before. He and Ron followed Hermione down a flight of stone steps, but instead of ending up in a gloomy underground passage like the one which led to Snape's dungeon, they found themselves in a broad stone corridor, brightly lit with torches and decorated with cheerful paintings that were mainly of food. "Oh, hang on," said Harry slowly, halfway down the corridor. "Wait a minute, Hermione." "What?" She turned around to look at him, anticipation all over her face. "I know what this is about," said Harry. He nudged Ron and pointed to the painting just behind Hermione. It showed a gigantic silver fruit bowl. "Hermione," said Ron, cottoning on, "you're trying to rope us into this spew stuff again, aren't you?" No, I'm not," she said hastily. "And it's not spew, Ron." "Changed the name, have you?" said Ron, frowning at her. "What are we now, then? The House Elf Liberation Front? I'm not barging into that kitchen and trying to make them stop work. I'm not doing it." "I'm not asking you to," Hermione said impatiently. "I came down here just now to talk to them all, and I found— Oh, come on, Harry. I want to show you." She seized his arm again, pulled him in front of the picture of the giant fruit bowl, stretched out her forefinger and tickled the huge green pear. It began to squirm, chuckling, and suddenly turned into a large green door handle. Hermione seized it, pulled the door open and pushed Harry back hard in the back, forcing him inside. He had one brief glimpse of an enormous, high-ceilinged room, large as the great hall above it, with mounds of glittering brass pots and pans heaped around the stone walls, and a great brick fireplace at the other end, when something small hurtled towards him from the middle of the room, squealing, "Harry Potter, sir, Harry Potter!" Next second all the wind had been knocked out of him, as the squealing elf hit him hard in the midriff, hugging him so tightly he thought his ribs would break. "Dobby?" Harry gasped. "It is Dobby, sir, it is," squealed the voice from somewhere around his navel. "Dobby has been hoping and hoping to see Harry Potter, sir, and Harry Potter has come to see him, sir." Dobby let go and stepped back a few paces, beaming up at Harry, his enormous green tennis ball-shaped eyes brimming with tears of happiness. He looked almost exactly as Harry remembered him. The pencil-shaped nose, the bat-like ears, the long fingers and feet, all except the clothes, which were very different. When Dobby had worked for the Malfoys, he had always worn the same filthy old pillowcase. Now, however, he was wearing the strangest assortment of garments Harry had ever seen. He had made an even worse job of dressing himself than the wizards at the World Cup. He was wearing a tea cosy for a hat, on which he had pinned a number of bright badges, a tie patterned with horseshoes over a bare chest, a pair of what looked like children's football shorts, and odd socks. One of these, Harry saw, was the black one he had removed from his own foot and tricked Mr. Malfoy into giving Dobby, therefore setting Dobby free. The other was covered in pink and orange stripes. "Dobby, what are you doing here?" Harry said in amazement. "Dobby has come to work at Hogwarts, sir," Dobby squealed excitedly. "Professor Dumbledore gave Dobby and Winky jobs, sir." "Winky," said Harry. "She's here too." "Yes, sir, yes," said Dobby, and he seized Harry's hand and pulled him off into the kitchen, between the 4 long wooden tables that stood there. Each of these tables, Harry noticed as he passed them, was positioned exactly beneath the 4 house tables above, in the great hall. At the moment, they were clear of food, dinner having finished, but he supposed that an hour ago they had been laden with dishes that were then sent up through the ceiling to the counterparts above. At least 100 little elves were standing around the kitchen, beaming, bowing and curtsying as Dobby led Harry past them. They were all wearing the same uniform, a tea towel stamped with the Hogwarts crest and tied, as Winky's had been, like a toga. Dobby stopped in front of the brick fireplace and pointed. "Winky, sir," he said. Winky was sitting on a stool by the fire. Unlike Dobby, she had obviously not foraged for clothes. She was wearing a neat little skirt and blouse, with matching blue hat, which had holes in it for her large ears. However, while every one of Dobby's strange collection of garments was so clean and well cared for that it looked brand new, Winky was plainly not taking care of her clothes at all. There were soup stains all down her blouse and a burn in her skirt. "Hello, Winky," said Harry. Winky's lip quivered. Then she burst into tears, which spilled out of her great brown eyes and splashed down her front, just as they had done at the Quidditch World Cup. "Oh dear," said Hermione. She and Ron had followed Harry and Dobby to the end of the kitchen. "Winky, don't cry, please don't." But Winky cried harder than ever. Dobby, on the other hand, beamed up at Harry. Would Harry Potter like a cup of tea? He squeaked loudly, over Winky's sobs. Yeah, okay, said Harry. Instantly, about 6 house elves came trotting up behind him, bearing a large silver tray laden with a teapot, cups for Harry, Ron and Hermione, a milk jug and a large plate of biscuits. Good service, Ron said, in an impressed voice. Hermione frowned at him, but the elves all looked delighted and bowed very low and retreated. How long have you been here, Dobby? Harry asked as Dobby handed round the tea. Only a week, Harry Potter, sir, said Dobby happily. Dobby came to see Professor Dumbledore, sir. You see, sir, it is very difficult for a house elf who has been dismissed to get a new position, sir. Very difficult indeed. At this, Winky howled even harder, her squashed tomato of a nose dribbling all down her front, though she made no effort to stem the flow. Dobby has travelled the country for 2 whole years, sir, trying to find work, Dobby squeaked. But Dobby hasn't found work, sir, because Dobby wants paying now. The house elves all around the kitchen, who had been listening and watching with interest, all looked away at these words, as though Dobby had said something rude and embarrassing. Hermione, however, said, Good for you, Dobby. Thank you, miss, said Dobby, grinning toothfully at her. But most wizards doesn't want a house elf who wants paying, miss. That's not the point of a house elf, they says, and they slammed the door in Dobby's face. Dobby likes work, but he wants to wear clothes and he wants to be paid, Harry Potter. Dobby likes being free. The Hogwarts house elves had now started edging away from Dobby as though he was carrying something contagious. Winky, however, remained where she was, though there was a definite increase in the volume of her crying. And then, Harry Potter, Dobby goes to visit Winky and finds out Winky has been freed too, sir, said Dobby delightedly. At this, Winky flung herself forwards off her stool and lay, face down, on the flagstone floor, beating her tiny fists upon it and positively screaming with misery. Hermione hastily dropped down to her knees beside her and tried to comfort her, but nothing she said made the slightest difference. Dobby continued with his story, shouting shrilly over Winky's screeches. And then Dobby had the idea, Harry Potter, sir. Why doesn't Dobby and Winky find work together? Dobby says, Where is there enough work for 2 house elves, says Winky. And Dobby thinks, And it comes to him, sir, Hogwarts. So Dobby and Winky come to see Professor Dumbledore, sir, and Professor Dumbledore took us on. Dobby beamed very brightly, and happy tears welled in his eyes again. And Professor Dumbledore says he will pay Dobby, sir, if Dobby wants paying. And so Dobby is a free elf, sir, and Dobby gets a galleon a week, and 1 day off a month. That's not very much, Hermione shouted indignantly from the floor, over Winky's continued screaming and fist-beating. Professor Dumbledore offered Dobby 10 galleons a week, and weekends off, said Dobby, suddenly giving a little shiver, as though the prospect of so much leisure and riches were frightening. But Dobby beat him down, miss. Dobby likes freedom, miss, but he isn't wanting too much, miss. He likes work better. And how much is Professor Dumbledore paying you, Winky? Hermione asked kindly. If she had thought this would cheer Winky up, she was wildly mistaken. Winky did stop crying, but when she sat up she was glaring at Hermione through her massive brown eyes, her whole face sopping wet and suddenly furious. Winky is a disgraced elf, but Winky is not yet getting paid, she squeaked. Winky is not sunk so low as that. Winky is properly ashamed of being freed. Ashamed, said Hermione blankly, But Winky, come on. It's Mr. Crouch who should be ashamed, not you. You didn't do anything wrong. He was really horrible to you. But at these words, Winky clapped her hands over the holes in her hat, flattened her ears so that she couldn't hear a word, and screeched, You is not insulting my master, miss. You is not insulting Mr. Crouch. Mr. Crouch is a good wizard, miss. Mr. Crouch is right to sack bad Winky. Winky is having trouble adjusting, Harry Potter, squeaked Dobby confidentially. Winky forgets she is not bound to Mr. Crouch any more. She is allowed to speak her mind now, but she won't do it. Can't house elves speak their minds about their masters, then? Harry asked. Oh, no, sir, no, said Dobby, looking suddenly serious. 'Tis part of the house elves' enslavement, sir.
We keeps their secrets and our silence, sir. We upholds the family's honour, and we never speaks ill of them, though Professor Dumbledore told Dobby he does not insist upon this. Professor Dumbledore said we is free to... Dobby looked suddenly nervous and beckoned Harry closer. Harry bent forwards. Dobby whispered, "He said we is free to call him a balmy old codger if we like, sir." Dobby gave a frightened sort of giggle. "But Dobby is not wanting to, Harry Potter," he said, talking normally again, and shaking his head so that his ears flapped. "Dobby likes Professor Dumbledore very much, sir, and is proud to keep his secrets for him." "But you can say what you like about the Malfoys now?" Harry asked him, grinning. A slightly fearful look came into Dobby's immense eyes. Dobby could," he said doubtfully. He squared his small shoulders. "Dobby could tell Harry Potter that his old masters were bad dark wizards." Dobby stood for a moment, quivering all over, horror-struck by his own daring. Then he rushed over to the nearest table and began banging his head on it very hard, squealing, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" Harry seized Dobby by the back of his tie and pulled him away from the table. "Thank you, Harry Potter, thank you," said Dobby breathlessly, rubbing his head. "You just need a bit of practice," Harry said. "Practice?" squealed Winky furiously. "You is ought to be ashamed of yourself, Dobby, talking about that way about your masters." "They isn't my masters any more, Winky," said Dobby defiantly. "Dobby doesn't care what they think any more." "Oh, you is a bad elf, Dobby," moaned Winky, tears leaking down her face once more. "My poor Mr. Crouch, what is he doing without Winky? He is needing me. He is needing my help. I is looking after the Crouches all my life, and my mother is doing it before me, and my grandmother is doing it before her. Oh, what is they saying if they knew Winky was freed? Oh, the shame, the shame!" She buried her face in her skirt again and bawled. "Winky," said Hermione firmly, "I'm quite sure Mr. Crouch is getting along perfectly well without you. We've seen him. You know—" "You is seeing my master?" said Winky breathlessly, raising her tear-stained face out of her skirt once more and goggling at Hermione. "You is seeing him here at Hogwarts?" "Yes," said Hermione. "He and Mr. Bagman are judges in the Triwizard Tournament." "Mr. Bagman comes too," squeaked Winky, and to Harry's great surprise, and Ron and Hermione's too, by the looks on their faces, she looked angry again. "Mr. Bagman is a bad wizard, a very bad wizard. My master isn't liking him. Oh, no, not at all." "Bagman? Bad?" said Harry. "Oh, yes," Winky said, nodding her head furiously. "My master is telling Winky some things, but Winky is not saying. Winky keeps her master's secrets." She dissolved yet again into tears. They could hear her sobbing into her skirt. Poor master, no Winky to help him no more." They couldn't get another sensible word out of Winky. They left her to keep on crying and finish their tea, while Dobby chatted happily about his life as a free elf and his plans for his wages. "Dobby is going to buy a jumper next, Harry Potter," he said happily, pointing at his bare chest. "Tell you what, Dobby," said Ron, who seemed to have taken a great liking to the elf. "I'll give you the one my mum knits me this Christmas. I always get one from her. You don't mind maroon, do you?" Dobby was delighted. "We might have to shrink it a bit for you," Ron told him, "but it'll go well with your tea cosy." As they prepared to take their leave, many of the surrounding elves pressed in upon them, offering snacks to take back upstairs. Hermione refused, with a pained look at the way the elves kept bowing and curtsying, but Harry and Ron loaded their pockets with cream cakes and pies. "Thanks a lot," Harry said to the elves, who had all clustered around the door to say good night. "See you, Dobby." "Harry Potter, can Dobby come and see you sometimes, sir?" Dobby asked tentatively. "Course you can," said Harry, and Dobby beamed. "You know what?" said Ron, once he, Hermione and Harry had left the kitchens behind and were climbing the steps into the entrance hall again. "In all these years, I've been really impressed with Fred and George, nicking food from the kitchens. Well, it's not exactly difficult, is it? They can't wait to give it away." "I think this is the best thing that could have happened to those elves, you know," said Hermione, leading the way back up to the marble staircase. "Dobby coming back to work here, I mean. The other elves will see how happy he is, being free, and slowly it'll dawn on them that they want that too." "Let's hope they don't look too closely at Winky," said Harry.
"Oh, she'll cheer up," said Hermione, though she sounded a bit doubtful. "Once the shock's worn off, and she's got used to Hogwarts, she'll see how much better off she is without that Crouch man." "She seems to love him," said Ron thickly. He had just started on a cream cake. "Doesn't think much of Bagman, though, does she?" said Harry. "Wonder what Crouch says at home about him." "Probably says he's not a very good head of department," said Hermione. "And let's face it, he's got a point, hasn't he?" "I'd still rather work for him than old Crouch," said Ron. "At least Bagman's got a sense of humour." "Don't let Percy hear you saying that," Hermione said, smiling slightly. "Yeah, well, Percy wouldn't want to work for anyone with a sense of humour, would he?" said Ron, now starting on a chocolate eclair. Percy wouldn't recognise a joke if it danced naked in front of him wearing Dobby's tea cosy. "Potter! Weasley! Will you pay attention?" Professor McGonagall's irritated voice cracked like a whip through the Transfiguration class on Thursday, and Harry and Ron both jumped and looked up. It was the end of the lesson. They had finished their work. The guinea fowl they had been changing into guinea pigs had been shut away in a large cage on Professor McGonagall's desk. Neville's guinea pig still had feathers. They had copied down their homework from the blackboard. Describe with examples the ways in which transforming spells must be adapted when performing cross-species switches. The bell was due to ring at any moment, and Harry and Ron, who had been having a sword fight with a couple of Fred and George's fake wands at the back of the class, looked up, Ron now holding a tin parrot and Harry a rubber haddock. "Now, Potter and Weasley have been kind enough to act their age," said Professor McGonagall with an angry look at the pair of them. As the head of Harry's haddock drooped and fell silently to the floor, Ron's parrot's beak had severed it moments before. "I have something to say to you all. The Yule Ball is approaching, a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for us to socialise with our foreign guests. Now, the ball will be open to all fourth years and above, although you may invite a younger student if you wish." Lavender Brown let out a shrill giggle. Parvati Patil nudged her hard in the ribs, her face working furiously as she, too, fought not to giggle. They both looked around at Harry. Professor McGonagall ignored them, which Harry thought was distinctly unfair, as she had just told off him and Ron. "Dress robes will be worn," Professor McGonagall continued, "and the ball will start at 8 o'clock on Christmas Day, finishing at midnight in the Great Hall. Now then," Professor McGonagall stared deliberately around the class, "the Yule Ball is of course a chance for us all to, let our hair down," she said in a disapproving voice. Lavender giggled harder than ever, with her hand pressed hard against her mouth to stifle the sound. Harry could see what was funny this time. Professor McGonagall, with her hair in a tight bun, looked as though she had never let her hair down in any sense. "But that does not mean," Professor McGonagall went on, "that we will be relaxing the standards of behaviour we expect from Hogwarts students. I will be most seriously displeased if a Gryffindor student embarrasses the school in any way." The bell rang, and there was the usual scuffle of activity as everyone packed their bags and swung them onto their shoulders. Professor McGonagall called above the noise, "Potter, a word, if you please." Assuming this had something to do with his headless rubber haddock, Harry proceeded gloomily to the teacher's desk. Professor McGonagall waited until the rest of the class had gone, and then said, "Potter, the champions and their partners." "What partners?" said Harry. Professor McGonagall looked suspiciously at him, as though she thought he was trying to be funny. "Your partners for the Yule Ball, Potter," she said coldly. "Your dance partners." Harry's inside seemed to curl up and shrivel. Dance partners? He felt himself going red. I don't dance," he said quickly. "Oh, yes, you do," said Professor McGonagall irritably. "That's what I'm telling you. Traditionally, the champions and their partners open the ball." Harry had a sudden mental image of himself in a top hat and tails, accompanied by a girl in the sort of frilly dress Aunt Petunia always wore to Uncle Vernon's work parties. "I'm not dancing," he said. "It is traditional," said Professor McGonagall firmly. "You are a Hogwarts champion, and you will do what is expected of you as a representative of the school. So make sure you get yourself a partner, Potter." "But I don't—" "You heard me, Potter," said Professor McGonagall, in a very final sort of way. A week ago, Harry would have said finding a partner for a dance would be a cinch compared to taking on a Hungarian horntail, but now that he had done the latter, and was facing the prospect of asking a girl to the ball, he thought he'd rather have another round with the horntail. Harry had never known so many people to put their names down to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. He always did, of course, because the alternative was usually going back to Privet Drive, but he had always been very much in the minority before now. This year, however, everyone in the fourth year and above seemed to be staying, and they all seemed to Harry to be obsessed with the coming ball, or at least all the girls were. And it was amazing how many girls Hogwarts suddenly seemed to hold. He had never quite noticed that before. Girls giggling and whispering in the corridors, girls shrieking with laughter as boys passed them, girls excitedly comparing notes on what they were going to wear on Christmas night. Why do they have to move in packs? Harry asked Ron, as a dozen or so girls walked past them, sniggering and staring at Harry. How are you supposed to get one on their own to ask them? Lasso one, Ron suggested. Got any idea who you're going to try? Harry didn't answer. He knew perfectly well whom he'd like to ask, but working up the nerve was something else. Cho was a year older than he was. She was very pretty. She was a very good Quidditch player, and she was also very popular. Ron seemed to know what was going on inside Harry's head. Listen, you're not going to have any trouble. You're a champion. You've just beaten a Hungarian horntail. I bet they'll be queuing up to go with you. In tribute to their recently repaired friendship, Ron had kept the bitterness in his voice to a bare minimum. Moreover, to Harry's amazement, he turned out to be quite right. A curly-haired third-year Hufflepuff girl, to whom Harry had never spoken in his life, asked him to go to the ball with her the very next day. Harry was so taken aback, he said no before he'd even stopped to consider the matter. The girl walked off looking rather hurt, and Harry had to endure Dean's, Seamus's and Ron's taunts about her all through History of Magic. The following day, 2 more girls asked him, a second year and, to his horror, a 5th year, who looked as though she might knock him out if he refused. She was quite good-looking, said Ron fairly, after he'd stopped laughing. She was a foot taller than me, said Harry, still unnerved. Imagine what I'd look like trying to dance with her. Hermione's words about Crumb kept coming back to him. They only like him because he's famous. Harry doubted very much if any of the girls who had asked it to be his partner so far would have wanted to go to the ball with him if he hadn't been school champion. Then he wondered if this would bother him if Cho asked him. On the whole, Harry had to admit that even with the embarrassing prospect of opening the ball before him, life had definitely improved since he had got through the first task. He wasn't attracting nearly as much unpleasantness in the corridors anymore, which he suspected had a lot to do with Cedric. He had an idea Cedric might have told the Hufflepuffs to leave Harry alone, in gratitude for Harry's tip-off about the dragons. There seemed to be fewer support Cedric Diggory badges around too. Draco Malfoy, of course, was still quoting Rita Skeeter's article at him every possible opportunity, but he was getting fewer and fewer laughs out of it, and just to heighten Harry's feeling of well-being, no story about Hagrid had appeared in the Daily Prophet. She didn't seem very interested in magical creatures, to tell you the truth, Hagrid said when Harry, Ron and Hermione asked him how his interview with Rita Skeeter had gone during the last Care of Magical Creatures lesson of term. To their very great relief, Hagrid had given up on direct contact with the Scroots now, and they were merely sheltering behind his cabin today, sitting at a trestle table and preparing a fresh selection of food with which to tempt the Scroots. She just wanted me to talk about you, Harry, Hagrid continued in a low voice. Well, I told her we'd been friends since I went to fetch you from the Dursleys. Never had to tell him off in 4 years, she said. Never played you up in lessons, has he? I told her no, and she didn't seem very happy at all. You'd think she wanted me to say you were horrible, Harry. Course she did, said Harry, throwing lumps of dragon liver into a large metal bowl and picking up his knife to cut some more. She can't keep writing about what a tragic little hero I am. It'll start to get boring. She wants a new angle, Hagrid, said Ron wisely, as he shelled salamander eggs. You're supposed to say Harry's a mad delinquent. But he's not, said Hagrid, looking genuinely shocked. She should have interviewed Snape, said Harry grimly. He'd give her the goods on me any day. Potter has been crossing lines ever since he first arrived at this school. Said that, did he? Said Hagrid.
while Ron and Hermione laughed. "Well, you might have bent a few rules, Harry, but you're all right really, aren't you?" "Cheers, Hagrid," said Harry, grinning. "You coming to the ball thing on Christmas Day, Hagrid?" said Ron. "Thought I might look into it, yeah," said Hagrid gruffly. "Should be a good do, I reckon. You'll be opening the dancing, won't you, Harry? Who you taking?" "No one yet," said Harry, feeling himself going red again. Hagrid didn't pursue the subject. The last week of term became increasingly boisterous as it progressed. Rumours about the Yule Ball were flying everywhere, though Harry didn't believe half of them. For instance, that Dumbledore had bought 800 barrels of mulled mead from Madame Rosmerta. It seemed to be fact, however, that he had booked the Weird Sisters. Exactly who or what the Weird Sisters were, Harry didn't know, never having had access to a wizard's wireless, but he deduced from the wild excitement of those who had grown up listening to the WWN, Wizarding Wireless Network, that they were a very famous musical group. Some of the teachers, like little Professor Flitwick, gave up trying to teach them much when their minds were so clearly elsewhere. He allowed them to play games in his lesson on Wednesday, and spent most of it talking to Harry about the perfect summoning charm he had used during the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Other teachers were not so generous. Nothing would ever deflect Professor Binns, for example, from ploughing on through his notes on goblin rebellions. As Binns hadn't let his own death stand in the way of continuing to teach, they supposed a small thing like Christmas wasn't going to put him off. It was amazing how he could make even bloody and vicious goblin riots sound as boring as Percy's Cauldron Bottom report. Professors McGonagall and Moody kept them working until the very last second of their classes too, and Snape, of course, would no sooner let them play games in class than adopt Harry. Staring nastily around at them all, he informed them that he would be testing them on poison antidotes during the last lesson of the term. "Evil he is," Ron said bitterly that night in the Gryffindor common room, "springing a test on us on the last day, ruining the last bit of term with a whole load of revision." "You're not exactly straining yourself, though, are you?" said Hermione, looking at him over the top of her potions notes. Ron was busy building a card castle out of his exploding snap pack, a much more interesting pastime than with Muggle cards, because of the chance that the whole thing would blow up at any second. "It's Christmas, Hermione," said Harry lazily. He was rereading Flying with the Cannons for the 10th time in an armchair near the fire. Hermione looked severely over at him. "2. I'd have thought you'd be doing something constructive, Harry, even if you don't want to learn your antidotes." "Like what?" Harry said, as he watched Joey Jenkins of the Cannon's Belter bludger towards a Ballycastle bat's chaser. "That egg," Hermione hissed. "Come on, Hermione, I've got till February the 24th, Harry said. He had put the golden egg upstairs in his trunk and hadn't opened it since the celebration party after the first task. There were still 2.5 months to go until he needed to know what all the screechy wailing meant, after all. "But it might take weeks to work it out," said Hermione. "You're going to look a real idiot if everyone else knows what the next task is, and you don't." "Leave him alone, Hermione. He's earned a bit of a break," said Ron, and he placed the last 2 cards on top of the castle, and the whole lot blew up, singeing his eyebrows. "Nice look, Ron. Go well with your dress robes, that will." It was Fred and George. They sat down at the table with Harry, Ron and Hermione, as Ron felt how much damage had been done. "Ron, can we borrow Pigwidgeon?" George asked. "No, he's delivering a letter," said Ron. "Why?" "Because George wants him to invite him to the ball," said Fred sarcastically. "Because we want to send a letter, you stupid great prat," said George. "Who do you two keep writing to, eh?" said Ron. "Nose out, Ron, or I'll burn that for you too," said Fred, waving his wand threateningly. "So, you lot got dates for the ball yet?" "Nope," said Ron. "Well, you better hurry up, mate, or all the good ones will be gone," said Fred. "Who are you going with then?" said Ron. "Angelina," said Fred promptly, without a trace of embarrassment. "What?" said Ron, taken aback. "You've already asked her." "Good point," said Fred. He turned his head and called across the common room. "Oi, Angelina!" Angelina, who had been chatting to Alicia Spinnet near the fire, looked over at him. "What?" she called back. "Want to come to the ball with me?" Angelina gave Fred an appraising sort of look. "All right then," she said, and she turned back to Alicia and carried on chatting, with a bit of a grin on her face. "There you go," said Fred to Harry and Ron. "Piece of cake." He got to his feet, yawning, and said, "We'd better use the school owl then. George, come on." They left. Ron stopped, feeling his eyebrows, and looked across the smouldering wreck of his card castle at Harry. "We should get a move on, you know. Ask someone. He's right. We don't want to end up with a pair of trolls." Hermione let out a splutter of indignation. "A pair of what? Excuse me?" "Well, you know," said Ron, shrugging. "I'd rather go alone than with Eloise Midgins, eh?" "Her acne's loads better lately, and she's really nice." "Her nose is off-centre," said Ron. "Oh, I see," Hermione said, bristling. "So basically you're going to take the best-looking girl who'll have you, even if she's completely horrible." Yeah, that sounds about right," said Ron. "I'm going to bed," Hermione snapped, and she swept off towards the girls' staircase without another word. The Hogwarts staff, demonstrating a continued desire to impress the visitors from Beauxbaton and Durmstrang, seemed determined to show the castle at its best this Christmas. When the decorations went up, Harry noticed that they were the most stunning he had yet seen inside the school. Everlasting icicles had been attached to the banisters of the marble staircase. The usual 12 Christmas trees in the Great Hall were bedecked with everything from luminous hollyberries to real hooting, golden owls, and the suits of armour had all been bewitched to sing carols whenever anyone passed them. It was quite something to hear. "Oh, come all ye faithful," sung by an empty helmet that only knew half the words. Several times Filch the caretaker had to extract Peeves from inside the armour, which he had taken to hiding, filling in the gaps in the songs with lyrics of his own invention, all of which were very rude. And still Harry hadn't asked Cho to the ball. He and Ron were getting very nervous now, though as Harry pointed out, Ron would look much less stupid than he would without a partner. Harry was supposed to be starting the dancing with the other champions. "I suppose there's always moaning Myrtle," he said gloomily, referring to the ghost who haunted the girls' toilets in the second floor. "Harry, we've just got to grit our teeth and do it," said Ron on Friday morning, in a tone that suggested they were planning the storming of an impregnable fortress. "When we get back to the common room tonight, we'll both have partners. Agreed?" Okay," said Harry. But every time he glimpsed Cho that day, during break and then lunchtime, and once on the way to History of Magic, she was surrounded by friends. Didn't she ever go anywhere alone? Could he perhaps ambush her as she was going into a bathroom? But no, she even seemed to go there with an escort of 4 or 5 girls. Yet if he didn't do it soon, she was bound to have been asked by somebody else. He found it hard to concentrate in Snape's antidote test, and consequently forgot to add the key ingredient, a bezoar, meaning that he received bottom marks. He didn't care, though. He was too busy screwing up his courage for what he was about to do. When the bell rang, he grabbed his bag and hurried to the dungeon door. "I'll meet you at dinner," he said to Ron and Hermione, and he dashed off upstairs. He'd just have to ask Cho for a private word, that was all. He hurried off through the packed corridors looking for her, and, rather sooner than he had expected, he found her, emerging from a Defence Against the Dark Arts lesson. Cho? Could I have a word with you?" Giggling should be made illegal, Harry thought furiously, as all the girls around Cho started doing it. She didn't, though. She said, "Okay," and followed him out of earshot of her classmates. Harry turned to look at her, and his stomach gave a weird lurch, as though he had missed a step going downwards. He said. He couldn't ask her. He couldn't, but he had to. Cho stood there looking puzzled, watching him. The words came out before Harry had quite got his tongue around them. "Want to go ball with me?" "Sorry," said Cho. Do you want to go to the ball with me?" said Harry. Why did he have to go red now? Why?" "Oh," said Cho, and she went red too. "Oh, Harry, I'm really sorry." And she looked it too. "I've already said I'll go with someone else." "Oh," said Harry. It was odd. A moment before, his insides had been writhing like snakes, but suddenly he didn't seem to have any insides at all. "Oh, okay," he said. No problem." "I'm really sorry," she said again. "That's okay," said Harry. They stood there looking at each other, and then Cho said, "Well, yeah," said Harry. "Well, bye," said Cho, still very red. She walked away. Harry called after her before he could stop himself. "Who are you going with?" Cedric," she said. "Cedric Diggory." "Oh, right," said Harry. His insides had come back again. It felt as though they had been filled with lead in their absence.
Completely forgetting about dinner, he walked slowly back up to Gryffindor Tower, Cho's voice echoing in his ears with every step he took. Cedric. Cedric Diggory. He had been starting to quite like Cedric, prepared to overlook the fact that he had once beaten him at Quidditch and was handsome and popular and nearly everyone's favourite champion. Now he suddenly realised that Cedric was in fact a useless, pretty boy who didn't have enough brains to fill an egg cup. Fairy lights, he said dully to the fat lady. The password had been changed the previous day. Yes, indeed, sir, she trilled, straightening her new tinsel hairband as she swung forwards to admit him. Entering the common room, Harry looked around, and to his surprise he saw Ron sitting ashen-faced in a distant corner. Ginny was sitting with him, talking to him in what seemed to be a low, soothing voice. "What's up, Ron?" said Harry, joining them. Ron looked up at Harry, a sort of blind horror in his face. Why did I do it?" he said wildly. I don't know what made me do it." "What?" said Harry. He just asked Fleur Delacour to go to the ball with him," said Ginny. She looked as though she was fighting back a smile, but she kept patting Ron's arm sympathetically. "You what?" said Harry. "I don't know what made me do it." Ron gasped again. "What was I playing at? There were people all around. I've gone mad. Everyone watching. I was just walking past her in the entrance hall. She was standing there talking to Diggory, and it sort of came over me, and I asked her." Ron moaned and put his face in his hands. He kept talking, though the words were barely distinguishable. "She looked at me like I was a sea slug or something. Didn't even answer, and then, I don't know, I just sort of came to my senses and ran for it." "She's part Veela," said Harry. "You were right. Her grandmother was one. It wasn't your fault. I bet you just walked past her when she was turning on the old charm for Diggory and got a blast of it. But she was wasting her time. He's going with Cho Chang." Ron looked up. "I asked her to go with me just now," Harry said dully, "and she told me." Ginny had suddenly stopped smiling. "This is mad," said Ron. "We're the only ones left who haven't got anyone. Well, except Neville. Hey, guess who?" he asked. "Hermione." "What?" said Harry, completely distracted by this startling news. "Yeah, I know," said Ron, some of the colour coming back into his face as he started to laugh. "He told me after potions. Said she's always been really nice, helping him out with work and stuff, but she told him she was already going with someone." "As if. She just didn't want to go with Neville. I mean, who would?" "Don't," said Ginny, annoyed. "Don't laugh." Just then Hermione climbed in through the portrait hole. "Why weren't you two at dinner?" she said, coming over to join them. "Because—" "Oh, shut up laughing, you two. Because they've both just been turned down by girls they asked to the ball," said Ginny. That shut Harry and Ron up. "Thanks a bunch, Ginny," said Ron sourly. "All the good-looking ones taken then, Ron," said Hermione loftily. "Eloise Midgen starting to look quite pretty now, is she? Well, I'm sure you'll find someone somewhere who'll have you." But Ron was staring at Hermione as though suddenly seeing her in a whole new light. "Hermione, Neville's right. You are a girl." "Oh, well spotted," she said acidly. "Well, you can come with one of us." "No, I can't," snapped Hermione. "Oh, come on," he said impatiently. "We need partners. We're going to look really stupid if we haven't got any. Everyone else has." "I can't come with you," said Hermione, now blushing, "because I'm already going with someone." "No, you're not," said Ron. "You just said that to get rid of Neville." "Oh, did I?" said Hermione, and her eyes flashed dangerously. "Just because it's taken you 3 years to notice, Ron, doesn't mean no one else has spotted I'm a girl." Ron stared at her. Then he grinned again. "Oh, okay. We know you're a girl," he said. "That do? Will you come now?" "I've already told you," Hermione said very angrily. "I'm going with someone else." And she stormed off towards the girls' dormitories again. "She's lying," said Ron flatly, watching her go. "She's not," said Ginny quietly. "Who is it then?" said Ron sharply. "I'm not telling you. It's her business," said Ginny. "Right," said Ron, who looked extremely put out. "This is getting stupid, Ginny. You can go with Harry, and I'll just—" "I can't," said Ginny, and she went scarlet too. I'm going with Neville. He asked me when Hermione said no, and I thought, well, I'm not going to be able to go otherwise. I'm not in 4th year." She looked extremely miserable. "I think I'll go and have dinner," she said, and she got up and walked off to the portrait hole, her head bowed. Ron goggled at Harry. "What's got into them?" he demanded. But Harry had just seen Parvati and Lavender come in through the portrait hole. The time had come for drastic action. "Wait here," he said to Ron, and he stood up,
walked straight up to Parvati and said, "Parvati, will you go to the ball with me?" Parvati went into a fit of giggles. Harry waited for them to subside, his fingers crossed in the pocket of his robes. "Yes, all right then," she said finally, blushing furiously. "Thanks," said Harry in relief. "Lavender, will you go with Ron?" "She's going with Seamus," said Parvati, and the pair of them giggled harder than ever. Harry sighed. "Can't you think of anyone who could go with Ron?" he said, lowering his voice so that Ron wouldn't hear. "What about Hermione Granger?" said Parvati. "She's going with someone else." Parvati looked astonished. "Ooh, who?" she said keenly. Harry shrugged. "No idea," he said. "So what about Ron?" "Well," said Parvati slowly, "I suppose my sister might. Padma, you know, in Ravenclaw. I'll ask her if you like." "Yeah, that would be great," said Harry. "Let me know, will you?" And he went back over to Ron, feeling that this ball was a lot more trouble than it was worth, and hoping very much that Padma Patil's nose was dead centre. Despite the very heavy load of homework that the fourth years had been given for the holidays, Harry was in no mood to work when term ended, and spent the week leading up to Christmas enjoying himself as fully as possible, along with everyone else. Gryffindor Tower was hardly less crowded than during term time. It seemed to have shrunk slightly too, as its inhabitants were being so much rowdier than usual. Fred and George had had a great success with their canary creams, and for the first couple of days of the holidays, people kept bursting into feather all over the place. Before long, however, all the Gryffindors had learnt to treat food anybody else offered them with extreme caution, in case it had a canary cream concealed in the centre, and George confided to Harry that he and Fred were now working on developing something else. Harry made a mental note never to accept so much as a crisp from Fred and George in future. He still hadn't forgotten Dudley and the tongue toffee. Snow was falling thickly upon the castle and its grounds now. The pale blue Beaubaton carriage looked like a large, chilly, frosted pumpkin next to the iced gingerbread house that was Hagrid's cabin, while the Durmstrang ship's portholes were glazed with ice, the rigging white with frost. The house elves down in the kitchen were outdoing themselves with a series of rich, warming stews and savoury puddings, and only Fleur Delacour seemed to be able to find anything to complain about. "It is too heavy, all this Hogwarts food," they heard her saying grumpily, as they left the great hall behind her one evening, Ron skulking behind Harry, keen not to be spotted by Fleur. "I will not fit into my dress robes." "Oh, there's a tragedy," said Hermione snappily, as Fleur went out into the entrance hall. "She really thinks a lot of herself, that one, doesn't she?" "Hermione, who are you going to the ball with?" said Ron. He kept springing this question on her, hoping to startle her into a response by asking it when she least expected it. However, Hermione merely frowned and said, "I'm not telling you. You'll just make fun of me." "You're joking, Weasley," said Malfoy behind them. "You're not telling me someone's asked that to the ball? Not the long, mallard mudblood?" Harry and Ron both whipped around, but Hermione said loudly, waving to somebody over Malfoy's shoulder, "Hello, Professor Moody." Malfoy went pale and jumped backwards, looking wildly around for Moody, but he was still up at the staff table finishing his stew. "Twitchy little ferret, aren't you, Malfoy?" said Hermione scathingly, and she, Harry and Ron went up the marble staircase, laughing heartily. "Hermione," said Ron, looking sideways at her, suddenly frowning. "Your teeth?" "What about them?" she said. "Well, they're different. I've just noticed." "Of course they are. Did you expect me to keep those fangs Malfoy gave me?" "No, I mean, they're different to how they were before he put that hex on you. They're all straight and normal-sized." Hermione suddenly smiled very mischievously, and Harry noticed it too. It was a very different smile to the one he remembered. "Well, when I went up to Madame Pomfrey to get them shrunk, she held up a mirror and told me to stop her when they were back how they were normally," she said, "and I just let her carry on a bit." She smiled even more widely. "Mum and Dad won't be too pleased. I've been trying to persuade them to let me shrink them for ages, but they wanted me to carry on with my brace. You know they're dentists. They just don't think teeth and magic should. Look, Pigwidgeon's back." Ron's tiny owl was twittering madly on the top of the icicle-laden banisters, a scroll of parchment tied to his leg. People passing him were pointing and laughing, and a group of third-year girls paused and said, "Oh, look at that weeny owl. Isn't he cute?" "Stupid little feathery git," Ron hissed.
hurrying up the stairs and snatching Pigwidgeon up. "You bring letters straight to the addressee. You don't hang around showing off." Pigwidgeon hooted happily, his head protruding over Ron's fist. The third-year girls all looked very shocked. "Clear off," Ron snapped at them, waving the fist, holding Pigwidgeon, who hooted more happily than ever as he soared through the air. "Here, take it, Harry," Ron added in an undertone, as the third-year girl scuttled away, looking scandalised. He pulled Sirius Reply off Pigwidgeon's leg. Harry pocketed it, and they hurried back to Gryffindor Tower to read it. Everyone in the common room was much too busy letting off more holiday steam to observe what anyone else was up to. Harry, Ron and Hermione sat apart from anyone else by a dark window that was gradually filling up with snow, and Harry read out. "Dear Harry, congratulations on getting past the Horntail. Whoever put your name in that goblet shouldn't be feeling too happy right now. I was going to suggest a conjunctivitis curse, as the dragon's eyes are its weakest point." "That's what Crumb did," Hermione whispered. "But your way was better. I'm impressed. Don't get complacent, though, Harry. You've only done one task. Whoever put you in for the tournament's got plenty more opportunity if they're trying to hurt you. Keep your eyes open, particularly when the person we discussed is around, and concentrate on keeping yourself out of trouble. Keep in touch. I still want to hear about anything unusual. Sirius." "He sounds exactly like Moody," said Harry quietly, tucking the letter away again inside his robes. "Constant vigilance. You'd think I'd walk around with my eyes shut, banging off the walls." "But he's right, Harry," said Hermione. "You have still got 2 tasks to do. You really ought to have a look at that egg, and start working out what it means." "Hermione, he's got ages," snapped Ron. "Want a game of chess, Harry?" "Yeah, okay," said Harry. Then, spotting the look on Hermione's face, he said, "Come on. How am I supposed to concentrate with all this noise going on? I won't be able to hear the egg over this lot." "Oh, I suppose not," she sighed, and she sat down to watch their chess match, which culminated in an exciting checkmate of Ron's, involving a couple of recklessly brave pawns and a very violent bishop. Harry awoke very suddenly on Christmas Day, wondering what had caused his abrupt return to consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw something with very large, round, green eyes staring back at him in the darkness. So close, they were almost nose to nose. "Dobby!" Harry yelled, scrambling away from the elf so fast he almost fell out of bed. "Don't do that!" "Dobby is sorry, sir," squeaked Dobby anxiously, jumping backwards with his long fingers over his mouth. "Dobby is only wanting to wish Harry Potter Merry Christmas and bring him a present, sir. Harry Potter did say Dobby could come and see him sometime, sir." "It's okay," said Harry, still breathing rather faster than usual, while his heart rate returned to normal. Just prod me or something in future, all right? Don't bend over me like that." Harry pulled back the hangings around his 4-poster, took his glasses from his bedside table and put them on. His yell had awoken Ron, Seamus, Dean and Neville. All of them were peering through the gaps in their own hangings, heavy-eyed and tousle-haired. "Someone attacking you, Harry?" Seamus asked sleepily. "No, it's just Dobby," Harry muttered. "Go back to sleep." "Nah, presents," said Seamus, spotting the large pile at the foot of his bed. Ron, Dean and Neville decided that now they were awake, they might as well get down to some present opening too. Harry turned back to Dobby, who was now standing nervously next to Harry's bed, still looking worried that he had upset Harry. There was a Christmas bauble tied to the loop on top of his tea cosy. "Can Dobby give Harry Potter his present?" he squeaked tentatively. "Of course you can," said Harry. I've got something for you too." It was a lie. He hadn't bought anything for Dobby at all, but he quickly opened his trunk and pulled out a particularly knobbly rolled-up pair of socks. They were his oldest and foulest mustard yellow, and had once belonged to Uncle Vernon. The reason they were extra knobbly was that Harry had been using them to cushion his sneakerscope for over a year now. He pulled out the sneakerscope and handed the socks to Dobby, saying, "Sorry, I forgot to wrap them." But Dobby was utterly delighted. "Socks are Dobby's favourite clothes, sir," he said, ripping off his old ones and pulling on Uncle Vernon's. "I has 7 now, sir, but, sir," he said, his eyes widening, having pulled both socks up to the highest extent so that they reached to the bottom of his shorts, "they has made a mistake in the shop. Harry Potter, they is giving you 2 the same." "No, Harry, how come you didn't spot that?" said Ron, grinning.
over from his own bed, which is now strewn with wrapping paper. "Tell you what, Dobby, here you go, take these two, and you can mix them up properly. And here's your jumper." He threw Dobby a pair of violet socks he had just unwrapped, and the hand-knitted sweater Mrs. Weasley had sent. Dobby looked quite overwhelmed. "Sir is very kind," he squeaked, his eyes brimming with tears again, bowing deeply to Ron. "Dobby knew Sir must be a great wizard, for he is Harry Potter's greatest friend. But Dobby did not know that he was also as generous of spirit, as noble, as selfless." "They're only socks," said Ron, who had gone slightly pink around the ears, though looking rather pleased all the same. "Wow, Harry." He had just opened Harry's present, a Chudley cannon hat. "Cool." He jammed it on his head, where it clashed horribly with his hair. Dobby now handed Harry a small package, which turned out to be socks. "Dobby is making them himself, sir," the elf said happily. "He is buying the wool out of his wages, sir." The left sock was bright red, and had a pattern of broomsticks upon it. The right sock was green, with a pattern of snitches. They're well, thanks, Dobby," said Harry, and he pulled them on, causing Dobby's eyes to leak with happiness again. "Dobby must go now, sir. We is already making Christmas dinner in the kitchens," said Dobby, and he hurried out of the dormitory, waving goodbye to Ron and the others as he passed. Harry's other presents were much more satisfactory than Dobby's old socks, with the obvious exception of the Dursleys, which consisted of a single tissue, an all-time low. Harry supposed they too were remembering the Tongue Toffee. Hermione had given Harry a book called Quidditch Teams of Britain and Ireland, Ron a bulging back of dung bombs, Sirius a handy penknife with attachments to unlock any lock and undo any knot, and Hagrid a vast box of sweets including all Harry's favourites: Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, chocolate frogs, Drubel's best blowing gum, and fizzing Whizbees. There was also, of course, Mrs. Weasley's usual package, including a new jumper, green with a picture of a dragon on it. Harry supposed Charlie had told her all about the horntail, and a large quantity of homemade mince pies. Harry and Ron met up with Hermione in the common room, and they went down to breakfast together. They spent most of the morning in Gryffindor Tower, where everyone was enjoying their presents, then returned to the Great Hall for a magnificent lunch, which included at least 100 turkeys and Christmas puddings and large piles of Cribbage's wizarding crackers. They went out into the grounds in the afternoon. The snow was untouched except for the deep channels made by the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students on their way up to the castle. Hermione chose to watch Harry and the Weasleys snowball fight rather than join in, and at 5 o'clock said she was going back upstairs to get ready for the ball. "What, you need 3 hours?" said Ron, looking at her incredulously, and paying for his lapse in concentration when a large snowball thrown by George hit him hard on the side of the head. "Who are you going with?" he yelled after Hermione, but she just waved and disappeared up the stone steps into the castle. There was no Christmas tea today, as the ball included a feast, so at 7 o'clock, when it had become hard to aim properly, the others abandoned their snowball fight and trooped back to the common room. The fat lady was sitting in her frame with her friend Violet from downstairs, both of them extremely tipsy, empty boxes of chocolate liqueurs littering the bottom of her picture. Larry fights, that's the one," she giggled when they gave the password, and she swung forwards to let them inside. Harry, Ron, Seamus, Dean and Neville changed into their dress robes up in the dormitory, all of them looking very self-conscious, but none as much as Ron, who surveyed himself in the long mirror in the corner with an appalled look on his face. There was just no getting around the fact that his robes looked more like a dress than anything else. In a desperate attempt to make them look more manly, he used a severing charm on the ruffs and cuffs. It worked fairly well. At least he was now lace-free, although he hadn't done a very neat job, and the edges still looked depressingly frayed as they set off downstairs. "I still can't work out how you got the best-looking girls in the year," muttered Dean. "Animal magnetism," said Ron gloomily, pulling stray threads out of his cuffs. The common room looked strange, full of people wearing different colours instead of the usual mass of black. Parvati was waiting for Harry at the foot of the stairs. She looked very pretty indeed, in robes of shocking pink, with her long dark plait braided with gold, and gold bracelets glimmering at her wrists. Harry was relieved to see that she wasn't giggling. You look nice," he said awkwardly. "Thanks," she said,
Padma's going to meet you in the entrance hall, she added to Ron. Right, said Ron, looking around. Where's Hermione? Parvati shrugged. Should we go down then, Harry? OK, said Harry, wishing he could just stay in the common room. Fred winked at Harry as he passed him on the way out of the portrait hole. The entrance hall was packed with students too, all milling around waiting for 8 o'clock when the doors to the great hall would be thrown open. Those people who were meeting partners from different houses were edging through the crowd, trying to find each other. Parvati found her sister Padma and led her over to Harry and Ron. Hi, said Padma, who was looking just as pretty as Parvati, in robes of bright turquoise. She didn't look too enthusiastic about having Ron as a partner, though. Her dark eyes lingered in the frayed neck and sleeves of the dress robes as she looked him up and down. Hi, said Ron, not looking at her but staring around at the crowd. Oh, no. He bent his knees slightly to hide behind Harry because Fleur Delacour was passing, looking stunning in robes of silver-grey satin and accompanied by the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain Roger Davis. When they had disappeared, Ron stood straight up again and stared over the heads of the crowd. Where is Hermione? He said again. A group of Slytherins came up the steps with their their dungeon common room. Malfoy was in front. He was wearing dress robes of black velvet with a high collar, which in Harry's opinion made him look like a vicar. Pansy Parkinson was clutching Malfoy's arm in very frilly robes of pale pink. Crabbe and Goyle were both wearing green. They resembled moss-coloured boulders, and neither of them, Harry was pleased to say, had managed to find a partner. The oak front doors opened, and everyone turned to look as the Durmstrang students entered with Professor Karkaroff. Crumb was at the front of the party, accompanied by a pretty girl in blue robes Harry didn't know. Over their heads, he saw that an area of lawn right in front of the castle had been transformed into a sort of grotto full of fairy lights, meaning hundreds of actual living fairies were sitting in the rose bushes that had been conjured there and fluttering over the statues of what seemed to be Father Christmas and his reindeer. Then Professor McGonagall's voice called, "Champions, over here, please." Parvati readjusted her bangles, beaming. She and Harry said, "See you in a minute," to Ron and Padma, and walked forwards, the chattering crowd parting to let them through. Professor McGonagall, who was wearing dress robes of red tartan, had arranged a rather ugly wreath of thistles around the brim of her hat, told them to wait on one side of the doors while everyone else went inside. They were to enter the great hall in procession when the rest of the students had sat down. Fleur Delacour and Roger Davis stationed themselves nearest the doors. Davis looked so stunned by his good fortune in having Fleur for a partner that he could hardly take his eyes off her. Cedric and Cho were close to Harry too. He looked away from them so he wouldn't have to talk to them. His eyes fell instead on the girl next to Crumb. His jaw dropped. It was Hermione. But she didn't look like Hermione at all. She had done something with her hair. It was no longer bushy, but sleek and shiny, and twisted up into an elegant knot at the back of her head. She was wearing robes made of a floaty, periwinkle blue material, and she was holding herself differently somehow. Or maybe it was merely the absence of the 20 or so books she usually had slung over her back. She was also smiling, rather nervously. It was true, but the reduction in the size of her front teeth was more noticeable than ever. Harry couldn't understand how he hadn't spotted it before. "Hi, Harry," she said. "Hi, Parvati." Parvati was gazing at Hermione in unflattering disbelief. She wasn't the only one either. When the doors to the great hall opened, Crumb's fan club from the library stalked past, throwing Hermione looks of deepest loathing. Pansy Parkinson gaped at her as she walked up high with Malfoy, and even he didn't seem to be able to find an insult to throw at her. Ron, however, walked right past Hermione without looking at her. Once everyone else was settled in the hall, Professor McGonagall told the champions and their partners to get in line in pairs and follow her. They did so, and everyone in the great hall applauded as they entered and started walking up towards a large round table at the top of the hall where the judges were sitting. The walls of the hall had been covered in sparkling silver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. The house tables had vanished. Instead, there were about 100 smaller lantern-lit ones, each sitting and seating about a dozen people. Harry concentrated on not tripping over his feet. Parvati seemed to be enjoying herself. She was beaming around at everybody, steering Harry so forcefully that he felt as though he was a show dog she was putting through its paces. He caught sight of Ron and Padma as he neared the top table. Ron was watching Hermione pass with narrowed eyes. Padma was looking sulky. Dumbledore smiled happily as the champions approached the top table, but Karkaroff wore an expression remarkably like Ron's as he watched Crumb and Hermione draw nearer. Ludo Bagman, tonight in robes of bright purple with large yellow stars, was clapping as enthusiastically as any of the students, and Madame Maxime, who had changed her usual uniform of black satin for a flowing gown of lavender silk, was applauding them politely. But Mr. Crouch, Harry suddenly realised, was not there. The fifth seat at the table was occupied by Percy Weasley. When the champions and their partners reached the table, Percy drew out the empty chair beside him, staring pointedly at Harry. Harry took the hint and sat down next to Percy, who was wearing brand new navy blue dress robes and an expression of great smugness. "I've been promoted," Percy said, before Harry could even ask, and from his tone he might have been announcing his election as supreme ruler of the universe. "I'm now Mr. Crouch's personal assistant, and I'm here representing him." "Why didn't he come?" Harry asked. He wasn't looking forward to being lectured on cauldron bottoms all through dinner. "I'm afraid to say Mr. Crouch isn't well, not well at all. Hasn't been right since the World Cup. Hardly surprising. Overwork. He's not as young as he was, though still quite brilliant, of course. The mind remains as great as it ever was. But the World Cup was a fiasco for the whole ministry, and then Mr. Crouch suffered a huge personal shock with the misbehaviour of the house elves, of his Blinky, or whatever she was called. Naturally, he dismissed her immediately afterwards, but, well, as I say, he's getting on. He needs looking after, and I think he's found a definite drop in his home comforts since she left. And then we had the tournament to arrange, and the aftermath of the cup to deal with, that revolting Skeeter woman buzzing around. No, poor man. He's having a well-earned, quiet Christmas. I'm just glad he knew he had someone he could rely on to take his place." Harry wanted very much to ask whether Mr. Crouch had stopped calling Percy Weatherby yet, but resisted the temptation. There was no food as yet as the glittering gold plates, but small menus lying in front of them each. Harry picked up his uncertainly and looked around. There were no waiters. Dumbledore, however, looked carefully down his own menu and then said very clearly to his plate, "Pork chops." And pork chops appeared. Getting the idea, the rest of the table placed their orders with their plates too. Harry glanced up at Hermione to see how she felt about this new and more complicated method of dining. Surely it meant plenty of extra work for the house elves. But for once, Hermione didn't seem to be thinking about spew. She was deep in talk with Victor Crumb, and hardly seemed to notice what she was eating. It now occurred to Harry that he had never actually heard Crumb speak before. But he was certainly talking now, and very enthusiastically at that. "Well, we have a castle also, not as big as this, nor as comfortable. I am thinking," he was telling Hermione. "We have just 4 floors, and the fires are lit only for magical purposes, but we have grounds larger than even these, though in winter we have very little daylight, so we are not enjoying them. But in summer we are flying everywhere, over the lakes and the mountains." Now, Victor," said Karkaroff, with a laugh that didn't reach his cold eyes. "Don't go giving away anything else now, or your charming friend will know exactly where to find us." Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. "Ego, all this secrecy. One would almost think you didn't want visitors." "Well, Dumbledore," said Karkaroff, displaying his yellowing teeth to their fullest extent, "we are all protective of our private domains, are we not? Do we not jealously guard the halls of learning that have been entrusted to us? Are we not right to be proud that we alone know our school's secrets and right to protect them?" "Oh, I would never dream of assuming I know all of Hogwarts' secrets, Igor," said Dumbledore amicably. "Only this morning, for instance, I took a wrong turning on the way to the bathroom and found myself in a beautifully proportioned room I have never seen before, containing a really rather magnificent collection of chamber pots. When I went back to investigate more closely, I discovered that the room had vanished. But I must keep an eye out for it. Possibly it is only accessible at 5:30 in the morning, or it may only appear at the quarter moon, or when the seeker has an exceptionally full bladder." Harry snorted into his plate of goulash. Percy frowned, but Harry could have sworn Dumbledore had given him a very small wink. Meanwhile, Fleur Delacour was criticising the Hogwarts decorations to Roger Davis. "This is nothing," she said dismissively, looking around at the sparkling walls of the great hall. "At the Palace of Beauxbatons, we have ice sculptures all around the dining chamber of Christmas. They do not melt, of course. They are like huge statues of diamond glittering around the place, and the food is seemingly superb. And we have choirs of wood nymphs who serenade us as we eat. We have none of this ugly armour in the halls, and if a poltergeist ever entered into Beauxbatons, he would be expelled like that." She slapped her hand onto the table impatiently. Roger Davis was watching her talk with a very dazed look on his face, and he kept missing his mouth with his fork. Harry had the impression that Davis was too busy staring at Fleur to take in a word she was saying. "Absolutely right," he said quickly, slapping his own hand down on the table in imitation of Fleur. "Like that, yeah?" Harry looked around the hall. Hagrid was sitting at one of the other tables. He was back in the horrible hairy brown suit and gazing up the top table. Harry saw him give a small wave, and looking around saw Madame Maxime return it, her opals glittering in the candlelight. Hermione was now teaching Crumb to say her name properly. He kept calling her Hermione. "Hermione," she said slowly and clearly. "Herm-o-nini?" "Close enough," she said, catching Harry's eye and grinning. When all of the food had been consumed, Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to do the same. Then, at a wave of his wand, the table zoomed back along the walls, leaving the food clear, and then he conjured a raised platform into existence along the right-hand wall. A set of drums, several guitars, a lute, a cello and some bagpipes were set upon it. The Weird Sisters now trooped up onto the stage to wildly enthusiastic applause. They were all extremely hairy and dressed in black robes that had been artfully ripped and torn. They picked up their instruments, and Harry, who had been so interested in watching them that he had almost forgotten what was coming, suddenly realised that the lanterns on all of the other tables had gone out, and that the other champions and their partners were standing up. "Come on," Parvati hissed. "We're supposed to dance." Harry tripped over his dress robes as he stood up. The Weird Sisters struck up a slow, mournful tune. Harry walked onto the brightly lit dance floor, carefully avoiding catching anyone's eye. He could see Seamus and Dean waving at him and sniggering. And next moment Parvati had seized his hands, placed one around her waist, and was holding the other tightly in hers. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, Harry thought, revolving slowly on the spot. Parvati was steering. He kept his eyes fixed over the heads of the watching people, and very soon, many of them too, had come onto the dance floor, so that the champions were no longer the centre of attention. Neville and Ginny were dancing nearby. He could see Ginny wincing frequently as Neville trod on her feet, and Dumbledore was waltzing with Madame Maxime. He was so dwarfed by her that the top of his pointed hat barely tickled her chin. However, she moved very gracefully for a woman so large. Mad-Eye Moody was doing an extremely ungainly two-step with Professor Sinistra, who was nervously avoiding his wooden leg. "Nice socks, Potter," Moody growled as he passed, his magical eye staring through Harry's robes. "Oh, yeah, Dobby the house elf knitted them for me," said Harry, grinning. "He is so creepy," Parvati whispered, as Moody clunked away. "I don't think that eye should be allowed." Harry heard the final quavering note from the bagpipe with relief. The Weird Sisters stopped playing. Applause filled the hall once more, and Harry let go of Parvati at once. "Let's sit down, shall we?" "Oh, but this is a really good one," Parvati said, as the Weird Sisters struck up a new song, which was much faster. "No, I don't like it," Harry lied. And he led her away from the dance floor, past Fred and Angelina, who were dancing so exuberantly that people around them were backing away for fear of injury, and over to the table where Ron and Padma were sitting. "How's it going?" Harry asked Ron, sitting down and opening a bottle of butterbeer. Ron didn't answer. He was glaring at Hermione and Crumb, who were dancing nearby. Padma was sitting with her arms and legs crossed, one foot jiggling in time to the music. Every now and then she threw a disgruntled look at Ron, who was completely ignoring her. Parvati sat down on Harry's other side, crossed her arms and legs too, and within minutes was asked to dance by a boy from Beauxbatons. "You don't mind, do you, Harry?" Parvati said. "What?" said Harry, who was now watching Cho and Cedric.
Oh, never mind, snapped Parvati, and she went off with the boy from Beauxbatons. When the song ended, she did not return. Hermione came over and sat down in Parvati's empty chair. She was a bit pink in the face from dancing. "Hi," said Harry. Ron didn't say anything. "It's hot, isn't it?" said Hermione, fanning herself with her hand. "Victor's just gone to get some drinks." Ron gave her a withering look. "Victor," he said. "Hasn't he asked you to call him Vicky yet?" Hermione looked at him in surprise. "What's up with you?" she said. "If you don't know," said Ron scathingly, "I'm not going to tell you." Hermione stared at him, then at Harry, who shrugged. "Ron, what?" "He's from Durmstrang," spat Ron. "He's competing against Harry, against Hogwarts. You're... Ron was obviously casting around for words strong enough to describe Hermione's crime. "Fraternising with the enemy, that's what you're doing." Hermione's mouth fell open. "Don't be so stupid," she said after a moment. "The enemy? Honestly. Who was the one who was all excited when they saw him arrive? Who's the one who wanted his autograph? Who's got a model of him up in their dormitory?" Ron chose to ignore this. "I suppose he asked you to come with him while you were both in the library?" "Yes, he did," said Hermione, the pink patches on her cheeks glowing more brightly. "So what?" "What happened? Trying to get him to join Spew, were you?" "No, I wasn't. If you really want to know, he said he'd been coming up with her to the library every day to try and talk to me, but he hadn't been able to pluck up the courage." Hermione said this very quickly and blushed so deeply that she was the same colour as Parvati's robes. "Yeah, well, that's his story," said Ron nastily. "And what's that supposed to mean?" "Obvious, isn't it? He's Karkaroff's student, isn't he? He knows who you hang around with. He's just trying to get closer to Harry, get inside information on him, or get near enough to jinx him." Hermione looked as though Ron had slapped her. When she spoke, her voice quivered. "For your information, he hasn't asked for one single thing about Harry. Not one." Ron changed tack at the speed of light. "Then he's hoping you'll help him find out what the egg means. I suppose you've been putting your heads together during those cosy little library sessions." "I'd never help him work out that egg," said Hermione, looking outraged. "Never. How could you say something like that? I want Harry to win the tournament. Harry knows that, don't you, Harry?" "You got a funny way of showing it," sneered Ron. "This whole tournament's supposed to be about getting to know foreign wizards and making friends with them," said Hermione shrilly. "No, it isn't," shouted Ron. "It's about winning." People were starting to stare at them. "Ron," said Harry quietly, "I haven't got a problem with Hermione coming with Crumb." But Ron ignored Harry too. "Why don't you go and find Vicky? He'll be wondering where you are," said Ron. "Don't call him Vicky." Hermione jumped to her feet and stormed off across the dance floor, disappearing into the crowd. Ron watched her go with a mixture of anger and satisfaction on his face. "Are you going to ask me to dance at all?" Padma asked him. "No," said Ron, still glaring after Hermione. "Fine," snapped Padma, and she got up and went to join Parvati and the Beauxbatons boy, who conjured up one of his friends to join them, so fast that Harry could have sworn he had zoomed him there by a summoning charm. "Where is her, Onini?" said a voice. Crumb had just arrived at their table, clutching two butterbeers. "No idea," said Ron mullishly, looking up at him. "Lost her, have you?" Crumb was looking surly again. "Well, if you see her, tell her I have drinks," he said, and he slouched off. "Made friends with Victor Crumb, have you, Ron?" Percy had bustled over, rubbing his hands together and looking extremely pompous. "Excellent. That's the whole point, you know. International magical cooperation." To Harry's annoyance, Percy promptly took Padma's vacated seat. The top table was now empty. Professor Dumbledore was dancing with Professor Sprout, Ludo Bagman with Professor McGonagall, Madame Maxine and Hagrid were cutting a wide path around the dance floor as they waltzed through the students, and Karkaroff was nowhere to be seen. When the next song ended, everybody applauded once more, and Harry saw Ludo Bagman kiss Professor McGonagall's hand and make his way back through the crowds, at which point Fred and George accosted him. "What do you think they're doing? Annoying senior ministry members," Percy hissed, watching Fred and George suspiciously. "No respect." Ludo Bagman shook off Fred and George fairly quickly, however, and spotted Harry, waved and came over to their table. "I hope my brothers weren't bothering you, Mr. Bagman," said Percy at once. "What? Oh, no, not at all. No, said Bagman. "No, they were just telling me a bit more about those fake wands of theirs, wondering if I could advise them on their marketing. I've promised to put them in touch with a couple of contacts of mine at Zonko's joke shop." Percy didn't look happy about this at all, and Harry was prepared to bet he would be rushing to tell Mrs. Weasley about it the moment he got home. Apparently Fred and George's plans had grown even more ambitious lately, if they were hoping to sell to the public. Bagman opened his mouth to ask Harry something, but Percy diverted him. "How do you feel the tournament's going, Mr. Bagman? Our department's quite satisfied. The hitch with the Goblet of Fire," he glanced at Harry, "was a little unfortunate, of course, but it seems to have gone very smoothly since, don't you think?" Oh, yes, Bagman said cheerfully. "It's all been enormous fun. How's old Barty doing? Shame he couldn't come." "Oh, I'm sure Mr. Crouch will be up and about in no time," said Percy importantly. "But in the meantime, I'm more than willing to take up the slack. Of course, it's not all attending balls," he laughed airily. "Oh, no. I've had to deal with all sorts of things that have cropped up in his absence. You heard Ali Bashir was caught smuggling a consignment of flying carpets into the country? And then we've been trying to persuade the Transylvanians to sign the international ban on duelling. I've got a meeting with their head of magical cooperation in the new year." "Let's go for a walk," Ron muttered to Harry. "Get away from Percy." Pretending they wanted more drinks, Harry and Ron left the table, edged around the dance floor and slipped out into the entrance hall. The front doors stood open, and the fluttering fairy lights in the rose garden winked and twinkled as they went down the front steps, where they had found themselves surrounded by bushes, winding ornamental paths and large stone statues. Harry could hear splashing water, which sounded like a fountain. Here and there people were sitting on carved benches. He and Ron set off alone, along one of the winding paths through the rose bushes, but they had gone only a short way when they heard an unpleasantly familiar voice. "Don't see what there is to fuss about, Igor." "Severus, you cannot pretend this isn't happening." Karkaroff's voice sounded anxious and hushed, as though keen not to be overheard. "It's been getting clearer and clearer for months. I am becoming seriously concerned. I can't deny it." "Then flee," said Snape's voice curtly. "Flee. I will make your excuses. I, however, am remaining at Hogwarts." Snape and Karkaroff came around the corner. Snape had his wand out and was blasting rose bushes apart, his expression most ill-natured. Squeals issued from many of the bushes, and dark shapes emerged from them. 10 points from Hufflepuff, Fawcett, Snape snarled as a girl ran past him. "And 10 points from Ravenclaw too, Stebbins," as a boy went rushing after her. "And what are you two doing?" he added, catching sight of Harry and Ron on the path ahead. Karkaroff, Harry saw, looked slightly discomposed to see them standing there. His hand went nervously to his goatee, and he began winding it around his finger again. "We're walking," Ron told Snape shortly. "Not against the law, is it?" "Keep walking, then," Snape snarled, and he brushed past them, his long black cloak billowing out behind him. Karkaroff hurried away after Snape. Harry and Ron continued down the path. "What's got Karkaroff all worried?" Ron muttered. "And since when have he and Snape been on first-name terms?" said Harry slowly. They had reached a large stone reindeer now, over which they could see the sparkling jets of a tall fountain. The shadowy outlines of the two enormous people were visible on a stone bench, watching the water in the moonlight, and then Harry heard Hagrid speak. "When I saw you, I knew," he was saying in an oddly husky voice. Harry and Ron froze. They didn't sound like the sort of scene they ought to walk in on now, somehow. Harry looked around, back up the path, and saw Fleur Delacour and Roger Davis standing half-concealed in a rose bush nearby. He tapped Ron on the shoulder and jerked his head towards them, meaning that they could easily sneak off that way without being noticed. Fleur and Davis looked very busy to Harry, but Ron, eyes widening in horror at the sight of Fleur, shook his head vigorously and pulled Harry deeper into the shadows behind the reindeer. "What did you know, Hagrid?" said Madame Maxime, a distinct purr in her low voice. Harry definitely didn't want to listen to this. He knew Hagrid would hate to be overheard in a situation like this. He certainly would have done. If it had been possible, he would have put his fingers in his ears and hummed loudly, but that wasn't really an option. Instead, he tried to interest himself in a beetle crawling along the stone reindeer's back, but the beetle just wasn't interesting enough to block out Hagrid's next words. I just knew you were like me. Was it your mother or your father? I don't know what you mean, Hagrid. It was my mother, said Hagrid quietly. She was the one of the last ones in Britain, 'cause I can remember her too well. She left, see, when I was about 3. She wasn't really the maternal sort. Well, it's not in their natures, is it? Don't know what happened to her. Might be dead for all I know. Madame Maxime didn't say anything, and Harry, in spite of himself, took his eyes off the beetle and looked over the top of the reindeer's antlers, listening. He had never heard Hagrid talk about his childhood before. Me dad was broken-hearted when she went. Tiny little bloke, my dad was. By the time I was 6, I could lift him up and put him on top of the dresser if he annoyed me. Used to make him laugh. Hagrid's deep voice broke. Madame Maxime was listening, motionless, apparently staring at the silver fountain. Dad raised me, but he died, of course, just after I started school. So I had to make my own way after that. Dumbledore was a real help, mind. Very kind to me, he was. Hagrid pulled out a large spotted silk handkerchief and blew his nose heavily. So, anyway, enough about me. What about you? Which side you got it on? But Madame Maxime had suddenly got to her feet. Is it chilly? She said. But whatever the weather was doing, it was nowhere near as cold as her voice. I think I will go now. Eh? Said Hagrid blankly. No, don't go. I've never met another one before. Another what precisely? Said Madame Maxime, her tone icy. Harry could have told Hagrid it was best not to answer. He stood there in the shadows, gritting his teeth, hoping against hope he wouldn't. But it was no good. Another half-giant, of course, said Hagrid. How dare you? Shrieked Madame Maxime. Her voice exploded through the peaceful night air like a foghorn behind him. Harry heard Fleur and Roger fall out of their rosebush. I have never been more insulted in my life. Half-giant, moi? I have big bones. She stormed away. Great multicoloured swarms of fairies rose into the air as she passed, angrily pushing aside bushes. Hagrid was still sitting on the bench, staring after her. It was much too dark to make out his expression. Then, after about a minute, he stood up and strode away, not back to the castle, but off into the dark grounds in the direction of his cabin. Come on, Harry said very quietly to Ron. Let's go. But Ron didn't move. What's up? Said Harry, looking at him. Ron looked around at Harry, his expression very serious indeed. Did you know, he whispered, about Hagrid being half-giant? No, Harry said, shrugging. So what? He knew immediately from the look Ron was giving him that he was once again revealing his ignorance of the wizarding world. Brought up by the Dursleys, there were many things that wizards took for granted that were revelations to Harry, but these surprises had become fewer as he'd moved up the school. Now, however, he could tell that most wizards would not have said so what upon finding out that one of their friends had a giantess for a mother. I'll explain inside, said Ron quietly. Come on. Fleur and Roger Davis had disappeared, probably into a more private clump of bushes. Harry and Ron returned to the Great Hall. Parvati and Padma were now sitting at a distant table with a whole crowd of Beauxbaton boys, and Hermione was once more dancing with Crumb. Harry and Ron sat down at a table far removed from the dance floor. So, Harry prompted Ron, what's the problem with giants? Well, they're... Ron struggled for words. They're not very nice, he finished lamely. Who cares? Harry said. There's nothing wrong with Hagrid. I know there isn't, but, blimey, no wonder he keeps it quiet, Ron said, shaking his head. I've always thought he'd got in the way of a bad engorgement charm when he was a kid or something. Didn't like to mention it. But what's it matter if his mother was a giantess, said Harry. Well, no one who knows him will care, 'cause they'll know he's not dangerous, said Ron, slowly. But, Harry, they're just vicious giants. It's like Hagrid said, it's in their natures. They're like trolls. They just like killing. Everyone knows that. There aren't any left in Britain now, though. What happened to them? Well, they were dying out anyway, and then loads got themselves killed by auras. They're supposed to be the giants abroad, though they hide out in mountains mostly. I don't know who Maxime thinks she's kidding, Harry said, watching Madame Maxime sitting alone at the judge's table, looking very sombre. If Hagrid's half-giant, she definitely is. Big bones? The only thing she's got bigger bones is than a dinosaur. Harry and Ron spent the rest of the ball discussing giants in their corner, neither of them having any inclination to dance. Harry tried not to watch Cho and Cedric. It gave him a strong desire to kick something. When the Weird Sisters finished playing at midnight, everyone gave them a last loud round of applause and started to wend their way into the entrance hall. Many people were expressing the wish that the ball could go on longer, but Harry was perfectly happy to be going to bed. As far as he was concerned, the evening hadn't been much fun. Out in the entrance hall, Harry and Ron saw Hermione saying goodnight to Crumb before he went back to the Durmstrang ship. She gave Ron a very cold look and swept past him up the marble staircase without speaking. Harry and Ron followed her, but halfway up the marble staircase, Harry heard someone calling him. "Hey, Harry!" It was Cedric Diggory. Harry could see Cho waiting for him in the entrance hall below. "Yeah?" said Harry coldly, as Cedric ran up the stairs towards him. Cedric looked as though he didn't want to say whatever it was in front of Ron, who shrugged, looked bad-tempered and continued to climb the stairs. "Listen." Cedric lowered his voice as Ron disappeared. "I owe you one for telling me about the dragons. You know that golden egg? Does yours wail when you open it?" "Yeah," said Harry. "Well, take a bath, okay?" "What?" "Take a bath and take the egg with you and just mull things over in the hot water. It'll help you think. Trust me." Harry stared at him. "Tell you what," Cedric said. "Use the prefect's bathroom. 4th door to the left of that statue of Boris the Bewildered, on the 5th floor. Password's Pine Fresh. Gotta go. Want to say goodnight?" He grinned at Harry again and hurried back down the stairs to Cho. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower alone. That had been extremely strange advice. Why would a bath help him to work out what the wailing egg meant? Was Cedric pulling his leg? Was he trying to make Harry look a fool so Cho would like Cedric even more by comparison? The fat lady and her friend Vi were snoozing in the picture over the portrait hole. Harry had to yell fairy lights before he woke them up, and when he did, they were extremely irritated. He climbed into the common room and found Ron and Hermione having a blazing row. Standing 10 feet apart, they were bellowing at each other, each scarlet in the face. "Well, if you don't like it, you know what the solution is, don't you?" yelled Hermione. Her hair was coming down out of its elegant bun now, and her face was screwed up in anger. "Oh yeah?" Ron yelled back. "What's that? Next time there's a ball, ask me before someone else does, and not as a last resort." Ron mouthed soundlessly like a goldfish out of water as Hermione turned on her heel and stormed up the girls' staircase to bed. Ron turned to look at Harry. "Well," he spluttered, looking thunderstruck. "Well, that just proves. Completely missed the point." Harry didn't say anything. He liked being back on speaking terms with Ron too much to speak his mind right now, but he somehow thought that Hermione had got the point much better than Ron had. Everybody got up late on Boxing Day. The Gryffindor common room was much quieter than it had been lately, many yawns punctuating the lazy conversations. Hermione's hair was bushy again. She confessed to Harry that she had used liberal amounts of Sleek Easy's hair potion on it for the ball, but it's way too much bother to do every day, she said matter-of-factly, scratching her purring crookshanks behind the ears. Ron and Hermione seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement not to discuss their argument. They were being quite friendly to each other, though oddly formal. Ron and Harry wasted no time in telling Hermione that the conversation they had overheard between Madame Maxine and Hagrid, but Hermione didn't seem to find the news that Hagrid was a half-giant nearly as shocking as Ron did. "Well, I thought he must be," she said, shrugging. "I knew he couldn't be pure giant, because they're about 20 foot tall. But honestly, all this hysteria about giants, they can't all be horrible. It's the same sort of prejudice that people have towards werewolves. It's just bigotry, isn't it?" Ron looked as though he would have liked to reply scathingly, but perhaps he didn't want another row. Perhaps because he contented himself with shaking his head disbelievingly, while Hermione wasn't looking. It was time now to think of the homework they had neglected during the first week of the holidays. Everybody seemed to be feeling rather flat now that Christmas was over. Everybody except Harry, that is, who was starting once again to feel slightly nervous. The trouble was that February the 24th looked a lot closer from this side of Christmas, and he still hadn't done anything about working out the clue inside the golden egg. He therefore started taking the egg out of his trunk every time he went up to the dormitory, opening it and listening intently, hoping that this time it would make some sense.
He strained to think what the sound reminded him of, apart from 30 musical saws, but he had never heard anything else like it. He closed the egg, shook it vigorously, and opened it again to see if the sound had changed, but it hadn't. He tried asking the egg questions, shouting over all the wailing, but nothing happened. He even threw the egg across the room, though he hadn't really expected that to help. Harry had not forgotten that hint that Cedric had given him, but his less than friendly feelings towards Cedric just now meant that he was keen not to accept his help if he could avoid it. In any case, it seemed to him that if Cedric had really wanted to give Harry a hand, he would have got a lot more explicit. Harry had told Cedric exactly what was coming in the final task, in the first task, and Cedric's idea of fair exchange had been to tell Harry to take a bath. Well, he didn't need that sort of rubbishy help, not from someone who kept walking down corridors hand in hand with Cho anyway. And so the first day of the new term arrived, and Harry set off to lessons, weighed down with books, parchments and quills as usual, but also with a lurking worry of the egg heavy in his stomach, as though he was carrying that around with him too. Snow was still thick upon the grounds, and the greenhouse windows were covered in condensation so thick they couldn't see out of them in herbology. Nobody was looking forward to the care of magical creatures much in the weather, though, as Ron said, the Scroots would probably warm them up nicely, either by chasing them or by blasting off so forcefully that Hagrid's cabin caught fire. When they arrived at Hagrid's cabin, however, they found an elderly witch, with closely cropped grey hair and a very prominent chin, standing before his front door. "Hurry up now! The bell rang 5 minutes ago," she barked at them as they struggled towards her through the snow. "Who are you?" said Ron, staring at her. "Where's Hagrid?" "My name is Professor Grubbly Plank," she said briskly. "I am your temporary care of magical creatures teacher." "Where's Hagrid?" Harry repeated loudly. "He is indisposed," said Professor Grubbly Plank shortly. Soft and unpleasant laughter reached Harry's ears. He turned. Draco Malfoy and the rest of the Slytherins were joining the class, all of them looking gleeful and none of them looking surprised to see Professor Grubbly Plank. "This way, please," said Professor Grubbly Plank, and she strode off around the paddock where the huge Beauxbatons horses were shivering. Harry, Ron and Hermione followed her, looking back over their shoulders at Hagrid's cabin. All the curtains were closed. Was Hagrid in there, alone and ill? "What's wrong with Hagrid?" Harry said, hurrying to catch up with Professor Grubbly Plank. "Never you mind," she said, as though she thought he was being nosy. "I do mind, though," said Harry hotly. "What's up with him?" Professor Grubbly Plank acted as though she couldn't hear him. She led them past the paddock where the Beauxbatons horses were standing, huddled against the cold, and towards a tree on the edge of the forest, where a large and beautiful unicorn was tethered. Many of the girls oohed at the sight of the unicorn. "Oh, it's so beautiful," whispered Lavender Brown. "How did she get it? They're supposed to be really hard to catch." The unicorn was so brightly white that it made the snow all around look grey. It was pawing the ground nervously with its golden hooves and throwing back its horned head. "Boys, keep back," barked Professor Grubbly Plank, throwing out an arm and catching Harry hard in the chest. "They prefer the woman's touch, unicorns. Girls to the front and approach with care. Come on, easy does it." She and the girls walked slowly forwards towards the unicorn, leaving the boys standing near the paddock fence watching. The moment Professor Grubbly Plank was out of earshot, Harry turned to Ron. "What do you reckon's wrong with him? You don't think a Scroot—" "Oh, he hasn't been attacked, Potter, if that's what you're thinking," said Malfoy softly. "No, he's just too ashamed to show his big ugly face." "What do you mean?" said Harry sharply. Malfoy put his hand inside the pocket of his robes and pulled out a folded page of newsprint. "There you go," he said. "Hate to break it to you, Potter." He smirked as Harry snatched the page, unfolded it and read it, with Ron, Seamus, Dean and Neville looking over his shoulder. It was an article topped with a picture of Hagrid looking extremely shifty. Dumbledore's giant mistake. Albus Dumbledore, eccentric headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has never been afraid to make controversial staff appointments, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. In September of this year, he hired Alistair Mad-Eye Moody, the notoriously jinx-happy ex-Auror, to teach Defence Against the Dark Arts, a decision that caused many raised eyebrows at the Ministry of Magic, given Moody's well-known habit of attacking anybody who makes a sudden movement in his presence. Mad-Eye Moody, however, looks responsible and kindly when set beside the part human Dumbledore implores to teach care of magical creatures. Rubius Hagrid, who admits to being expelled from Hogwarts in his third year, has enjoyed the position of gamekeeper at the school ever since, a job secured for him by Dumbledore. Last year, however, Hagrid used his mysterious influence over the headmaster to secure the additional post of Care of Magical Creatures teacher over the heads of many better qualified candidates. An alarmingly large and ferocious-looking man, Hagrid has been using his newfound authority to terrify the students in his care with a succession of horrific creatures. While Dumbledore turns a blind eye, Hagrid has maimed several pupils during a series of lessons, which many admit to be very frightening. I was attacked by a hippogriff, and my friend Vincent Crabbe got a bad bite of a flobberworm, says Draco Malfoy, a fourth-year student. We all hate Hagrid, but we're just too scared to say anything. Hagrid has no intention of ceasing his campaign of intimidation. However, in conversation with a Daily Prophet reporter last month, he admitted breeding creatures he has dubbed blast-ended scroots, highly dangerous crosses between manticores and fire crabs. The creation of new breeds of magical creature is, of course, an activity usually closely observed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Hagrid, it seems, considers himself to be above such petty restrictions. I was just having some fun, he says, before hastily changing the subject. As if this were not enough, the Daily Prophet has now unearthed evidence that Hagrid is not, as he has always pretended, a pure-blood wizard. He is not, in fact, even pure human. His mother, we can exclusively reveal, is none other than the giantess Fridwulfa, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. Bloodthirsty and brutal, the giants brought themselves to the point of extinction by warring among themselves during the last century. The handful that remained joined the ranks of He Who Must Not Be Named and were responsible for some of the worst mass muggle killings of his reign of terror. While many of the giants who served He Who Must Not Be Named were killed by auras working against the dark side, Fridwulfa was not among them. It is possible she escaped to one of the giant communities still existing in foreign mountain ranges. It is his antics during Care of Magical Creatures lessons are any guide, however. Fridwulfa's son appears to have inherited her brutal nature. In a bizarre twist, Hagrid is reputed to have developed a close friendship with the boy who brought about you-know-who's fall from power, thereby driving Hagrid's own mother, like the rest of the you-know-who supporters, into hiding. Perhaps Harry Potter is unaware of the unpleasant truth about his large friend. But Albus Dumbledore surely has a duty to ensure that Harry Potter, along with his fellow students, is warned about the dangers of associating with part giants. Harry finished reading and looked up at Ron, whose mouth was hanging open. How did she find out? He whispered. But that wasn't what was bothering Harry. What do you mean? We all hate Hagrid, Harry spat at Malfoy. What's this rubbish about him? He pointed at Crabbe, getting a bad bite off a flobberworm. They haven't even got teeth. Crabbe was sniggering, apparently very pleased with himself. Well, I think this should put an end to the oaf's teaching career, said Malfoy, his eyes glinting. Half giant, and there was me thinking he just swallowed a bottle of Skelligro when he was young. None of the mummies and daddies are going to like this at all. They'll be worried he'll eat the kids. You, are you paying attention over there? Professor Grubbly Plank's voice carried over to the boys. The girls were all clustered around the unicorn now, stroking it. Harry was so angry that the Daily Prophet article shook in his hands as he turned to stare unseeingly at the unicorn, whose many magical properties Professor Grubbly Plank was now enumerating in a loud voice, so that the boys could hear too. I hope she stays, that woman, said Parvati Patil, when the lesson had ended, and they were all heading back to the castle for lunch. That's more what I thought Care of Magical Creatures would be like. Proper creatures, like unicorns, not monsters. What about Hagrid? Harry said angrily, as they went up to the steps. What about him? Said Parvati in a hard voice. He can still be gamekeeper, can't he? Parvati had been very cool towards Harry since the ball. He supposed that he ought to have paid her a bit more attention, but she seemed to have had a good time all the same. She was certainly telling anybody who would listen that she had made arrangements to meet the boy from Beauxbaton in Hogsmeade on the next weekend trip. That was a really good lesson, said Hermione, as they entered the Great Hall. I didn't know half the things Professor Grubbly Plank told us about uni. Look at this. Harry snarled, and he shoved the Daily Prophet article under Hermione's nose. Hermione's mouth fell open as she read. Her reaction was exactly the same as Ron's. How did that horrible Skeeter woman find out? You don't think Hagrid told her? No, said Harry, leading the way over to the Gryffindor table and throwing himself into a chair, furious. He never even told us, did he? I reckon she was so mad he wouldn't give her loads of horrible stuff about me. She went ferreting around to get back at him. Maybe she heard him telling Madame Maxine at the ball, said Hermione quietly. We'd have seen her in the garden, said Ron. Anyway, she's not supposed to come into school anymore. Hagrid said Dumbledore banned her. Maybe she's got an invisibility cloak, said Harry, ladling chicken casserole onto his plate and splashing it everywhere in his anger. Sort of thing she'd do, isn't it? Hide in bushes listening to people. Like you and Ron did, you mean, said Hermione. We weren't trying to hear him, said Ron indignantly. We didn't have any choice. The stupid git, talking about his giantess mother when anyone could have heard him. We've got to go and see him, said Harry. This evening, after divination. Tell him we want him back. You do want him back, he shot at Hermione. Well, I'm not going to pretend it didn't make a nice change, having a proper care of magical creatures lesson for once. But I do want Hagrid back. Of course I do, Hermione added hastily, quailing under Harry's furious stare. So that evening, after dinner, the three of them left the castle once more and went down through the frozen grounds of Hagrid's cabin. They knocked, and Fang's booming barks answered. Hagrid, it's us, Harry shouted, pounding on the door. Open up! He didn't answer. They could hear Fang scratching at the door, whining, but it didn't open. They hammered on it for 10 more minutes. Ron even went and banged on one of the windows, but there was no response. What's he avoiding us for? Hermione said, when they had finally given up and were walking back to the school. He surely doesn't think we'd care about him being half giant. But it seemed that Hagrid did care. They didn't see a sign of him all week. He didn't appear at the staff table at meal times. They didn't see him going about his gamekeeper duties in the grounds, and Professor Grubbly Plank continued to take the care of magical creatures classes. Malfoy was gloating at every possible opportunity. Missing your half-breed pal? He kept whispering to Harry whenever there was a teacher around, so that he was safe from Harry's retaliation. Missing the Elephant Man? There was a Hogsmeade visit halfway through January. Hermione was very surprised that Harry was planning to go. I just thought you'd want to take advantage of the common room being quiet, she said. Really get to work on that egg. Oh, I reckon I've got a pretty good idea what it's about now, Harry lied. Have you really? Said Hermione, looking impressed. Well done. Harry's insides gave a guilty squirm, but he ignored them. He still had 5 weeks to work out what that egg clue was, after all, and that was ages. And if he went into Hogsmeade, he might run into Hagrid and get a chance to persuade him to come back. He, Ron and Hermione left the castle together on Saturday and set off through the cold, wet grounds towards the gates. As they passed the Durmstrang ship, moored in the lake, they saw Victor Crumb emerge from the deck, dressed in nothing but swimming trunks. He was very skinny, but apparently a lot tougher than he looked, because he climbed up onto the side of the ship, stretched out his arms and dived right into the lake. He's mad, said Harry, staring at Crumb's dark head as it bobbed out into the middle of the lake. Must be freezing. It's January. It's a lot colder where he comes from, said Hermione. I suppose it feels quite warm to him. Yeah, but there's still the giant squid, said Ron. He didn't sound anxious, if anything. He sounded hopeful. Hermione noticed his tone of voice and frowned. He's really nice, you know, she said. He's not at all like you'd think, coming from Durmstrang. He likes it much better here. He told me. Ron said nothing. He hadn't mentioned Victor Crumb since the ball, but Harry had found a miniature arm under his bed on Boxing Day, which had looked very much as though it had been snapped off a small model figure wearing Bulgaria Quidditch robes. Harry kept his eyes skinned for a sign of Hagrid all the way down to the slushy High Street, and suggested a visit to the Three Broomsticks, once he had ascertained that Hagrid was not in any of the shops. The pub was as crowded as ever, but one quick look around at all the tables told Harry that Hagrid wasn't there. Heart sinking, he went up to the bar with Ron and Hermione, ordered 3 butterbeers from Madame Rosmerta, and thought gloomily that he might just as well have stayed behind and listened to the egg wailing after all. Doesn't he ever go into the office? Hermione whispered suddenly. Look! She pointed into the mirror behind the bar, and Harry saw Ludo Bagman reflected there, sitting in a shadowy corner with a bunch of goblins. Bagman was talking very fast in a low voice to the goblins, all of whom had their arms crossed and were looking rather menacing. It was indeed odd, Harry thought, that Bagman was here at the Three Broomsticks on a weekend when there was no Triwizard event, and therefore no judging to be done. He watched Bagman in the mirror. He was looking strained again, quite as strained as he had done that night in the forest before the dark mark had appeared. But just then Bagman glanced over at the bar, saw Harry and stood up. In a moment, Harry heard him say brusquely to the goblins, and Bagman hurried through the pub towards Harry, his boyish grin back in place. Harry, he said, how are you? Been hoping to run into you. Everything going all right? Fine, thanks, said Harry. Wonder if I could have a quick private word, Harry, said Bagman eagerly. You couldn't give us a moment, you two, could you? Okay, said Ron, and he and Hermione went off to find a table. Bagman led Harry along the bar to the end furthest from Madame Rosmerta. Well, I just thought I'd congratulate you again on your splendid performance against the Horntail, Harry, said Bagman. Really superb. Thanks, said Harry, but he knew that couldn't be all that Bagman wanted to say, because he could have congratulated Harry in front of Ron and Hermione. Bagman didn't seem in any particular rush to spill the beans, though. Harry saw him glance into the mirror over the bar at the goblins, who were all watching him, and Harry in silence, through their dark, slanting eyes. Absolute nightmare, said Bagman to Harry in an undertone, noticing Harry watching the goblins too. Their English isn't too good. It's like being back with all the Bulgarians at the Quidditch World Cup, but at least they use sign language another human couldn't recognise. This lot keep gabbling in gobbledygook, and I only know one word of gobbledygook. Bladvac. It means pickaxe. I don't like to use it in case they think I'm threatening them. He gave a short, booming laugh. What do they want? Harry said, noticing how the goblins were still watching Bagman very closely. Well, said Bagman, looking suddenly nervous. They're looking for Barty Crouch. Why are they looking for him here? Said Harry. He's at the Ministry in London, isn't he? As a matter of fact, I've no idea where he is, said Bagman. He sort of stopped coming to work. Been absent for a couple of weeks now. Young Percy, his assistant, says he's ill. Apparently he's just been sending instructions in by Al. But would you mind not mentioning this to anyone, Harry? Because Rita Skeeter's still poking around everywhere she can, and I'm willing to bet she'd work Barty's illness up into something sinister. Probably say he's gone missing like Bertha Jorkins. Have you heard anything about Bertha Jorkins? Harry asked. No, said Bagman, looking strained again. I've got people looking, of course. About time, thought Harry, and it's all very strange. She definitely arrived in Albania because she met her second cousin there, and then she left the cousin's house to go south and see an aunt, and she seems to have vanished without trace, en route. Blowed if I can see where she's got to. She doesn't seem the type to elope, for instance, but still, what are we doing? Talking about goblins and Bertha Jorkins, I really wanted to ask you. He lowered his voice. How are you getting on with your golden egg? Not bad, Harry said untruthfully. Bagman seemed to know he wasn't being honest. Listen, Harry, he said, still in a very low voice. I feel very bad about all this. You were thrown into this tournament, you didn't volunteer for it, and if... His voice was so quiet now, Harry had to lean closer to listen. If I can help you at all, a prod in the right direction. I've taken a liking to you. The way you got past that dragon, well, just say the word. Harry looked up into Bagman's round, rosy face and wide, baby blue eyes. We're supposed to work out the clues alone, aren't we? He said, careful to keep his voice casual, not sound as though he was accusing the head of Department of Magical Games and Sports of breaking the rules. Well, yes, said Bagman impatiently, but come on, Harry. We all want a Hogwarts victory, don't we? Have you offered Cedric help? Harry said. The smallest of frowns creased Bagman's smooth face. No, I haven't, he said. Like I say, I've taken a liking to you. Just thought I'd offer. Well, thanks, said Harry, but I think I'm nearly there with the egg. Couple more days should crack it. He wasn't entirely sure why he was refusing Bagman's help, except that Bagman was almost a stranger to him, and accepting his assistance would feel somehow much more like cheating than asking advice from Ron, Hermione or Sirius. Bagman looked almost affronted, but couldn't say much more as Fred and George turned up at that point. "Hello, Mr. Bagman," said Fred brightly. "Can we buy you a drink?" No," said Bagman, with a last disappointed glance at Harry. "No, thank you, boys." Fred and George looked quite as disappointed as Bagman, who was surveying Harry as though he had let him down badly. "Well, I must dash," he said. "Nice seeing you all. Good luck, Harry." He hurried out of the pub. The goblins all slid off their chairs and exited after him. Harry went to rejoin Ron and Hermione. "What did he want?" Ron said, the moment Harry had sat down. "He offered to help me with the golden egg," said Harry. "He shouldn't be doing that," said Hermione, looking very shocked. "He's one of the judges, and anyway, you've already worked it out, haven't you?" Nearly, said Harry. "Well, I don't think Dumbledore would like it if he knew Bagman was trying to persuade you to cheat," said Hermione, still looking deeply disapproving. "I hope he's trying to help Cedric as much." "He's not, I asked," said Harry. "Who cares if Diggory's getting help," said Ron. Harry privately agreed. "Those goblins didn't look very friendly," said Hermione, sipping her butterbeer. "What were they doing here?" "Looking for Crouch, according to Bagman," said Harry. "He's still ill. Hasn't been into work." "Maybe Percy's poisoning him," said Ron. "Probably thinks if Crouch snuffs it, he'll be made head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." Hermione gave Ron a "don't joke about things like that" look and said, "Funny, goblins looking for Mr. Crouch. They'd normally deal with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." "Crouch can speak loads of different languages, though," said Harry. "Maybe they need an interpreter." "Worrying about poor, ickle goblins now, are ye?" Ron asked Hermione. "Thinking of starting up the SPUG, SPUG or something, Society for the Protection of Ugly Goblins?" "Ha, ha, ha," said Hermione sarcastically. "Goblins don't need protection. Haven't you been listening to what Professor Binns has been telling us about goblin rebellions?" "No," said Harry and Ron together. "Well, they're quite capable of dealing with wizards," said Hermione, sipping more of her butterbeer. "They're very clever. They're not like house elves, who never stick up for themselves." "Uh-oh," said Ron, staring at the door. Rita Skeeter had just entered. She was wearing banana yellow robes today. Her long nails were painted shocking pink, and she was accompanied by her paunchy photographer. She bought drinks, and she and the photographer made their way through the crowds to a table nearby. Harry, Ron and Hermione glaring at her as she approached. She was talking fast and looking very satisfied about something. "Didn't seem very keen to talk to us, did he, bozo? Now, why would that be, do you think? And what's he doing with a pack of goblins in tow anyway? Showing them the sights? What nonsense. He was always a bad liar. Reckon something's up. Think we should do a bit of digging. Disgraced ex-head of magical sports, Ludo Bagman. Snappy start to a sentence. Bozo, we just need to find a story to fit it." "Trying to ruin someone else's life," said Harry loudly. A few people looked around. Rita Skeeter's eyes widened behind her jewelled spectacles as she saw who had spoken. "Harry," she said, beaming. "How lovely. Why don't you come and join?" "I wouldn't come near you with a 10-foot broomstick," said Harry furiously. "What did you do that to Hagrid for, eh?" Rita Skeeter raised her heavily penciled eyebrows. "Our readers have the right to know the truth, Harry. I am merely doing my—" "Who cares if he's half-giant?" Harry shouted. "There's nothing wrong with him." The whole pub had gone very quiet. Madame Rosmerta was staring over from behind her at the bar, apparently oblivious of the fact that the flagon she was filling with mead was overflowing. Rita Skeeter's smile flickered very slightly, but she hitched it back almost at once. She snapped open her crocodile skin handbag, pulled out her quick quotes quill, and said, "How about giving me an interview about the Hagrid you know, Harry? The man behind the muscles, your unlikely friendship and the reasons behind it. Would you call him a father substitute?" Hermione stood up very abruptly, but butterbeer clutched in her hand as though it was a grenade. "You horrible woman," she said, through gritted teeth. "You don't care, do you? Anything for a story, and anyone will do, won't they? Even Ludo Bagman." "Sit down, you silly little girl, and don't talk about things you don't understand," said Rita Skeeter coldly, her eyes hardening as they fell on Hermione. "I know things about Ludo Bagman that would make your hair curl. Not that it needs it," she added, eyeing Hermione's bushy hair. "Let's go," said Hermione. "Come on, Harry. Ron." They left. Many people were staring at them as they went. Harry glanced back as they reached the door. Rita Skeeter's quick quotes quill was out. It was zooming backwards and forwards over a piece of parchment on the table. "She'll be after you next, Hermione," said Ron, in a low and worried voice as they walked quickly back up the street. "Let her try," said Hermione shrilly. She was shaking with rage. "I'll show her. Silly little girl, am I? Oh, I'll get her back for this. First Harry, then Hagrid." "You don't want to go upsetting Rita Skeeter," said Ron nervously. "I'm serious, Hermione. She'll dig something up on you." "My parents don't read the Daily Prophet. She can't scare me into hiding," said Hermione, now striding along so fast that it was all Harry and Ron could do to keep up with her. The last time Harry had seen Hermione in a rage like this, she had hit Draco Malfoy around the face. And Hagrid isn't going to hide any more. He should never have let that excuse for a human being upset him. "Come on." Breaking into a run, she led them all the way back onto the road, through the gates flanked by winged boars, and up through the grounds to Hagrid's cabin. The curtains were still drawn, and they could hear Fang barking as they approached. "Hagrid!" Hermione shouted, pounding on the front door. "Hagrid, that's enough. We know you're in there. Nobody cares if your mum was a giantess, Hagrid. You can't let that foul Skeeter woman do this to you. Hagrid, get out here. You're just being—" The door opened. Hermione said, and then stopped very suddenly, because she had found herself face to face not with Hagrid, but with Albus Dumbledore. "Good afternoon," he said pleasantly, smiling down at them. We wanted to see Hagrid," said Hermione in a rather small voice. "Yes, I surmised as much," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. "Why don't you come in?" "Oh, okay," said Hermione. She, Ron and Harry went into the cabin. Fang launched himself upon Harry the moment he entered, barking madly and trying to lick his ears. Harry fended Fang off and looked around. Hagrid was sitting at his table, where there were 2 large mugs of tea. He looked a real mess. His face was blotchy, his eyes swollen, and he had gone to the other extreme where his hair was concerned. Far from trying to make it behave, it now looked like a wig of tangled wire. "Hi, Hagrid," said Harry. Hagrid looked up. "Lo," he said, in a weary, hoarse voice. "More tea, I think," said Dumbledore, closing the door behind Harry, Ron and Hermione, drawing out his wand and twiddling it. A revolving tea tray appeared in mid-air, along with a plate of cakes. Dumbledore magicked the tray onto the table, and everybody sat down. There was a slight pause, and then Dumbledore said, "Did you by any chance hear what Miss Granger was shouting, Hagrid?" Hermione went slightly pink, but Dumbledore smiled at her and continued, "Hermione, Harry and Ron still seem to want to know you, judging by the way they are attempting to break down the door." "Of course we still want to know you," Harry said, staring at Hagrid. "You don't think anything that Skeeter cow— Sorry, Professor," he added quickly, looking at Dumbledore. "I have gone temporarily deaf and haven't any idea what you said, Harry," said Dumbledore, twiddling his thumbs and staring at the ceiling. Right," said Harry sheepishly. "I just meant, Hagrid, how could you think we'd care about what that woman wrote about you?" 2 fat tears leaked out of Hagrid's beetle-black eyes and fell slowly onto his tangled beard. "Living proof of what I've been telling you, Hagrid," said Dumbledore, still looking carefully up at the ceiling. "I have shown you the letters from the countless parents who remember you from their own days here, telling me in no uncertain terms that if I sacked you, they would have something to say about it." "Not all of them," said Hagrid hoarsely. "Not all of them want me to stay." "Really, Hagrid, if you are holding out for universal popularity, I'm afraid you will be in this cabin for a very long time," said Dumbledore, now peering sternly over his half-moon spectacles. "Not a week has passed since I became headmaster at this school when I haven't had at least one owl complaining about the way I run it. But what should I do? Barricade myself in my study and refuse to talk to anybody?" "Yeah, you're not half giant," said Hagrid crokily. "Hagrid,
Look at what I've got for relatives, Harry said furiously. Look at the Dursleys. An excellent point, said Professor Dumbledore. My own brother, Aberforth, was prosecuted for practicing inappropriate charms on a goat. It was all over the papers. But did Aberforth hide? No, he did not. He held his head high and went about his business as usual. Of course, I'm not entirely sure he can read, so that may not have been bravery. Come back and teach, Hagrid, said Hermione quietly. Please come back. We really miss you. Hagrid gulped. More tears leaked out down his cheeks and onto his tangled beard. Dumbledore stood up. I refuse to accept your resignation, Hagrid, and I expect you back at work on Monday, he said. You will join me for breakfast at 8:30 in the Great Hall. No excuses. Good afternoon to you all. Dumbledore left the cabin, pausing only to scratch Fang's ears. When the door had shut behind him, Hagrid began to sob into his dustbin lid-sized hands. Hermione kept putting his arm, and at last Hagrid looked up, his eyes very red indeed, and said, Great man, Dumbledore, great man. Yeah, he is, said Ron. Can I have one of those cakes, Hagrid? Help yourself, said Hagrid, wiping his eyes on the back of his hand. Ah, he's right, of course, you're all right. I've been stupid. My old dad would have been ashamed of the way I've been behaving. More tears leaked out, but he wiped them away more forcefully and said, Never shown you a picture of my old dad, have I? Here. Hagrid got up, went over to the dresser, opened a drawer and pulled out a picture of a short wizard with Hagrid's crinkled black eyes beaming as he sat on top of Hagrid's shoulder. Hagrid was a good 7 or 8 feet tall, judging by the apple tree beside him, but his face was beardless, young, round and smooth. He looked hardly older than 11. That was taken just after I got into Hogwarts, said Hagrid croakily. Dad was chuffed. Thought I might not be a wizard, see, 'cause me mum, well, anyway, course, I never was great shakes at magic, really, but at least he never saw me expelled. Died, see, in my 2nd year. Dumbledore was the only one who stuck up for me after Dad went. Got me the gamekeeper job. Trusts people, he does. Gives them second chances. That's what sets him apart from other heads, see? He'll accept anyone at Hogwarts, as long as they got the talent. Knows people can turn out okay, even if their families weren't, well, all that respectable. But some don't understand that. There's some who'd always hold it against you. There's some who'd even pretend they just had big bones rather than stand up and say, I am what I am. I am not ashamed. Never be ashamed, my old dad used to say. There's someone who'll hold it against you, but they're not worth bothering with. And he was right. I've been an idiot. I'm not bothering with her no more. I promise you that. Big bones. I'll give her big bones. Harry, Ron and Hermione looked at each other nervously. Harry would rather have taken 50 blast-ended scroots for a walk than admit to Hagrid that he had overheard him talking to Madame Maxime, but Hagrid was still talking, apparently unaware that he had said anything odd. You know what, Harry? He said, looking up from the photograph of his father. His eyes were bright. When I first met you, you reminded me of me a bit. Mum and Dad gone, and you was feeling like you wouldn't fit in at Hogwarts, remember? Not sure where you really fit in. And now look at you, Harry. School champion. He looked at Harry for a moment and then said very seriously, You know what I'd love, Harry? I'd love you to win. I really would. It'd show 'em all. Yeah, you don't have to be pure blood to do it. You don't have to be ashamed of what you do. Or I'd show 'em Dumbledore's the one who's got it right, letting anyone in as long as they can do magic. How you doing with that egg, Harry? Great, said Harry. Really great. Hagrid's miserable face broke into a wide, watery smile. That's my boy. You know 'em, Harry. You show 'em. Beat 'em all. Lying to Hagrid wasn't quite like lying to anyone else. Harry went back to the castle later that afternoon with Ron and Hermione, unable to banish the image of the happy expression on Hagrid's whiskery face as he had imagined Harry winning the tournament. The incomprehensible egg weighed more heavily than ever on Harry's conscience that evening, and by the time he had got into bed, he had made up his mind. It was time to shelve his pride and see if Cedric's hint was worth anything at all.